the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, welcome in. It's 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. We start giggling, which means today it's going to be one of those days as we wrap up the week together. We have the golden ticket seats scheduled to be with us today, so if you're headed this way, please drive safely, and we look forward to seeing you. A great podcast that's going to hit Saturday morning is with Fox News' Greg Jarrett. His new book is out, the Constitution of the United States and Other Patriotic Documents. But if you know anything about him, you know he has had a ton of books out. Trial of the Century earlier, the author of The Russian Hoax and more. So they break it all down. And so be looking for that wherever you get your podcast. It'll be published on Saturday morning. If you follow us on social media, which you should, at Rick and Bubba, we also send out links to that. So for your convenience, you can just click on the audio or the video version of it. So a great conversation with Greg yesterday. Greg Jarrett, not, our Greg too, but Greg Jarrett is our featured guest in this week's podcast.
I'm not the featured guest, but I will say this.
Yeah.
You know, names, faces, I can get mixed up. I proved that with Barbara and Randy.
Right.
But when you were saying this guy, but when I looked at him in the hall, I said, oh,
yeah,
it's that guy.
Yeah, it's that guy.
I see him on the news.
That's right,
Yeah.
a lot. And
All
so
the time.
he is our featured guest this week, so be looking for that. A lot happening today. Today is day 2 of the 12 working days of Christmas. So yesterday we gave away 2 gifts on day 1. We gave away the Sun Pack Essentials vlogging kit, and we also gave away a DeWalt air inflator valued at about $220 total. That was day 1. Day 2 features a number of other gifts that we can choose from. We just don't know which one Santa Bubba will go over there and grab, so be listening and watching for that today. Let's bring them all in. You just heard from Greg. Over to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good. Yeah.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Yes.
Ready to go. We have got some updates for you, too, and we'll jump into all that. Yesterday, if you listened to the show or watched the show, thank you, we talked about Greg wanting to go ahead and get his new TV hung up on the wall. If you missed how all this happened, he had an old TV. He replaced it with a new one. Helmsy came over to help. They figured out the hanging brackets on the back of the old one didn't fit the new one, so they just set it up temporarily. It was bothering Lisa. Greg went and got new brackets, and so now it was officially time to fish all the cable through the wall, get it up, get it connected, up against the wall, everything back to normal. And yesterday, Helmsy said he had a few hours to give you and come over and hang out and get that done. And what's the update?
Well, she's up.
She's
done.
up?
The cables are in the wall.
Okay.
And it's looking good.
It's looking good.
Coffee was consumed on the back porch.
Oh.
Victory coffee.
And listen, I didn't bring that up. I was very surprised. So we thank goodness for your fish tape.
Huh?
Is that what you call it? Fish tape?
Yeah, that's what I call it.
Thank goodness for that.
Okay. It's a stiff cable. It's a stiff
fish tape.
Fish tape. So you can, if you have a hole behind the TV and a hole down at the bottom, you can fish it behind the wall so you don't see your cables.
Yeah. So we did. It didn't take us long. We got it up.
Was there something, insulation or something back there?
Yeah, I had to
there
dig
was.
through a little of that.
Yeah, and the way
the blow-in type.
Yeah.
Can be.
You got to get it around.
Yeah, it's
and
kind of a mess.
From like center of the TV, and then the particular outlet was a little to the right, and there was a plate on the wall, and so it was kind of keeping it from going. I don't know. I think we probably could have got it, but I couldn't get my fingers in there. Anyway, we got it up, and I mean, it was 25, 30 minutes. We had it done, and I kind of looked at my watch, and I'm like, I'm not bringing up coffee. I'm not going to be that guy.
Right.
So we're talking and kind of hanging out, and he said,
did y'all hold hands?
He said, hey, how about that? He said, hey, how about that cup of coffee?
That's right.
So we went out, got a cup of coffee, and sat on the back patio and for probably an hour and just talked it up.
And had to do the Millie experiment. that if you sit down, she'll come up to you. She didn't let him pet her, but she did come up to you, not barking, sniffing.
Right, yeah.
And she'll let me pet her if I'm sitting down. But I think she can't see or something. I don't know. But if I'm standing up, she will not.
You think she can't see?
Not good. I don't think she can see.
We first got there, I probably went in a little too hot with Millie. I was trying to.
If you're up walking, unless you're Lisa, she is not going to let you.
There was a couple times where Greg said, "Hey, she's going to bite you." That's what he was telling me, and I knew then. Wait a minute, I'm
it wouldn't have been bad.
I'm probably going a little too far because I kept inching up to her, and would never turn my back. And was really talking in a dog voice, like really trying to get her to. And she tries to fake you out, like she'll try to act as if she's going to be nice, and all of a sudden she jumps at you.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't budge. I didn't act scared or anything like that. I just tried to keep inching her in, and then she wouldn't have anything to do with me. Of course, Buddy loves me.
Yeah, he goes through his little barking thing.
Yeah.
And acts like he's going to bite you.
But Greg's right. We got back there sipping on coffee and talking, and she never barked. She never growled. She just kind of just stood there, and she'd sniff my pants and sniff my foot, and she'd walk around, and she'd stand there for a minute, and she was close. Like I probably could have reached down and petted her, but I didn't want to chance it. I didn't want to mess up the good time we were having.
Yeah,
it's really weird. I don't know why.
Yeah.
If you
Greg petted her a couple times. She'd walk by, and Greg just pet her. And
did you have a little nice voice, like, "Hey, Millie"?
They didn't even say anything. So,
if you had to take Millie to the vet, how would you do that? Would you go sit back down?
The time I did take her, she was so sick she didn't care.
Right, but like now, would you go sit in the back porch and let her come to you like you're just sitting there?
That'd be tough.
And then grab her?
Tough. I guess I would have to.
Good gracious.
I probably need to take her.
Get to biting you and stuff.
I feel like when they created that word for female dog, they had her in mind.
Oh, really?
I mean, seriously, she's a handle.
Yeah. And did she realize what all you've done for her?
No, I don't think so. No.
If she does, she doesn't appreciate it.
Right. You'd like for her to go, "Hey, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a little better."
She's forgotten all that. But anyway.
But I enjoy.
All right, so done. Now, did Lisa go stand in front of the TV and go, "I approve," or was she even there?
She got home later and I had
she
to push
okay?
on it a little bit. She still wants to slide it a little bit to the left.
I was afraid of that, but yeah.
Oh, you slide it on the bracket?
What if I
even it up?
Yeah. What if I'd got up this morning? It was laying in the floor. That would have been.
You know what you've done? Chalked it up. Well, I guess that wasn't connected.
And I got caught up.
I thought you heard it click in. No,
one bad thing.
Yeah.
That Tom Cruise tip I can't find it.
We looked and looked on the settings and could not find it.
Make it where it don't look like a soap.
We even pulled up
expert settings.
We even pulled up your.
It
didn't even have that on his TV.
Oh,
but we pulled up your
Samsung.
We pulled up your text and everything and tried. I looked through every setting and could not find it.
Wow.
Now, honestly, I didn't know what it was called, but I went to every picture setting there was.
Yours 4K?
Yeah.
Huh.
So
that is weird. I don't know.
And of course, I got caught up in the coffee and conversation and realized, hey, Helms, at some point, buddy, you got to go back to work.
Oh yeah,
you forgot about
and,
that. You weren't on your way home, were you?
Well, good. All right, so there's your update.
It was fun.
TV is up.
Unless it falls in the floor today.
All right. We just got to slide it on the bracket a little to the left.
Yeah, a little bit. But she
He's just a little off-centered a little bit.
She's like that person in the commercial that won't fit or good job,
Yeah.
That's
okay.
We would never notice it.
Yeah. All right, then.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? Burglars love taking advantage of people traveling for the holidays. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering up to 50% off on any new system this holiday season. Protect your home with Simply Safe for a limited time. You can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com or look under rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for listening and watching the Rick and Bubba show. Helmsy, you said that right when I opened the mic, and I heard you.
It's unreal.
We thank you so much for coming or being with us here. Let me get my thoughts together after you said that. All right, so we've gone over a number of things for today as we get dialed in. We just gave you a TV update from the boys. Greg's TV, the new one's been. It's been, the brackets are on there. It's hung. The cables are hiding. Lisa has approved. Might need to go a little to the left.
Yeah.
Y'all hung out. You had some coffee on the back porch.
Millie's still mean.
Yeah, didn't bite you though.
Don't
She
give me a
didn't.
lot.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Golden ticket seats. If you head this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. As we anticipate the Wheel of Meat being spun today. Rick's got to leave out a little early. We've been telling you about that this week. So the last hour it'll be Bubba Rama, but we'll have a good time together today. It is conference championship weekend, and I don't know if you two realize it, but Oregon and Washington play tonight. If you're listening live,
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Oh,
I know they usually do, but I forgot about that.
I didn't know they usually did.
Yeah, sure do.
Why?
Just the spacing to make sure that nobody's overlapping with the championship games.
Yeah, it does seem like that the Pac-12 plays a day.
Yeah,
early.
they've done this for years.
That's why they shut it down.
You got two.
That's why it's Pac-2.
You got two games. Okay. One is going to be on the CBS Sports Network, and it's New Mexico State and Liberty.
Yeah, Conference USA.
And then you got Oregon and Washington. They play at 7 p.m. Central on ABC.
All right.
And so
I'll take a look at both of those.
If you're looking at Saturday the 2nd, it starts early with the Big 12. You got an 11 a.m. Central ABC kick for Texas and Oklahoma State. That's going to be at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, where the Dallas Cowboys played last night and beat the Seahawks. Miami and Toledo at 11 on ESPN. Then you got Boise State, UNLV at 2, all these times Central. Then Georgia and Alabama at 3 p.m. Central on CBS.
Probably won't watch that one.
That will be in Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta.
Nah, I don't
at the same time, Tulane and SMU are going to kick on ABC, and Troy and Appalachian State are going to be on ESPN. And then at night, at 7 p.m. Central, you got Michigan and Iowa for the Big 10, and then Louisville and Florida State at 7 on ABC for the ACC. So that's kind of your college football conference championship weekend.
You hear me? Iowa's going to beat Michigan.
That's a lot.
Oh,
Greg.
What? They can't score.
That's why.
All right, a lot you just said there, but I want to say this. I was excited about the Cowboys finally beating somebody with a winning record last night.
Well,
so that's finally, because they hadn't done that all year. It's the Seahawks, and they were only 6-5.
Oh, yeah. Before you get too carried.
But Dak is having the best year he's had in his 8-year career.
Yeah.
So congratulations to the Cowboys. And I'm not jumping on I'm not getting involved because they are
9-3, and
they are,
and
they'll also rip your heart out. But I don't want to.
They lost on a last minute deal there to the Eagles, but the Eagles play San Francisco 49ers this weekend. If they lose, then Dallas will only be one game back, and they host the Eagles.
Yeah.
So coming up. So, I mean, there's still a lot in play there.
There are. Saw some stats yesterday in regards to Alabama, Georgia. I could not believe. Is it true that Georgia is 44 of their last 45? They lost one ball game in 45 games.
I don't know. I'm sure if you looked that up. Did you see that?
I heard that yesterday.
You heard it. Oh, wow.
Straight or something.
But I know. But I think it's like they've won 44 of their last 45.
Really?
Over the last 3 years.
That's where you'd like to be.
If I heard that right. And then I heard this, but here's where I heard another stat. I heard another stat that had Alabama with this crazy good record in Atlanta. And that wasn't good news for this 44-45.
Yeah.
So they were playing both sides of it, but I thought, in other words, something's got to give.
Yeah. Of course, it has nothing to do with this game.
Right.
It doesn't. But
I know what you're
it just shows the domination on both sides.
Will this game
right. They're both very successful.
Yeah. When I say this game, I think the two biggest talked about games right now are Oregon and Washington and Alabama and Georgia. Because they're being hyped up to where it looks like, okay, these are going to be the two best games. Will both of those games live up to the hype? Or will there be another game that we're not expecting be the best game of the weekend? And like these two be blowouts or something.
Iowa beats Michigan.
If they can just score, that's the only thing.
Well, they're going to win.
We know Oregon and Washington have played, and Washington beat them by 3, so we know what they can do. This Alabama-Georgia thing, we know the history of those two, and we anticipate an unbelievable game, just full of defense and special plays and amazing athletes. But I just wonder if it'll live up to the hype, because right now it is being hyped,
and rightly so. And all of the talk, obviously, is what happens if Alabama wins, who then gets in. And I got to look in yesterday. I wanted to see it for myself because I thought it may have changed because I hadn't been that involved with looking at the criteria to get in. Because when they first started the college football playoff, it was the 4 things that were considered were championships won, strength of schedule, head-to-head competition, and comparative outcomes of common opponents.
Yeah.
Right. That's what the College Football Committee is supposed to go by. When you look up college football playoff, that's what it lists. And so everybody started saying yesterday, or they've been saying this, if everybody wins this week, okay, by that criteria, Texas should get in. Based off that criteria alone. And they were specifically talking about championships won, you both won, so talking about Alabama, Texas. You both won, so that's moot point.
Right.
Strength of schedule, I think they were very close. I don't really know the numbers, but they were close. They kind of said throw that out. Head-to-head competition, we know who got that. Then when you go to the comparative outcomes of common opponents, Texas was in the lead on that. And so they were, by their criteria, it should be Texas.
Right.
But they don't think it would. They were saying by the College Football Playoffs Committee that by their criteria, Texas should go, but they probably won't.
Wow. Yeah.
And I thought, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
You're getting off the script here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, next year there'll be plenty of room for everybody.
Yeah. Oh, there will be for sure. But you know, I just want to let's see this one through too, and it's just gonna. It will be so interesting come Sunday what the committee has to deal with that we don't know right now. You know, I mean, what's going to is everybody going to do what they're supposed to, or is it going to be a mess?
I know. We'll see.
We'll tell you. One fan base, or maybe even 2, are going to be very upset. I know that.
Sure.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering a holiday deal of up to 50% off on any new system, so you can stay safe all season. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your home. Simply Safe's Video Doorbell Pro and wireless outdoor security camera are powerful ways to deter package thieves. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, about half the cost of traditional home security. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. This holiday season, we highly recommend protecting your home and family with Simply Safe. And for a limited time, you can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour, kickoff hour live. Thank you so much for being with us. If you have missed the first 30 minutes, shame on you. You can always go back on the podcast and catch up. But we have given you updates on Greg's TV, the conference championship schedule for college football this coming weekend. And we continue now. And I got to tell Greg, buddy, I know this is going to bother you, but this Tesla Cybertruck that you're very critical on,
it's ugly.
Deliveries have begun, and so you might start seeing
You're
them.
going to start seeing them, pal.
I wouldn't drive one of them for nothing.
I'm just telling you.
And it ain't a truck. I don't know what it is.
Well,
I
knew that's what you would say.
Speaking of trucks,
Like
I
a
witnessed.
El Camino.
Yeah.
I witnessed. Well, actually happened to me. I didn't just witness it. It happened to me yesterday. Something that Greg has talked about for years, and I've never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Mr. Buddy biting my tires.
Okay.
I did because I've heard you say that.
Oh, he does it.
But yesterday when I was leaving, I had the tire turn because you have to hang your head out the window, make sure you're not running over them because they're barking, screaming, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so my tires happened to be turned the right way for me to see. And he's down there just going.
Oh yeah.
He's literally biting, like he's getting his teeth on the tires, on the rubber.
Listen, he's showing off because it was a Chandler's car parked in the driveway, especially if it's a car he's not used to being there. It was parked. Okay, she was in the house, and I came down the driveway. He saw me. He took off running over and started biting her tire. And it was parked. She wasn't even in it.
Serious?
Yeah.
Speedy, I've heard this. I don't know why.
Is the tire rolling?
Yes.
Or is it
but the tire
is it not
rolling.
burning? Is it not messing his?
It's pretty good.
It's hilarious.
Is it not torn a tooth out or something?
Listen, the UPS and people deliver stuff, and I look up there and and then he'll stop and walk off. Once you get to a certain first ditch.
He followed me yesterday a little bit. He
Now,
didn't
he
do
likes
that
to get
the
on
other
the
day.
side and run.
He did that yesterday for
and you
just
have
a
to
little
punch
bit.
the gas and outrun him is what I did.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
So you have to almost just like let him finish. Just let him
He's
finish.
gonna bite your tires till you get to the first ditch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then he'll either get beside you and take off running real fast.
Is he barking and running?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, letting it go.
Listen, there's times he'll sprint the entire quarter mile. It's hilarious.
But the whole
wide open beside you as you're
Where's
driving.
Millie?
She just
first
says
ditch.
the heck
she'll
with
get
you.
She runs, turns circles, and then tries to right at the last minute run up on your front tire.
Okay.
She's gonna get run over.
She is, by the way.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right. And you need to quit hoping for that.
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying that if she don't calm down,
I just
as
thought
many packages are being delivered right now, and as many vehicles she has to, have interaction with. Yeah, she needs to change her style, or she's going to be in trouble.
I've always heard. I mean, I just had never. I thought you're exaggerating the biting of tires thing, and to see Buddy just wearing it out was funny. I guess I've never been turning the way I could see it until yesterday. I could only see the back of it. It was funny.
Like I say, it's all for show because he just, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah. I know y'all are getting the same text I'm getting that something's going on with the
I appreciate him calling.
affiliates. So
yeah, I mean we
appreciate him calling. So they must know it's not us. So that's
Yeah.
So does that mean anybody's? I mean, I'm sure. I guess YouTube's watching, but is this radio affiliates or what's the deal?
Well, yeah, it's just what.
And that explains the Montgomery email we got a minute ago.
Yeah, and the phones. You're talking about the phones too. Yeah, but we got the backdoor number. We talk to them every day. I don't know what the deal is because when we tested and everything was fine. So I don't know. I do want to reach out to unscreened phone calls just see what's going on.
Okay, fire it up.
Well, I mean, we're talking. Nobody's listening.
And I know you've cooled on it, but if you want to do some QFTAs, I've got.
Have
some
not
of those.
cooled on it.
Speedy's a little
I have not cooled on it. The other day we had gone through 5 of them.
We were doing.
I
had to put a jacket on. You were so cool.
All right. You almost spit up. Hey, Rick and Bubba show. Unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, just checking on you guys. You're not airing on 100.3 The River.
All right. But
we're having major.
Greg, why don't we
satellite problems? But again, they're going to give me the same thing they gave him.
Hey, no, thank you.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just want to let you know we've had a great hour so far.
Out of curiosity,
I missed it.
Hey, out of curiosity, what was your decision? What'd you go listen to?
Yeah, what'd you turn to?
No, I waited here, but I was going to have to text Bubba and say what's going on.
No, okay, gotcha.
I love it.
Some of them are just calling because they love us and they don't know what's going on.
They won't be a part of it.
Now we're going to go to WLWI Country out of Montgomery. What's up, man? Unscreened phone calls.
Hey, I gotta tell you a little secret, Speedy.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
If you take the current year,
right,
and you subtract the year you were born, that gives you your age.
Right, it does. It sure does. Thank you. Hey, just to let y'all know, speaking of Huntsville earlier, Terry and I were in Huntsville yesterday. Took my parents back.
First time in 1,000 years.
And so we've had long day, much longer than we anticipated. Nothing bad, just a lot going on. Saw JC and all this, so we're coming back, and we're both tired, but we're sitting there talking. We're talking about Christmas, different things. I said, oh, by the way, because I hadn't told her, she didn't hear it because I was waiting to see if she said something all day. I said, hey, by the way,
yeah, let me let you in on this.
Thanks.
I got ridiculed.
She said, what are you talking about? I said, oh, you remember Nanny? and
Nanny with her little fun fact.
First time in 1,000 years fact. She said, yeah. I said, well, yeah, honey. If you add when you were born and how old you are, it's going to be 2023. Why I didn't know it, I'm not blaming you for everything because I should have caught it. And she sat there for
Next year it's going to be 2024.
She sat there for just about 4 or 5 seconds. She said, oh, my gosh.
I'm not going to act like I caught it because I didn't catch it.
And I said, honey, I felt.
I hope I would have eventually.
There's times I have not felt smart, but that 5 to 10 minutes, I said I wanted to run and hide. And matter of fact, I haven't asked the guys, could we just forget this segment ever happened?
Y'all mind?
And then I told her the line of the whole segment was when Helmsley said, Speedy, it's just simple math.
Yeah.
And I just didn't get it. I don't know if it's because Nanny was presenting it, Terry's mom, or what. But but anyway, I just want to let. And she laughed. I'm talking about belly laughing for the rest of the ride home. And just so you know where we were, for those of you that are local, we were on 65 South between Coleman and Gardendale.
Well, Nanny
and she laughed all the way home. And as we were going to bed, started giggling every now and then.
That's a good one. A good one by Nanny.
Yeah.
We've come to find out she did it on purpose.
Well, I asked her, I said, did y'all do that on purpose to see what I would do? And she said no. And I could tell she was right, but good
That's
gracious.
just funny. You know?
Yeah. All right. So anyway, I just want to let y'all know I did let Terry know about that.
So
she started laughing.
You got
hard.
the recliner there, okay?
Yeah. We set everything up. It was really absolutely perfect timing and such a blessing for a surprise for my dad. But Terry's parents, they needed to. They had not had a recliner very long at all, but due to some certain things, they needed to get another recliner that specialized in lifting you up to where you don't have to stand up. It almost like by the time
my granddad used to have one of those.
Your time to get up, you're almost standing already.
Jay and I would get in trouble because we'd act like it was a ride.
Yeah.
I think that's what Jimmy Carter had.
Right. It would lift you all the way up to where you're almost standing by the time you get up. And they needed one of those. And so they had texted the family and they were like, hey, we've got to get rid of this recliner and upgrade. And of course, Tyler and Mabry didn't need it. We don't need it or whatever. And I started thinking, I'm like,
you might need it.
I'm like, every time that we're at the house, Dad loves his recliner now. Let me just tell you. But he likes to rock in it. He'll shift back and forth where it squeezes.
Oh, yeah.
And my mom will say, John, please quit rocking, because it's just constant.
Yeah.
And I started thinking, I'm like, hey, you know what? That might be kind of nice. So I call them. Hey, Dad, how you doing? Good. Hey, where's Mom? Well, she's in the other room. Could you grab her? They were down with my sister in Pensacola. So we go, hey, put me on speaker. I don't know how. Okay, well, just give the phone to Mom, Dad. All right, Mom, put me on speaker. So now I'm talking to the room, and I give them this whole scenario, this layout.
Them on the chair.
And I'm like, is that something that y'all might want? Of course, my mom wouldn't let me. Yes! Oh, that'd be awesome. Because it's just squeaking all the time. And my dad, I don't want to do that. No, I mean, we can.
I got a good recliner.
I got it. My recliner's fine. Of course, it's shaped to his butt. Okay?
Well, he's got it like he likes.
Yeah. And, us guys, we don't like a whole lot of change.
No.
But my mom wants that squeaking stopped. And so it comes apart into two pieces. The back disconnects from the base.
Oh, yeah.
And so they overwhelmingly was like, well, that would just be so sweet and such a blessing and all that. So we go over, we get it, and I have one of those covers on the back, one of those hard covers on the top that protects you from the weather or whatever. So it luckily, when we took it apart, it slid underneath that. So it protected it from the rain or anything that would go on. So yesterday, that was the delivery. And so I got the other one in my truck now, and it works fine. It just squeaks a little bit. And we'll probably donate that to somebody or whatever. It doesn't matter. He just wanted it out of the house. So there's your update on
What
that.
if it malfunctioned and threw him across the room?
But it's electric, so he's got a remote. And he's like, and he memorized. The top is your back, the next one down's your legs, and then this one's both. And you got a lumbar here for your lower back and all that kind of stuff. So it's sharp, man. It looks great, and he is so excited. We called Nanny and Granddaddy, Terry's parents, was like, hey, thank y'all. They just took a picture of him sitting in it. They loved it.
Oh, good.
So yeah, he's good. And this one shifts back and forth. It kind of rocks a little bit,
and so doesn't squeak.
So first thing he did was that he sat in it, and he was like, listen, Becky, and she couldn't hear him. She was so excited. No more, hey, John, quit rocking.
Yeah.
What?
Can't hear the television.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We are told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text EXTRA to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other. Wake picking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat with
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. One thing about this hour, it's called the kickoff hour. But if we were all being honest, and I got the Good Time Gang in here with me, the boys, Helmsy and Greg. If we were all honest, we're also the technical issue trouble hour too, where we hopefully get everything resolved that we're experiencing by the time the main show starts. And unbeknownst to us,
talking about the lab rats,
we had an issue with our uplink site in Colorado where we feed the show to all the affiliates. And we did not know this until we started getting hit with some affiliate managers and some different things at different stations. And so we got on the phone with Westwood One, who uplinks it, and we think the problem is resolved. It was on their end. It was a far-end disconnect. So we'd like to open up the lines at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you could confirm that we are up and going, because we got a call or emails from a lot of you that listen in different markets. The flagship station, WZZK out of Birmingham, Alabama, it was fine, but it was the other markets. I'm now getting a text message from Greg Thomas, our program director for WLWI Montgomery. He says, y'all are good now. I can hear you. So I just got that text message. So it seems like that might have resolved it.
Good to go.
Hey, wow.
Hey, wow.
You just never know. So I think we're good to go. Unscreened phone calls, and then we have some questions from you, the audience. Unscreened phone calls. Can you hear us now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Love it. Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show. Unscreened phone calls.
Kind of wanted to know
what market are you calling from? Huntsville. Are we on the river?
Rock and call.
Oh, there you go. Let's do this. I don't know why I said that. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what market are you calling from? Unscreened phone calls. You're live on the air.
Let's do this.
I'm calling from Tuskegee.
By the way, when you
Rick and Bubba Show, what market are you calling from?
100.3 the river.
We're all on. We're good, right?
Yeah, we're good.
That's awesome.
Good.
Hold on. Helmsy wants to take another one. Let's go to Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what market are you calling from?
Louisville.
Louisville. Are we on?
How about your Cardinals?
You're on the iHeart.
Okay, good. That's awesome. All right, so it looks like we're good. There we go. I know y'all want to take some more.
Look at all.
But
I don't. I want to ask you a question,
y'all.
because when you said "let's do this," it made me think of something that was going on.
Let's do it. Let's do this.
There was something going on in the Cowboys game last night, and I don't know if they've been doing this all year or this was new.
Oh, Sonny.
But Dak Prescott's cadence, he's screaming, "Here we go!"
Yeah.
That's
his thing.
Is that?
He says,
has he been doing that all
He
year?
said, okay, here we go.
It's like his Omaha.
That's his thing.
That's his cadence.
Yeah.
That's what he's. I mean,
that gets on my nerves.
so has that been going on all year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
When you said "let's do this," it made me think of it.
Let's do this.
Because that could be the next one that somebody does.
Okay,
But
we're good.
hey,
we're good. We're
listen,
good. Here
Greg,
we go.
That's what he's doing.
Here we go.
He's
Greg.
calling out,
Yeah.
the different plays and checking, and all of a sudden
Okay,
screams, "Here we go!"
Here we go. Does
Here
that
we
mean
go.
snap it? 'Cause then
We're
everybody
good.
knows.
We're good. Here we go. Greg's up. Here we go. That's where he said that too, and I'm like, how'd they get the beep in there?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It was interesting to hear Herb Street break down the fact that back when he was playing, it was either Hut 1 or Hut 2, and how far we've come.
Yeah, here
in
we
25
go.
years.
And then when do you know to snap it?
I don't know if it's all on his if he's clapping or if he's
clapping gets on my nerves.
If he's got a leg kick,
everybody
I'm not
does
really
the clap
sure.
now, and
or
that's
maybe it's whenever it's "Here we go." It's I don't know. It may be on the.
I don't know. Adler, bad news.
Hey, I know. I don't know what I should do here because Helmsy just.
On The Bachelor.
I mean, Adler came in, and I have an article here, and I don't know if I can.
Wait a minute.
Golden Bachelor.
I don't want to spoil it for you. You told us you.
He says he's engaged after finding love again.
He is, and I saw.
You're the
him.
person I can't live without, and I'm going to leave it at that. Talking about the Golden Bachelor, I won't tell you who he says he picked in here because I don't know if I'm supposed to or not. Okay,
he
so he says
you
he's
can,
good.
And I'm just being honest. We'd had the conversation. That was not who Adler wanted to be picked.
Oh no, but he didn't watch it.
Me neither.
Yeah,
I watched the first 30 minutes of it last night. Then I fell asleep.
yeah. Wow.
Lisa had it on. She's all about the Golden Bachelor.
Buddy, you don't have to blame everything on Lisa. You can watch
It
stuff.
wasn't that. This one.
Everything that's frou-frou that you watch, you blame on her.
She loves those, and I have got caught up in the storyline, but this one never got me. It just never.
Yeah.
Now I have got caught up before in a couple of them.
Yeah.
See how they ended.
Yeah. See, I just don't see how you watch. I can't do it. I just can't. I wish I had the ability to do that. I just
years
can't.
ago there was one. I'm talking about years ago that basically. The thing's already filmed before it ever comes out.
Right.
So they're not supposed to see each other, whatever. The guy started dogging. I mean, they were dogging each other on the final after the thing. So basically, he picked her, but then when they came back live, they were not. And I'm talking about rude. He was that guy. He was a pilot, and I forget what she was. But I've never seen it like that before.
Really?
Oh, they were dogging each other. It's probably 10 years ago.
Wow. Helmsy, I noticed you don't really jump in on it. Do you really watch any of this stuff?
No.
I
don't. And here's why I don't, okay? It's because Amanda don't. She has no desire to watch any of this stuff. She would rather read. I'm very fortunate on this front because she doesn't, I can basically watch anything I want whenever I want because she's going to sit there right beside me and read a book.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just her thing. She
will
loves
say this,
reading.
What I am dealing with two different people style. You can find spoilers. Like I say, since it's already done, there's websites and all, and they'll tell you who won before you even know. Mm-hmm. And if I cared enough, I wouldn't want to know.
Yeah.
But there's people who do.
Right.
And they no, so and so wins. You're like, well, my God, we got 6 weeks left. You done ruined it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there are a lot of sites where they break stuff.
Yeah, we'll update that during the main show. Even though Adler didn't watch.
And this is my typical thing, but I saw it at the basketball game last night at Jack State. I saw this old couple. They were probably in their 80s.
Oh, really?
And you could tell he was focusing on the game, and she had a book that she was reading, had no clue what was going on anywhere around her. And I thought, that's Amanda and I in 20 years right there.
Right.
That's us.
Why go?
Yeah.
Well, because she wants to be with her man, and she can read right there. And
she's really not with him. She's reading.
Yeah, but he's not really with her. He's watching the game.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Disclaimer, guys. I played soccer in high school. Go Hewitt Trustful Huskies, but I don't think it's the answer. I don't think it's the answer, the end all be all anything.
Right.
I want to defend the offsides rule. You said yesterday it disadvantages a guy that's faster than everyone, but in football you can't line up across the line of scrimmage. It's the same thing in soccer. You have to be even with the last defender when the ball is played, not when you receive it or anything like that. So if you got a guy out there that's super fast.
Let's continue to David.
So basically, we don't know
in Louisiana.
Yeah, but in you can make the argument too. In basketball, if you get the guy ahead, guess what's coming?
Alley-oop.
A dunk city, my friend, and everybody loves that.
All I'm saying is I tried to watch a soccer match, and I saw defenders when they were beat, they would slow down,
pull up,
so that once the guy got past them, the official would call offsides. And the guy who was wanting to kick it to the guy who had beat the defender, he couldn't do it because the defender slowed down because he knew he was beat. I think that's a bad thing to add to a sport. Look, soccer is one of those things in its category. I mean, we've had things that happen throughout time that turned out not to be good products. It's just not a great product.
Hey, Rick, that's strategy. That's strategy.
Yeah, well,
you just don't know the beautiful game.
Right. And we said this earlier, football, the greatest game that has ever been invented. That American football had to make adjustments over time.
Yeah, we used to couldn't throw a forward pass.
You couldn't.
Used to have leather helmets.
At one
People
time,
died.
We couldn't do the forward pass, and they did it to make the game, spread everybody out a little bit. I think the soccer, whatever it's called, is too big. The ball gets kicked out of bounds all the time. Maybe y'all need to start using your hands, shorten the field, set it on fire with 2 minutes to go, and let people take off down the sideline, and if they can burn somebody, kick it deep, let it fall in front of them, and let them attack the goalie.
What if you don't want to do away with the goalie, what if you could block the goalie out of position? Say something. Open the goal up.
Yeah. I go back to my gladiators thing, though. I like for the ground to open up and a tiger come out in a chain.
Yes.
But you don't know when it's going to happen.
Well, we talked last hour to one of our interns, the one working today, Hash Brown Hero, and we discovered a couple things about him. Now, we've had to work through the soccer thing with him. We thought we had pretty much agreed to live in peace, and Now, have those discussions. And then we found out he doesn't like gravy and that he could not figure out a breakfast buffet. He wanted to know why the biscuits are not already pre-made.
And wrapped in paper.
For his consumption. So his mom is called.
Oh.
And now his mom, because we were trying to look at the good things about him, being a millennial, and I said one of the positives was that at least his mother doesn't come to work with him.
All right.
And so
he does
now,
have a good work ethic. He gets here early, even though he sleeps in his car.
Yeah, it looks at his phone a little more than I want.
Yeah,
but that's going. That
comes with it. That comes with it. Yeah.
I've had a couple times hit the little button, put the phone down, phone's ringing, but not a lot. That's pretty much standard though. So Lynn is on the phones. Lynn,
hey, Lynn.
Lynn.
Hey guys.
Can you speak to some of the things we're dealing with now involving your son?
Well, first of all, he gets to work on time because I have pounded that in him.
That's good.
Because I got to work at 5:00 in the morning for 10 years in a row, so he should know how to get there on time.
And he has done that.
And Lynn,
to your credit.
Let's say this too: you're already a very special lady. The fact that you've put up with Jimmy Jeter this long.
You got that right.
So
I probably need to call to confess and just say, yes, when it comes to food, Hash Brown Hero is a little bit spoiled.
You can tell.
Mm-hmm. All right.
You can tell. Mama made his biscuits for him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I made his biscuits, but look, I'm not a big gravy maker because y'all know what I do for a living, right?
I do not.
I do.
All right, I'm a nurse.
Yep.
Nurses are very health conscious.
Yeah.
And I just don't feel the need to make something with what's left in the pan.
Oh, no, that's the good stuff.
Well, of course, we won 2 world wars on people eating gravy. But go ahead. But I do want to say this though. I thought you were saying the fact that who wants to make gravy after what you've seen at the office?
Yeah,
but it resembles a lot of what you're doing. Yeah, that's kind of.
Well, nurses can eat and at any time they can go do surgery, then they can go in the break room and have lunch and talk about what they just did.
Now,
Lynn, I agree. Betty, I've seen her eat food at times that she shouldn't be eating.
Yeah. So Lynn, where did you and your husband go wrong on this soccer thing?
Well, so it started with our very first child, and when he was 5 years old, we started playing soccer, and then that just when Jay had a great experience with that, and so
didn't learn from that first mistake.
Great soccer players after that.
Well, yeah, I know.
And it is a great sport. I mean, think about all the exercise the kids get.
Lynn,
they learn that teamwork approach.
Lynn, just say we're glad our kids got a lot of exercise. Let's leave it at that.
Well, we knew they were going to be athletic. I mean, good stock there.
Hey, look, I just saw Speedy drink beet juice, and I'm sure it was good for him, but it wasn't enjoyable to watch.
No, it wasn't.
So
the rest of us were gagging.
Right. But has he been spoiled a little bit? I mean, just you confess that a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's the last of 4 children, and that just kind of comes with the territory. And
Mama's
baby. He was one of those where he wouldn't sit still at the dinner table for long enough, so I had to do something to keep his attention.
Yep.
So, just kind of made it easy for him so that he could.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour beginning with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We do have much to do today. Excitement, baby. We've got the golden ticket seats. The Elite Eight will be with us today. We'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. And gift number 2 in the 12 working days of Christmas happen here today on the Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour. Almost all of our platforms. We did have the radio network go down, had a satellite issue, but that's been resolved now. So the radio network is back. Our streaming services have been fine. Our YouTube channel, there's Eddie Van Adler. He's got that for you. He's driving the YouTube bus, and you can enjoy that experience both live and archived today. Best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, has been recorded. It will be out wherever you get podcasts this weekend. Bubba and I will discuss that and kind of give you a little pregame talk on that one. Speaking of Bubba, there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Merry Christmas.
Hey.
Bells on bobtail ring. Making spirits bright.
There they are. Bubba and I actually did a commercial for Birmingham, and we discovered that our old friend Charles Billingsley, and actually went to this show last year. I won't be able to go this year, but Charles Billingsley is doing his Christmas show in Birmingham, and he has Denver and the Mile High Orchestra as his special guest.
You know, we met Denver and the Mile High Orchestra at the Dove Awards.
Oh, yeah.
And was very impressed with all his energy.
Yep.
And then he came to be on the show with us, and he didn't have that same energy at 7 in the morning.
Well, musicians and the live show. That's true. We could write a book about that, couldn't we?
And we're scheduled to have Charles in studio on December 13th.
We love Denver, and they do a great job. But it's funny because he is high energy on stage.
Today we've got Golden Bachelor Jerry Turner on the show. Yay, Jerry! I saw some of the emails with that. I mean, texts, and I didn't get. I probably would not have watched it anyway. But
Rick, you got to watch the Golden Rose.
I was out on a.
Hey, that was pretty impressive at the end. That Golden Rose.
That was asleep. I didn't see it. Did they give it?
I saw it laying there. They literally gave.
I saw it laying
going into it.
They literally gave a Golden Rose at the end. I thought,
dipped in gold.
Let me. He said this rose will never wilt, or something.
Like that.
Weird.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't say. I just saw bits and pieces along the way.
So we'll cover that.
You better not gain any pounds. I'll run you off like I did that last one.
Greg, don't be like that.
That's a rumor.
So we'll talk about that today. I mentioned starting the show, gift number 2 today. Talked about that. Golden ticket seats, the wheel of canned meat, new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out. You know, right out of the gate, you know how you have these days, and Bubba, I won't give it away, but went to see comedian Leanne Morgan last night. You're going to see her tonight.
I saw your text.
Yeah, and I was one of about 4 or 5 guys that were there, but we'll talk about that today.
So is this usually a girls' night out?
I guess it is.
It's like that Reese Witherspoon thing you went
to. Yeah, very
Same
similar.
deal.
It's very similar, except just a little bit more funny. But she's a funny lady. But anyway,
she really is.
We'll talk about
I
that.
wish we could have got her on the show today.
I won't give away.
Well, she didn't need to. I mean, she's selling the thing out. But it would have been fun to hang out with her.
She'll probably do it when you go to the show tonight, and I won't give away anything content. But this is just a shout out. But once again, we discover some of these comedians that just blow up, how many of them will say, I remember when nobody cared, I was struggling, and Bruce Ayers at the Comedy Club Stardome used to let me come here and do stand-up.
Yep,
she does that. She gives a big thank you to him.
Really?
Yeah,
that's great.
He's done a lot of folks.
But anyway, so we part
I
of,
wish he could have just launched this show at some point.
right. Well, he tried. We weren't willing to keep coming over there, I don't think, and do his shows. But our biggest issue is there's people that want to help us, but it requires us actually working.
Right. Yeah. But only so much we can do.
Right. So anyway, the so you know how we are. We're creatures of habit, and we've been talking about, and we make fun of ourselves, but this isn't an aging thing. This has been the way I have been my whole life, unfortunately. So of course today I'll leave the show early, catch the plane, go into the airport to get to New York for the Promise Keepers thing tonight. So I mean, this when you're going to air travel, you can't fool around. You got to have your act together.
Yeah, you got to be on it.
And so, if
click, boom.
So we did go on a date last night, Sherry and I, and we took some friends, and we'll talk about that a little bit today too. So to the show last night. So Sherry, for some reason, I think because it's Christmas season, whatever, thought she would be sharp and wear a scarf, okay? And she worried about that scarf and kept asking about that scarf, and I finally had to say, babe, I don't care about the scarf. The scarf, does it look okay? And I said, babe, I don't know what a scarf's supposed to do. I don't know why we're worried about this scarf. Well, the scarf haunted me this morning. So I get up and get ready to go, and here we go. We're getting everything, gather my stuff, got all my stuff in its place. You know, Rick, you see your stuff, Rick? Put it in your pockets. But, if Rick can't see it, I mean, you still ought to know you need it.
Yeah.
Okay? So I get all my stuff. I get all the way here. I'm backing into the parking spot, and I went, where's my wallet?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, well, I got to have my wallet today because if
Pretty
not,
big day.
I won't be able to get on the plane. And so
Who had that on the bingo board? Rick forgets wallet this morning.
So I go back home. Do you know why I forgot it? You know why I forgot it?
Why?
The place that I put it, she laid the scarf over.
Oh no!
Her scarf was covering up my
got you.
Her scarf was covering up my wallet.
Well, let me tell you what.
Stupid scarf.
I'm glad you figured it out.
Oh.
Before 6 a.m. as opposed to fooling around at the airport.
Well, that's the beauty of the security thing.
Because they won't let you through without it.
No, that's the beauty of the security door that we have now at the new place. See, if you don't have your wallet, you don't have your card. And if you don't have your card, you can't get in. Right. So it immediately said, hey, you're scrambling for your card? Where's it at? Well, it's in my wallet. Well, have you got your wallet large? And I was like, no, I don't.
Nope.
Don't have it.
Nope. Head back. And how about driving back after you already got here?
Rick, can't you just run the list? But you know
Rick,
what?
Time of day.
Hey, I didn't see it, so I didn't get it. I mean, Rick, it's just a scarf's over it. Just move the scarf.
But Rick, if you don't know it's under it, you don't move the scarf.
I mean,
see it.
That time of day, Rick, you have to be such a creature of habit.
I know.
And if you break the routine,
doggone scarf. All right, so I do have a picture of us there last night, so you'll see the scarf that we couldn't live without. And we'll talk about that. I'll give you and I promise, Bubba, I won't give away any new content from Leanne Morgan.
For you not to give away any of the jokes, or she'd be mad.
Now, her bid on Patrick Mahomes is pretty funny. We'll be right back. 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
The holiday.
It just seemed odd to us that he couldn't make a biscuit when we have seen video of him going behind the counter at a Huddle House, Waffle House, and making his own meal and knowing how to do it.
Look pretty savvy there. You got to be proud of that. Now it's questionable whether it was against the law or not, but you had to be you kind of had to enjoy that.
Well, they did call the police.
Right, they did.
So they made it right.
Mm-hmm, they did.
But but yeah, when it comes to what's in front of him to eat, I have spoiled him. I even used to peel his banana for him.
What?
I wish you wouldn't have said that, Leanne.
Come on,
he's
going to have to do that himself here.
Would have known that. He'd had another nickname.
I was wrong.
Did you teach him to pinch the top off, or did you go ahead and do that for him so he wouldn't eat a spider?
Well, I did eventually teach him to do that. I felt like, okay, now you're in high school. You need to learn how to peel a banana.
That's right. And then, take a bite. That and dry.
He can't believe she just said that.
Your buddies are going to be on you so bad.
I thought the soccer thing was bad.
Right.
He's going, stop talking, Mom.
I don't recall my mom or ever any Sherry or any of us ever say, we got to get done today. Got to teach him how to peel a banana.
You just can't figure it out.
All right, you taught him how to wash clothes, right? Have we taught him how to peel a banana?
Yeah, he knows how to wash clothes now. That's usually about as far as it gets.
Yeah.
He gets them in the washer, and I have to prompt him from then on to get them in the dryer and then hang and all that stuff.
Yeah, I got in a little bit of trouble when I pulled the kids aside and said, "Look, just wash everything in cold water."
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I do too.
It takes too much time dividing all this up in these different groups.
You know, hunting season's what eventually taught me how to wash clothes because I wanted to get my stuff done. You know,
I got to tell you, this phone call has done me some good for Braden.
It has.
It's put me in a really good frame of mind about my own kid.
Right now, you may not know whether he knows how to peel a banana.
Well, no, he can. He can peel a banana. He can put clothes that are in the washer in the dryer and turn it on.
How about that?
Do you know to put a dryer sheet in there?
I don't know if we've worked the buffet thing out yet. We need to check that out.
I do need to mention, Jim's reminded me.
Okay.
I do need to mention, he did play 2 seasons of youth football, and he was an excellent football player.
Okay.
This helps.
This helps a little. See, Daddy came in there with that. And, that's good.
He played football.
Oh, seriously, that's good. Look.
Say that. When you're an eight-year-old football, right?
That's
for the extra point.
Yes.
They run the ball in usually, right?
Oh, yes. Always, yeah.
Well, Jim set Chad up to be able to kick the extra point at 8 years old, and he could sail it right through those uprights.
And that would led to soccer.
That took him right to soccer. So it looked good on paper, but no, that's great. That really is good. If you ever any teams that thought about that, that's 2 points.
Yeah.
If you can kick it through. Wow. Well, Lynn, thanks. He's doing a great job. You both will be proud.
Well, thanks for giving him the opportunity.
We're glad to have him. He's doing a good job. I'll get aside. So. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the call.
So if we could just hear a few predictions from the doc, would be good.
Yeah. So he could kick an extra point, but not peel a banana. That's amazing.
That is.
At 8.
Well, you know why? You know why he couldn't peel a banana, don't you? Soccer people don't ever use their hands.
That's good.
That is good.
Yeah, great point.
Maybe he can peel it with his feet.
Picture that.
You hadn't thought about that before, have you? Bubba, a couple things, and you and I were even discussing this too, and this would fall under the Trump update.
I'm very proud of myself.
You can't. Trump update. If you remember, our very own James Spann came on the program, the meteorologist, and he said that he had to do some correcting with he really gets upset about Facebag and what's the thing he called Tweeter or
the tweeter,
the tweeter and
Facebag,
and trolls and all this, and he was very upset, and he said because with the hurricane Dorian that's done all this damage and continuing, now the Carolinas are bracing to deal with Dorian. He said that he had to correct Donald Trump because he, like a lot of others, was putting out misinformation about the hurricane and had panicked people in the state of Alabama, our home state, because he had mentioned that the people of Alabama need to be prepared, that there was a scenario that Hurricane Dorian could hit Alabama. Spann said that no one had ever said that Alabama was in danger. He actually, I watched Spann was trying to inform our home state that the home state of Alabama would not be affected by Dorian at all in any way, shape, or form. So that was, we talked about it, and he showed the tweet of him going back and trying to correct that information. And at the time, you just start thinking, well, I mean, that's just one of those things that maybe was just some misinformation. And, when you're the president.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We get ready to run through another one. Greg Jarrett from Fox News, legal and political analyst, will be our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. He has put together a resource that I'm telling you, we're never, unfortunately, going to get it back into the government schools. We talk about this, but every household should have this. It is called the Constitution of the United States and Other Patriotic Documents. Boy, he and his team have done the job of putting together all these historic documents that we all should be very, very well versed on. Of course, we're not. And we have a whole generation that doesn't know anything about them at all. But anyway, so we'll talk to him about that and why he was inspired to put this together and other books that he's written too. In this weekend's version of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And we want to thank Greg for being on with us. What an honor to get to interview him. So,
what a smart guy he is. He's such an expert on the Constitution and legal issues. He worked for Court TV for many years before he joined Fox. And, just super smart guy. We had no business being on a podcast with him. I mean, it was just crazy how smart he is. But he really explained a lot of things, and we talked about constitutional things, and then we also talked about how some of these things are playing out in our current media, especially some of the Trump cases, and pretty interesting take on all of it.
Yeah, and it's not politically, it's not going to, it does not, this book isn't saying you should be a conservative or you should be a liberal. What it says is this is the constitutional republic, how it was formed, and how it's supposed to operate regardless of your political views. He includes stuff from both sides of the fence politically in there. But, I mean, when you look at some of the documents that are there, you'll get Patrick Henry's Give Me Liberty, Give Me Death speech, Thomas Paine's Common Sense pamphlet, John Adams, the Lee Resolution, another Thomas Paine, the Treaty of Paris, the Articles of the Confederation and Perpetual Union. Then you got the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, George Washington's inaugural address, the Bill of Rights, Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address, the Star-Spangled Banner. You actually read the entire thing, and which will blow your mind. The Monroe Doctrine, how the branches of government are supposed to be divided. These are things that are no longer being taught in school. So it's important because we make the point in the podcast, if politicians are doing things that the original framers did not intend, if you don't know what was originally intended, you don't even know when they're not doing it right.
Yeah. And too, I don't think a lot of people understand, or I know they don't now, the Federalist Papers, which the framers of the Constitution put out basically instructions on how the Constitution was going to work. They went, okay, we have this paragraph here and it says this, but this is how it's supposed to work.
Right.
And it was a blueprint. It was an owner's manual for Americans to use the Constitution. And we just don't know a whole lot about it.
Frederick Douglass, his speech in there calling America long before Martin Luther King Jr. did in the Civil Rights Movement. This is back during slavery. And if our founders had not said what they said in the Declaration of Independence and then in the Bill of Rights, if we'd never said those things and claimed that's who we were, then Frederick Douglass could have never called us hypocrites. Martin Luther King Jr. could have never called us hypocrites because the country could have said, well, we never said that. Yeah. But see, we did say that. But if you didn't know we said that, you couldn't even do that. So it's important, and so enjoy that this weekend. And I would strongly encourage you to get a copy of this and put it in your home, or get it for yourself individually, because you're not going to get it unless you decide to seek it yourself these days, unfortunately. Bubba, this weekend in college football, well, here we go, conference championship weekend. I heard Helmsy in the kickoff hour and the guys talking about this, and you are correct, Helms and Greg and Speedy. I believe that the playoff committee is looking for an easy way out, and they will take what they claim to be the tenets of how we pick the four and completely abandon it if they can get 4 undefeated teams. If they can get 4 undefeated teams, they're going to go with the 4 undefeated teams, even though that's not what they said they were going to do. And I heard y'all talking about how Texas is going to get overlooked unless somebody gets beat. Even though if you went by what they claimed,
their criteria,
if the criteria they were supposed to be following, if Texas wins out, they should jump somebody.
Well,
but that's not going to happen unless somebody loses.
Think about this too. The committee is constantly changing.
Right.
You constantly got new people rotating on. You constantly have a new guy in charge of it. And we thought all along we were going to get the 4 best teams, but really, you can argue all of that. The hard facts are the records, and that covers them. You know, they can get it. They can hide and stay under that umbrella in there, and you really can't get them.
Right. Even though that's not what they said they were going to do.
But they can always say Texas shouldn't have lost a game, or you'd be there. Alabama shouldn't have lost a game, or you'd be there.
Right. Of course, that's not what they said in the beginning. But you're right. That's what they will do, though. They will absolutely shroud themselves in that.
Yep. Well, everything else has to be objective to some degree. So, there's hard facts, and then there's, what we'd like.
Right. Well, but they said they were going to go by the hard facts, and apparently they're going to go with what they like.
I think the record is the hard
right.
Fact.
Well, that's the point, though. If you look at the criteria that the College Football Playoff Committee put out when this was started, and they still go by, you can look it up. If this whole thing, if Alabama beats Georgia and Texas wins their championship, then if you look at how they do it, Texas should go.
No matter what Florida
no
State
matter
does.
what
Yeah.
anybody else
Right.
does,
Right.
they should go based off their criteria alone.
So they're
not my criteria, not my facts or my fiction or what I want to happen because I really don't care.
So
but based
you would
off what
be-
they put
Okay.
as the criteria, Texas should go.
So you would replace Florida State with them,
Or
assuming all of them win.
or
out.
Washington.
Let's just assume they all
No,
win out. it's
Georgia's out, right?
No, I'm
No, they're just saying the top 4 win.
Yeah.
Then that makes the top 4 13-0.
No, I'm
He said if
making
Alabama
I'm
wins.
making the argument that
That's
if
what Bubba was
Alabama
saying, though.
wins
Yeah.
and Texas wins, they got a criteria issue.
Right. So what if Georgia wins and just put the 4 undefeateds in? If all the others,
I
win?
don't like it, but I would. That's
Yeah,
what
they're not
that,
gonna-
that's the safe route for them,
It
and
is.
nobody they
Yeah.
can go.
And
Well,
that's
they
what we're
won
all
their
saying.
championships and they're undefeated.
No
shut
question.
up, and I'll shut up.
But I mean,
Because it's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, well, the problem is though, what if they don't have it this year? But what if somebody like James Madison goes undefeated?
But I believe
and they're eligible for a bowl. Should they be in the Final
Well,
Four?
that's why I think strength of schedule, which is
Right.
one of the criteria, is a big deal.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We don't
And-
just say if you go undefeated, you get in because
Correct.
Because some teams could go undefeated.
Well,
and
I
we go,
didn't,
well, they
I
could
didn't
be
put
in.
strength of schedule in there. They did.
Right.
So
what
that's
is-
the point.
What
that-
is the strength of schedule if you have a one-loss Georgia, a one-loss Texas, a one-loss Alabama, and a undefeated Florida State? What are those? I don't even know.
Well, Florida State's strength of schedule is not in there with the others. Texas has the toughest strength of schedule, according to strength of schedule rankings and gurus. And who
If you
put
follow
these
their
stuff out.
criteria, if Georgia loses, Texas should jump Florida State, even if Florida State wins. But they won't do that.
No.
And even the backup quarterback.
You
all
can
that.
even make an argument that Oregon, based off the criteria, if they win tonight, should be there based off their criteria.
Right.
Again, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't really care. I'm going to enjoy the football games this weekend and don't have a dog in the fight.
Well, there's several of them pretty good games.
Yeah. Now,
And it starts this evening.
Yeah. Now I don't want a TCU to be in there again.
No.
Because we let
No.
them go in undefeated too.
Well, and that's
got a 60-point championship game. We'll be
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
no matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican, when you say things, people really get stirred up. And now we've got Trump coming back. He keeps trying to tell everybody that we're talking about James Spann, that James Spann got on him, but he shouldn't have because he just got bad information. Well, the story just gets weirder and weirder because he can't seem to tell us who gave him the bad information. I'm afraid he's trying to play the somebody said. And that there was a meteorologist that told him that there was a track that might affect Alabama, and he's produced a map. The only problem is the map clearly has a Sharpie that has been used to alter the map. It's not part of the map. Someone's taken a Sharpie and tried to loop in part of Georgia and Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. And everybody's like, well, that's a Sharpie. That's not part of a map that has been printed out by any organization. You've altered it with a Sharpie. And of course, he's saying he didn't alter it with a Sharpie. But people are like, well, there's a Sharpie right here on your desk, and it's just this weird thing where he's continuing to say that he really wasn't giving bad information. It wasn't him out there talking and he got confused. He was given bad information about Alabama, and he won't leave it alone now. He keeps trying to come back. And he just ought to say, look, sorry about the Alabama thing. I was clearly wrong on that, and that was corrected. I certainly didn't mean to put out bad information. But now he's making it a bigger story.
He won't let it go.
That he won't let it go. He keeps,
I think the critics are not letting it go, and he's going to engage
He's
them
taking
on
the
it.
bait.
And you know how this is going to go. But early on, and we saw you had the guys call this morning, Speedy, who was he was with an unnamed state on the emergency management. But early on, the early tracks suggested that it was going to go deeper into Florida and turn north, and could even get over in the Gulf of Mexico and go up before it turned back to the right. And I think when Trump originally made those comments, I think even our governor had put our emergency management people on standby, if I'm not mistaken. See, here's the early spaghetti models on it.
That's the old
my goodness.
pasta model.
You can end up in Texas.
And
there.
some of the earlier ones even had it going a little deeper in before it made the turn up. So I think he made the comment, and he listed Alabama because it was on the fringe of what could be affected. And by the time that made a news cycle back around, it had already changed its path, and it looked like it was going to go more up the coastline. And then people were getting panicked about that. And I think it's just one of these things where everybody's trying to get a gotcha point on it, and it really doesn't matter at this point either way.
And the other part is, I think what Trump should have said, which I think would have been, which is sometimes difficult to get, the truth, is that the spaghettis, which nobody gives any credence to, the spaghetti is the only place that you can find that there's any suggestion of a possibility of Alabama. And what they're trying to say is, when he mentioned this was long after the spaghetti models had now been solidified. And if he was quoting off a spaghetti model, just say, hey, I was quoting off a spaghetti.
Yeah.
I realized that was outdated when I said it. But now he's trying to produce a map that's post-spaghetti that's been altered with a Sharpie. And that's where he just keeps making it worse. I mean, just
down the ball.
Just come back and say, hey, I got up and I was trying to do my job as president, and I got to remembering some of the states I'd seen. I realize now I was quoting from a spaghetti map, and that spaghetti map had kind of been updated, and we'd gotten a little more precise on the path, and Alabama wasn't in any of those models, and I just made a mistake. But now he's trying to produce some map where he's taken a Sharpie and drawn Alabama into some late map, and that's just, I mean, that's not. I mean, don't do that. I mean, that's just, that is, he doesn't want the news media to have anything on him. And how about this? The news media reports enough things about you that are blown out of proportion, or they won't let things go. And it's clearly been documented that most news sources are not trustworthy anymore. They all have bias and slant. You've got a number of wins on this. Just come back and say they try to make a big deal out of everything. I said it because of the original spaghetti maps, and I thought that was still a possibility, and obviously I was mistaken. Yeah, and then say, hey, when you're the president, you know it's clear. I take my responsibility. Of course, there's been a lot of times you would say he's off script, and you'd like to bring him on back in a little bit. but what I'm saying is just come back and say. 35 minutes past the hour. Gift number 2 and the 12 working days of Christmas is coming up. Be standing by and ready for that at any moment on the live show today. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat will spin today. Golden ticket seats today. It is a celebration. The Christmas season here on the Rick and Bubba Show has started. Only counting today's show, only 11 shows remain in 2023. The big year ender coming up December the 15th. ReliefFactor.com. If you are suffering from aches and pains, and aren't we all, from inflammation, it's time to do something about it. But wouldn't you rather, if you could, use something that is 100% natural? It's research-based. It's created to help combat the root cause of inflammation, and that's the body's natural inflammatory response function. Well, we have Tanya, and she's a tune-in listener, and she said, my husband heard you guys talking about Relief Factor and bought it for me. Within a week or less, started noticing a decrease in pain in my lower back and an increased range of motion. I'm pretty sure Relief Factor has something to do with that, and I'm grateful. It's a beautiful addition to my natural therapies. Been talking about it for years now, and a lot of you haven't tried it yet, and I don't really know why. What have you got to lose except that pain? Go to ReliefFactor.com, 3-week supply, $19.95. The majority of the people that do the 3-week supply, they see results so good, they continue to order more. I take it every day. I've already taken the first pack. I'll take another one tonight, hopefully, in New York City before I go to bed. So go to ReliefFactor.com today. That's ReliefFactor.com today, or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So the championship games in college football will be something to behold this weekend because...
And they start tonight.
Hopefully. Who plays tonight?
That is New Mexico State and Liberty for Conference USA, and Oregon and Washington play tonight.
Yeah,
so that'll be two good ones to start.
So is Liberty still undefeated?
They are.
So if they win, they should be in the playoff.
No, not necessarily. Not
necessarily. Next year they
might be.
There'll be one spot for one.
Yeah, well, they're undefeated.
Yeah, there'll be a 12th seed.
See,
Oklahoma.
That's right.
Oklahoma State. We'll go back strength of schedule and look at those because it is kind of eye-opening, some of that. Oklahoma State and Texas tomorrow. Texas should win this game going away. But there's something about Oklahoma State that is spooky to me, and that one I've got a funny feeling
Pick
about.
on me.
You know why? You know why?
Because he's a grown man.
Well,
I'm
he's
40.
He's probably close to 60 now.
Hey, look, and anybody who's decided that there's just something about you don't know how beavers might act. I mean, sometimes they can be a handful. Aren't they the Beavers? No, they're the Cowboys.
No,
That's
Cowboys.
Oregon State.
I started to say, wait a minute.
After me.
And did I see?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Did you know I've always confused Oklahoma State and Oregon State my whole life?
Did I see where Oregon State's quarterback, the guy that came from Clemson, is back in the portal? And he had a good year at Oregon State.
He did.
Oh,
I'll tell you why that is. The Pac-2. He wants
I guess
out.
so. He wants out of the Pac.
Can I tell y'all something? That portal, that portal looks plentiful right now.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of
the only problem is the
who
players that are
true.
worth it ain't going to cost you $1.5 million.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Did I see Patrick Nix made 1.3?
You mean Bo Nix?
I mean Bo.
Central Phoenix City's paying
Patrick may got a cut off.
Patrick probably got some when he was playing.
I think Patrick.
It was just illegal then.
Bubba, I think Patrick Nix plays for the Oklahoma State Beavers.
Y'all do realize that a really good quarterback, if you want him out of the portal, it's going to cost you $1.5 million.
Oh, yeah,
Think
sure.
about that.
Well, I just go get it.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of good ones that entered. There's a number. There's a
Look, they're going to get paid, too.
Look, these folks with money that love their little football team, and they every day they wake up to see what an 18 to 22-year-old's going to do to make their life better, they'll give me the money.
I'm going to tell you, though, there's only so much money in this. It's all market-driven. Yeah. You're going to see money start drifting from coaches' salaries to NIL. Mark my word on that. Mm-hmm. Miami and Toledo, Ohio play. What conference is that?
Who cares?
You talking about Miami, Ohio?
Yeah.
Miami,
It's not the Hurricane.
No, it's the other ones. Boise State, UNLV, Georgia, Alabama. Of course,
Big.
That's a big one. 3 p.m. CBS.
Big.
SMU and Tulane at 3 p.m. also.
Speedy about that one.
App State and Troy, 3 p.m. on ESPN.
But tell everybody what you're trying to do for your home state on the Birmingham Bowl. I think you're on to something.
Well, I would love to see Jack State play Troy.
Yeah, let's put that rival back together.
That used to be the kind of the Auburn Alabama Division II rivalry.
Sure was.
And played. I mean, it was the big game that ended the season for both teams for many, many years of a hated rivalry, which was great.
Whoop Troy, remember?
And they quit playing each other because Troy moved up to at the time 1AA, and then they went 1. Jack State moved up. So, and they've had some hand checking on all that. Some of it's a little silly, but I won't go into that. But they both are D1 now. They need to start playing again. And really, I think there's a lot of the smaller D1 schools in our state that ought to be playing each other. Because we go to the stadium now and there's nobody on the visitor side.
Right.
Yeah.
And we need to start filling it up again like it used to be when we were kids, when you had a good rivalry and people traveled and you hated the opponent, and it was great.
Yeah.
Can I tell you?
I don't know why you don't play.
I know. You know, well, Bubba said something.
And that would be great to have the Birmingham Bowl. It would be good for all three of them.
It'd be good for the Birmingham Bowl.
Yes,
It'd be good for those schools.
Yes, it would.
Get
that rivalry
now,
started
granted, they
again.
wanted to travel, go somewhere. The players, I get it. You know,
not only that, they want to collect a big check.
Yeah,
that's part of it.
Yeah.
You only have so many open dates outside of conference, and if you can pay somebody's going to pay you 1.5 or $3 million to play them, then that's what happens. It pays for the entire.
Can you
year.
just let us dream? We think it'd be a nice
Look,
thing.
I'm trying to do something for the fans.
I love the idea, but it's not reality in sports right now.
By the way,
half empty stadiums are, and that's sad.
I know. How about let's go back to a weird cultural moment for me at 19 years old. I played for Troy, and everybody on Troy Jack State week was walking around with Whoop Jack State stuff on. It was very strange. It was very, very strange. And I'm sitting there going, "That's right."
Bubba, I'm with you on half-empty stadiums. Yeah. The problem is, if you don't do that, you don't have any stadiums at all.
Could I talk about something exciting? And that is, if we had the 12-team playoff, the first rounds would be number 9, Missouri's at Alabama. The winner plays and advances to play Georgia. Tulane is at Oregon. The winner advances to play number 4, Florida State.
How do we know this? We have
they were saying what we have right now. If it ended today under the rules that we'll have next year. Ole Miss will be at Ohio State. The winner will advance to play Washington. And Penn State, is at Texas. The winner will be advanced to play Michigan. That's if next year's formula was this year, according to
it's
what
gonna
everybody
solve a
is.
lot of these arguments.
Yeah,
That'll be a better discussion Monday when we know who won what.
Yeah,
Well,
and who gets the buys and all that.
Right, I'm just saying right now,
I
as
know.
of right now, with the top four and everybody else, and who got the big, Tulane's still the highest ranked. So they would be that 12th seed.
Here are the other ones too.
football.
Let me ask you this: Michigan, Iowa. Any hope there of an upset?
Yes.
You think
Always.
so? You think
Can I
so?
point y'all back to last week?
I've called it. I was going to win.
Listen, let me tell you something.
think so?
Any time a team plays defense as good as Iowa plays it, they got a chance.
They got a
All right,
chance.
so are you saying Harbaugh's back on the sideline so they may lose?
That's why they're going to
Okay.
lose.
Yes.
If they can score. If Iowa can
Louisville,
score.
Florida State playing in Charlotte, North Carolina. I think that one has the potential
I do
for an
too.
upset.
Louisville could
Louisville's
absolutely.
That may
They're a good
solve a lot of
football
this, you know?
Louisville could absolutely win that game.
Yeah, and they're kind of butthurt losing
Love
to
their
Kentucky
coach,
too,
Ron.
so they may be mad enough to do something about it.
I'm going to go this far. I'm going to pick Oregon. I'm going to pick Alabama. I'm going to pick Iowa, and I'm going to pick Louisville.
Are you going
a
with
lot
Iowa
of
with me?
upsets there, huh?
And I'm just going. Let's just turn this thing upside down.
see what
Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great? Okay, back to our argument before our discussion. Strength of schedule. Number one, Texas. Okay. When you look at some of the other teams we're talking about here, the next one I see is Alabama at 17. Then you have Washington at 23. For you to find Oregon, you have to go all the way down to 59.
Where's Georgia?
So Georgia is at 58. Georgia's at 58. So Georgia and Oregon have had the easiest path to get where they are.
Correct.
So Texas has had the hardest path.
Correct. Back to the point of us trying to get Texas in. If they win,
They
deserve
the
it.
argument.
They deserve it.
I agree. Based off college football playoff criteria.
So you're saying that
But
the strength of schedule pretty much wipes out the one loss.
Correct. In my opinion. And that's also what apparently the committee put in their criteria.
Yeah.
It seems that Oregon and Washington would pretty much play the same people, right? How could their strength of schedule be so different?
I guess the out of conference play.
I mean, it must have been tremendous.
Yeah, really.
And the reason, and I'm not saying that, Greg, if the four undefeated teams that I felt like were all so much better than Texas, but when you got one in there undefeated that I think Texas probably right now is better than and had a tougher road than they did, I would jump a weaker undefeated team for a one-loss Texas team. I mean, I would.
But again, we know they're not.
They're not going to do that,
not
even though they said they would in the criteria. And I hope everybody understands those that say that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not okay to let the four undefeated teams say.
Right.
I'm not even saying that I totally disagree with it. I'm calling the committee hypocrites. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Did they, under the criteria, I know they listed all of that, but did they put them in order of what would be more important? Would they weigh a conference championship more than a strength of schedule?
They didn't put like 1, 2, 3, or 4. I've not heard them say that. They're just listed. Now, it may be that way. There may be an order of that. I don't know.
Yeah. I think this is interesting, too. This is the top 10 strength of schedule. Texas, Arizona State, Kansas State, Stanford, Colorado, South Carolina, Virginia, Utah, Florida, and Texas Tech. And of those, there is only 3 of them with a winning record.
Yep. So that's
tough. It's tough out there at the top, isn't it?
It is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is true that Alabama was not in the late models, and I was quoting from an old model. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Don't come back and try to get one of the newer models and take your Sharpie out and draw Alabama in. That's just, I mean, so I think that in this case you would find that Span, because now this has turned into some of the audience a Span versus Trump thing. So you've got the people in the Trump trance versus the dug-in Span people. And there really is no war. There's no battle here.
Yeah, I think they both were right at the time what they said.
Well, I don't know.
But it's two different times.
I don't know about that. All I'm saying is Span was doing his job. He was not anti-Trump, and Trump, as the president, just didn't have the information right, and he probably thought he had it right. He wasn't trying to cause panic on purpose, and he was probably referring to something somebody said or he saw, that was outdated. That's really it. It shouldn't be a Trump versus Span battle. Span did his job correctly. He needed to correct that, and Trump was a little late in the game, saying Alabama was still in it when the later models didn't have Alabama in it, and so he drew a Sharpie and he's showing us that he Sharpied Alabama right into a later model.
Well, I don't know about the Sharpie, but I think when he said it initially, it was in play. It made the news cycle. That's when everybody started their, hey, we're not in it, after the forecast had changed. Now, I don't know about Sharpie. I don't know who's drawing what. So.
Well, he was using one that had a Sharpie mark on it.
Well,
I don't know.
There is no question he produced a map that has
now,
a
whether
Sharpie.
he actually
whether
took the
did
Sharpie and did that or not, I don't know.
I don't either.
Someone did.
He's holding a map that somebody Sharpied Alabama in it. Now that's not really up for debate. Well, I tell you why it's a story is because he won't let it go.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why he's wasting time.
Right. Well, that's his personality. That's his personality. I feel good. Bubba, we have an issue in West Virginia. Don't miss this. This is important that you follow along. Here is the headline. Argument between West Virginia pastors' wives ends with gunfire in the church parking lot. Two pastors' wives got into it, and one pulled a gun, and sadly, it accidentally, they say now, discharged. That's what they're claiming. Melinda Fry Tony, 44, is accused of pulling out a pistol that accidentally discharged during an argument with another pastor's wife. This happened in the parking lot of New Life Apostle Church or Apostate something church in Oak Hill. It happened back in May. I guess it must be coming to trial because they're saying it happened in May. It's said that that Lori Haywood is married to one pastor, and as I said, Mrs. Tony is married to the New Life pastor. So we had another pastor's wife over at New Life in the parking lot, and from what they can gather, is that this all stems from one of the pastor's wife wearing what the other pastor's wife deemed an inappropriate T-shirt.
T-shirt?
Yeah, and she was taking her to task about it, and
so we get shooting about it.
And it said,
does it say what was inappropriate about it? Was it what it said on it? Was it cut wrong? What was the deal?
Did it not match that denim skirt?
Yeah, I don't know. The pastor and youth pastor said we thought because they were upset with each other that we could get them together and hash it out and fix their disagreement before it escalates. He said, of course, looking back now, getting them together only made it worse.
You think?
Look, when you got women upset with each other, you're supposed to keep them apart, not put them together.
How does a pistol come out then in an argument over a T-shirt?
One of them was toting a pistol, and all of that seems to be legal. But by golly, they said they had a disagreement, and when they sat down, he said one said, "This is Mrs. Haywood." She said, "I called her out, and she lost it, and she was calling her out over some T-shirt." So the T-shirt caused a problem. And it said that when they got into the disagreement, one of them went over to her car where she had her handgun, and so when the handgun was, attempted to be wrestled out of one of the women's hand, the weapon fired a single shot during the struggle. Nobody was hurt. So picture this: everybody knows we don't like each other. These two pastors' wives. Now, you can land there for a minute.
Now, it says the pastor tried to block her, and that's when they got into
they got into it in the parking lot, and then because one guy walked out saying, "I knew this was going to get bad." That was the pastor you're talking about, and so they went over to the gun. One of them went to her car, which she had a gun. And when she got the gun, they tried to wrestle it away from her, as you said, in the. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. Things you need to know, gift number 2. The 12 working days of Christmas coming up before the show is over today. The golden ticket seats will be here. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. Tonight, traveling to New York City. Lord willing, we'll be there tonight for the Promise Keepers event. I'm looking at their website, and you can still get tickets to that and still talk to them about a simulcast tonight. So, and see the whole lineup of everybody who will be there. I'm honored to be part of that tonight, representing the show and everything that we do here. Also, themanchurch.com this weekend, Government Street Baptist Church tomorrow morning. We'll have Brian Dawson there kicking off the men's discipleship strategy for that coming up on Saturday morning. And then I'll get the chance to speak at Valley View Church, one service, 10:30 in the morning. I'll be preaching there Sunday morning as our home church continues to try to work with that church to revitalize the church. And we're all rotating through and preaching on different Sundays. And I'm honored to be back with them Sunday morning. If you're in the Leeds, Alabama area and hear us on ZZK or want to be there and worship with us, I look forward to that as well. So that's all going on this weekend, and you get another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast tomorrow too. Greg Jarrett, our guest, and catch that wherever you get podcasts. So, Bubba, last night, little date night, we, Sherry and I, and you and Betty are going tonight, so I won't give away anything. But a long time ago, we, like a lot of people, Sherry discovered the very funny lady, Leanne Morgan, and I know she's been out there, working hard for many years, but because we asked this question, how do artists and comedians, music people like Leanne Morgan, why did they suddenly explode in her late 50s? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Social media. People started taking Leanne Morgan clips and putting them all over their Instagram and all over this, and she began to develop her own audience of people that didn't know anything about her because they didn't ease down to the local comedy club and whatever and see her on the small stage. But now, because of social media, if you're funny or you have a good song, Oliver Anthony, you just simply put it out on social media, and that thing begins to trend. And so much so, then she goes on to get a Netflix special, which blew up. And now she's packing large venues, and like here in Birmingham, sold-out show 2 nights in a row at the concert hall.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah, good for her. So anyway, we were just talking about that. But anyway, so Sherry said, hey, let's do a date night. And at the time, we had gotten – she just said, look, get us 4 tickets, and we'll worry about it. This was months ago. And so it's real now. And so, as you know, Jordy Henson, dear friend of mine and friend of the show, has been on the show many times, unfortunately is now battling ALS. And so Sherry said, Sherry says, I remember, after we went through, the tragedy of the death of one of our sons, I remember the first time that we all went and some people took us to see Brian Regan, and I remember that the first time I ever laughed. And she said, laughter, as we've said on this show, is great medicine. Why don't we take them to this and use the other 2 tickets? And I said, it'd be great. I'd love that. So anyway, and of course, I don't feel good about this at all. The first thing I thought of was handicap parking. And I know that that's probably not the first thing I should have thought of.
It's one of the first things I thought of.
One of the first things I should have thought of is good for them. Let's give them something to laugh about. Right. But I thought to myself, well, I'll be parking up front now.
I mean, perks are perks.
Right. And we did park up front. And so but it was sold out, Speedy. I mean, if you've tried to park in that one parking deck where
you didn't drop them off and then go park?
You know that one that drops down in there and you walk right in? It ain't going to be available. Not on the sold-out show. You ever tried to get a couple of women and an ALS patient somewhere early? It ain't going to happen.
Burgess,
it's not going to happen.
Stop.
You
Richard.
can't. It takes time. You're not.
Better allow for time.
Now.
Sorry, Jordy.
Well, no, Jordy was saying the same thing. Jordy says, look, we might as well use it.
Jordy knows.
Yeah, you talk about.
I know. Yeah. But I know he knows.
Right, yeah. So here we are in the lobby. Now, Jordy and I picked up pretty quick, and, Bubba, you're going to discover it tonight, my friend. There's not a lot of men at the Leanne Morgan show. It's a real big ladies' night out, but groups of women going.
Bunch of chicks.
So Jordy, because of his situation, he went ahead and said he and I went on so I could get him there. And, of course, our wives did not consider that. And let me warn the women, and you need this right now, but I'm about to save you a trouble. They are not allowing the women to carry their purses in. Be aware of that.
Not at all?
I mean,
not even the clear ones?
The purse they allow
is it like the ball game clear ones?
It's the size of it this time. This guy and he is like a military officer.
What do you do with him?
You had to turn around and go back and take it back to your car.
Ooh.
So anyway, look.
That's big information.
Yeah. Of course, I
hope you're listening, Betty, because Bubba's not going to remember that.
Because I was in handicap parking. It wasn't that far.
Well, she was already moving everything over to her ball game purse, which is the clear carry-on.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to say it again. It better not be bigger than this.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's about what it is.
I saw a woman nearly get in a fight. She said, I've carried this same purse in this same concert hall 5 different shows. Why are you taking it from me now? and I just walk past. Ooh, he's got his hands full. Ooh. So you're almost better off not to have a purse at all. I mean, because he's very strict.
Now, what is the measurement on that? Do you know? Do you know how much that is?
It wasn't very big. How about this? My wife doesn't own one of those. You know what I mean? So clear or no clear. So anyway, we go on in. Well, Jordy says pretty quick. He goes, "Hey, are you looking around?" And I said, "Are we the only guys here?" And you look up, and the women's bathroom just wraps down the hall. The men's bathroom, there's nobody in it. And Jordy says, "I hope our wives get here pretty quick. People are gonna think we're gay." And
what a couple.
Then I thought to myself, wow, people think that we're here together to see Leanne Morgan. And so then quickly, and we're both Baptists. We're Baptists. Jordy says, "I know you don't want to do this. Let's go in the bar." I think if we go sit in the bar, and nobody will think we're gay. And I said, I don't know, though. Is that send the wrong message? And so anyway, our wives, by the grace of God, came in. And I will say this, and I won't give anything away. Very, very funny show. She talks about not in any nasty way. One of her running themes is that when you're married, and it's all under the heading of marriage, that you have a card to play to get what you want.
Yeah.
And she has hilarious stories about that, and always referring to to her husband, and all the things that she does to get her way. So, but that's funny, and she does it in a very funny. It's not anything dirty or anything like that. So anyway, so it's
just relationships.
It's all under the guise of marriage. So it's a clean show, and of course the women, we men are made fun of in a fun way the whole time, but it's nothing that we care about. So, but I will say this: for the life of me, I can't understand people's inability to get to a show on time. There were women still filing into that show. It started at 7:05. Supposed to start at 7. The warm-up act comes out at 7. And women are filing into their seats with their flashlights on their phones, fumbling around, even after Leanne Morgan started at like 7:45. And I'm like, how in the world can people not figure out how to get to a show when it starts? So that was a little bit of a bip. Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Thing went off. So there we go. They're not telling us about this T-shirt. So something.
You say you think it matched the denim skirt?
Yeah, it
may have.
Can I tell you, because I don't know the denomination of the church, but in the pictures,
I'd like to see you say that name of it again, Rick.
Apostolic.
Apostolic?
Apostolic.
I don't know.
That's a new one. That's a new one for me.
It is. So
it's easier to say First Baptist.
It is.
There's something
it
about
is.
a T-shirt they don't like.
Well, when I'm looking right here, and this is just me speculating, based on the hair and the clothing, it seems to have a feel of Assembly of God to me.
Yeah.
And holiness, and that's just it's where modesty. Which, let's face it, there's a lot of women out there that claim to be followers of Christ. They could take a modesty lesson. Mm-hmm. But the modesty level here is extremely high.
It is. Right.
And I wonder if one pastor's wife thought the other one was wearing a shirt that was a little tight.
Yeah. Called her out on it.
And called her out on it.
And got to fight.
Now, she didn't know that one pastor's wife would be packing.
So she went to get her gun out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband, the pastor, went to stop her. They got to wrestling over the gun. The shot went off.
Correct.
And it hit the other one coming out of the door, right? Am I following this right?
Yeah, nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
Nobody's hurt.
Or was that in her general direction?
Yeah, so
she claimed to be the target of the shot.
Yeah, you have it right. Pastor Tony, that's Earl.
You almost need models to set this up here to draw this out.
Earl's wife, Melinda, apparently was going to the car to get her gun. Pastor Tony intercepted his wife before she was able to come back inside the church with it.
Right. She was going to come back, settle things with it.
And he attempted to wrestle the gun out of her hand. The weapon fired a single shot during the struggle, and nobody was hurt. But now the other one says, hey, she tried to shoot me. But I got to tell you,
the police are looking at surveillance to see if she aimed the gun or it just went off.
We do want everybody to know that Pastor Tony's wife owned the handgun legally with a concealed carry permit.
Well, thank goodness for that.
But we still don't let you come into the church and shoot at the person who said your T-shirt was too tight.
Right.
I think the one with the gun was the one that was being accused of having a T-shirt too tight.
Oh, okay.
I think because yeah.
So
Something else.
I think that
Who's on first?
Yeah. So we
That got everybody talking.
Well, they're a passionate group.
They are, and this is. I'm not sure this falls under Proverbs 31 woman.
Maybe a stretch.
But anyway, her gun was legal. You're just not supposed
Now,
to.
her defense is she didn't fire it. She was just raising her hand.
That's right.
I don't know if you
That's
knew
right.
that.
Okay. It was praise and worship.
Right.
And I do think the other woman probably does make a case. If someone says, "Well, it went off accidentally," she can still make the case. Well, you went to the car to bring it back in to shoot me.
Yeah, you were about to go get it and shoot me with it.
You're right. You know, your husband doesn't wrestle it away. What happens here?
Yeah.
I mean, and we don't know. We can only speculate why the legally concealed permit Mrs. Tony went to get her gun, but it doesn't look good, does it?
Well, she was a legal gun holder. Doesn't mean she had good sense, though. You know,
Right. Right.
Especially in this situation.
We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Oh, not a correction on our pronunciation.
Well, we never claimed we could pronounce that word.
Apostolic.
Apostolic?
I don't know.
I mean, we have one a day, at least.
Right.
More like one a segment, really.
Right. Yeah.
And I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away.
Bubba, what has Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, what is she up to today?
Well, she's had a busy week, Rick. First, we tangled with fellow freshman Congressman, Republican Dan Crenshaw of Texas, after he said that some of the proposals that were out there for universal background checks would prevent him from loaning out his guns to friends and family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ocasio-Cortez immediately said, why on earth would you do that? In other words, she said, why would you loan a gun to someone who couldn't pass a background check? Well, he fired back saying that
she went a step further in that because she said the people that you're lending guns to are likely abusers. They abuse their wives and have a violent criminal record, and you don't have a way of knowing it. So she basically, insinuated that the friends that he has are abusers.
Oh yeah, well that's standard with her diatribes usually. So, but the point that he was making was that, and he even said to her, "This is life outside New York City. People do loan guns to other people, and they do.
Of course, yeah.
And
I do that every
And she's saying that you wouldn't do that if they couldn't pass a background check. He's saying, look, they never failed a background check. They didn't try to get a background check. They just wanted to borrow the gun. Okay, they wasn't trying to do everything you're saying they're trying to do. But there are people who will go on a trip that's not a normal gun owner that sometimes would want protection. In hunting, we do loan guns to friends all the time. That's pretty standard procedure. So they got into a spat about that, and that was just early in the week.
Yeah, well, like you said, so she's taking the assumption that Crenshaw doesn't have sense enough he just randomly lets somebody borrow a gun that he doesn't even know,
right?
That he didn't know anything about them or how they act. And she said likely they're problematic. I don't know what she means by that. If you said that anybody was likely anything, they would start screaming hate crime. But then she's going to look at Dan Crenshaw and assume that the people he would let borrow any of his weapons are bad people.
Yeah, there are instances where someone may want a gun for their protection who may not, be a person who would normally own a gun or may not want to do that. And like I said, especially in hunting, we loan guns all the time. But you do it responsibly to people.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas from the entire Rick and Bubba show. Another gift today, gift number 2, coming up on the Rick and Bubba show. Be paying attention for that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Merry Christmas to everyone, and thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Before we move, I will tell you one more thing from the story last night with our friend Jordy Henson. You know how you and I are always being accused each other that we're setting each other up for jokes?
Yes.
Not that we would do that.
Right.
And I kid you not. So we sit down next to, of course, a whole row of women because there's no men there.
Right.
And so we sit down, and the woman is sitting next to me, and I'm trying to get Jordy into his seat, and we're waiting on our wives to join us because their purses were too big. And so the woman says, "Are you Jordy Henson?" And he just starts looking at me, and I said, "I'm not in this." And he says, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "I have been wanting to meet you." She goes, "I can't tell you how long I've been wanting to meet the great Jordy Henson." And he just starts looking at me, and I said, and then he looks and he says, "Do you know who this is?" And she goes, "No." And he goes, "Did he set this up?" And she said, "No." And come to find out, her last name was Henson. And she said, so where I used to work, lots of people that you go to church with, you know, I interacted with them as clients, and they kept telling me, every time I tell them my name was Henson, they would ask me if I'm kin to Jordy Henson. And she said, so I have been looking for you for years. And I said, Jordy, what is the concert hall seat? 2,000?
Probably, yeah, somewhere around there.
I said 2,000 seats sold out, and you sit right next to a woman that's been looking for you for years. He goes, I so thought you had set that up.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and I said,
I could see why you would think that.
I didn't have anything to do with it. All right, so last night we had the big one of the big debates.
There was all kind of TV on last night.
Yeah, DeSantis versus Gavin Newsom, and then DeSantis, did he give Gavin the rose? I'm sorry.
No, that's another channel.
That was another channel.
That was
gold. That was another channel. But this is, Bubba, you have said, I don't know about DeSantis since we see all the Trump numbers, but this really might be a presidential debate.
Yeah, this may be the future.
Yeah.
Or if the two candidates that are currently leading cannot actually run for the office because of physical problems or legal issues.
Well, I do have, because I think you're going to get the profit star on this one. Why would Gavin Newsom debate anyone if he says he's not running for president?
He's been running a shadow campaign for a long time, and he just so hopes people are going to go, Gavin, we need you to step in.
Please do it, Gavin.
He's been visiting, he visited China, and then he hosted the big international summit out in California and cleaned up the state for the people coming in from other countries, but would not do it for the people who live there. Kind of strange. But anyway, they did have a debate last night. I don't know if anybody watched it because I think everybody was watching the Golden Bachelor. But for those that did, I didn't see any of it. I would be interested to know if any of the listeners or viewers saw any of it, what they thought about it. The folks that bet on this in Las Vegas say that DeSantis won.
Well, let's look at some of the clips, and then we'll take your phone calls, and we come back next segment and see if any of you saw it. Like I say, if you I didn't see any of the programming last night, obviously, because of where I was. But here's DeSantis talking about people moving to Florida from California. So here's clip one.
So I was talking to a fella who had made the move from California to Florida, and he was telling me that Florida is much better governed, safer, better budget, lower taxes, all this stuff. And he was really happy with the quality of life. And then he paused and he said, by the way, I'm Gavin Newsom's father-in-law. So we do count Gavin's in-laws as some of the people that have fled California and come to the state of Florida.
I didn't know. That is a good way to get started. Here's Newsom accusing DeSantis of I guess, thinking some of the COVID conspiracy theorist that he was in bed with them or something. Is that what this is, Abner?
Are you going to the second
I'm sorry,
one,
I skipped
Rick?
one. I'm sorry, I skipped one. Here's the one about this is a map of San Francisco. I'm sorry.
Well,
we'll do that one next. I skipped one.
It's a map of feces.
Oh my God.
I saw that.
This is a map of San Francisco. There's a lot of plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco. And you see how almost the whole thing is covered, because that is what has happened in one of the previous greatest cities this country's ever had. Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the streets. They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator, but they're not willing to do it for their own people.
Oh, ouch. That's another one. And then the one I skipped to. Here's Gavin now coming back and trying to accuse DeSantis of not handling COVID-19 correctly. So here we go.
You wore a mask with Donald Trump outside in September 2020. He did all of that until he decided to fall prey to the fringe of his party. And as a consequence of that, Ron, tens of thousands of people lost their lives.
Not true.
The equivalent, if I had your policies, the equivalent of 10 9/11s. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives. And for what, Ron?
Those are more lies. In fact, the Lancet just did a study. Florida had a lower standardized COVID death rate than California did.
Yeah. He forgets that. And Gavin wishes he didn't have that cold. And his voice sounded better. But he's like, dang the luck, here I'm after my debate, and now I'm scratchy throat.
So RFK?
And then DeSantis, as if he hasn't already done mic drops, apparently here's another one when he talks about the restrictions. Here we go.
When I was in the Navy, I got orders to go to Naval Amphibious Base Coronado in Southern California. And I was a lifeline Floridian, but I went there and I was like, man, this is one of the most beautiful places on earth. And I think California has more natural advantages than any state in the country. You almost have to try to mess California up. And yeah, that's what Gavin Newsom has done since he's been governor. He's the first governor to ever lose population. They actually at one point ran out of U-Hauls in the state of California because so many people were leaving. Of course, he's imposed restrictions on his own people while exempting himself from those restrictions and going to the French Laundry while his people were suffering. He led the country in school closures, locking kids out of school while he had his own kids in private school in person. Now, he's very good at spinning these tales. He's good at being slick and slippery. He'll tell a blizzard of lies to be able to try to mask the failures. But the reality is they have failed because of his leftist ideology. And the choice for America is this. What Biden and Harris and Newsom want to do is take the California model and do that nationally. In Florida, we showed that conservative principles work. This country must choose freedom over failure.
Wow. So we'll come back. Your response, if any of you saw it, if this debate could pull you away from the Golden Bachelor, so there's some of the highlights. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, America, and get your response to the debate when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And trust.
Right. Well, right. She can't reason that out.
Right. He even mentioned that the ones that he had lended it to were traveling alone and needed protection or during hunting, is what he said.
But does she think he just stands in the corner saying anybody need a gun?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to borrow a gun, here's my email.
You know, the Congress is debating some gun measures right now, and he's saying that some of them go too far. And look, nobody wants these crazies that are out shooting the place up to have weapons, but it's a balancing act because we do, we have the Second Amendment to protect us from harm and to protect our property and from an overzealous government. So that's why it was in there. Sorry, folks. I know that's disturbing to some of you, but it is.
It is.
It is, and it was.
And now the latest. She's made it very clear she doesn't like the people on the border. And she thinks that everybody who works on the border abuses people and people just treating poorly there. And one of her claims was that everybody's being forced to drink out of toilets.
Well, and Rick, there's several Congress people who have gone to the coast and done videos of them drinking out of the water fountains. And what it is, it's a one-piece unit that has a toilet with a water fountain on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And she is saying that she equates this to drinking out of a toilet.
Well, that's not drinking out of a toilet.
No,
that's drinking out of a water fountain that's connected to a toilet.
Right.
Now, do I want to do that? No. But if you're
how
got
to
limited
that.
space, that's what I'm saying. You're in a holding facility with limited space. There's nothing, unsafe about it. Put it that way.
Yeah. They're not drinking.
You know how
toilet
you can
water.
avoid that? Stay at home.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Stay at
saying.
home.
And that, I mean, nobody's going to put one of them in their bathroom at the house. I get that.
No.
You know what? I've looked at it. I might consider it.
Save a lot of room. Another cabinet.
But this, you know what this could be an answer for? All of these people are obsessed with moving into mini houses.
Oh, yeah.
Now you could actually have a sink, right, and the toilet all one unit. That way you don't need any more room. But it's not the same. They're not drinking out of the toilet bowl.
They're not drinking out of the bowl.
But she wants you to believe that because that makes you feel more horrified. And now she's just claiming that
Rick, she even says in here, so you're so anti-immigrant, you risk pink eye to show off
pink eye
that they didn't do the reading. In other words, she's saying in the sworn testimony, they're saying that they all drink out of toilets, which again is not correct.
Pink eye. We all know what causes that. We've talked.
Move on.
Yeah. So now she's claiming that he's not
It's
letting
called a
everybody know.
virus in your eye.
Now she's trying to say, well, sometimes they go in there and these sinks are broken and they have to drink out of the toilet. Well, not what? I mean,
nobody's drinking out of a toilet.
No, there's nobody drinking out of toilets. I mean, that's just not true. Now, it's hyperbole and it sounds and gets attention, which is
again, Rick, a detention center is not a Holiday Inn, and it shouldn't be.
No.
It's not something we would want to be in.
No.
Okay, so file your paperwork, stay at the house. That's how you solve that. Don't go storming the wall.
Right. Yeah. That would keep that from happening. And now you're putting us in a situation where we're having to detain. See, detain. It's one thing to have a reservation. It's nothing to be detained.
Yeah.
And that's completely different.
Yeah. Reservation for a hearing with an administrative judge is one thing.
Detain means
climbing the fence and swimming is not part of the process.
Look, speaking from experience, when someone detains you, that means they didn't expect your behavior.
Right.
We weren't planning on this situation, so we had to detain you so we can hash out what's going on here, because this was something that was surprised us. We weren't counting on it. You didn't call us and tell us you were coming and where we could meet you and what your intentions were for being here.
And some of the folks who are granted access to the United States, they have to be tested for some of these communicable diseases that we don't brought in. So I know I was stumbling there.
There's been a few this
I got it.
I was scared out there. But again,
stayed up a little late last night.
Got off in the gravel. A little.
Yep. Kicked up some.
When you go into a place
apocalyptic.
Yeah,
can't say that.
Still
can't
That's
say
three.
that.
The segment.
Pasquales.
What is it, Speedy? Curriculum?
Oh boy, don't get me going on that.
But go back to this.
You're injured and threw it at me.
Yep, took a shot.
If I have just run through the desert or swam across a lake
on a horse with no name,
I still think why I'm being detained, because I got detained because I tried to come into a country illegally.
Yeah,
and I got detained. I think clean water of any kind is good with me as long as it's not out of the toilet bowl.
Right.
I don't really care that my water fountain is and the toilet are all trying to take up a small space. I'm so glad to have clean water. I'm so glad to be in some shelter. I'm probably in much better shape than I was before.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Phone call standing by. We'll take yours. Joey gets us started out of Alabama. Hey, Joey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Good morning to you all.
Hey.
The debate last night, it was a hot mess.
It was what?
They talked over each other. A whole lot. Gavin Newsom couldn't keep up with what was real and what was false. He made up a whole lot of facts. He argued with Sean most of the time about the facts that the data that he was using. So it was just very difficult. I know Mr. Hannity was trying to let them have the debate and let it breathe, as he said, but it was more than breathing. It was like they were knocking each other out.
Yeah, who do you think won the debate?
I thought DeSantis did, because he based it on facts that are in evidence, as you would say. So I felt like DeSantis won.
Okay. Thanks for the call. Appreciate that. Yeah, what we've got are clips where it kind of was calm, but it sounds like if you watch the debate, most of it wasn't.
You know, a lot of these debates, they do that. They talk over each other, and, none of us like to hear that, Rick.
No.
So, I've often wondered, what if you just put them in a glassed-in soundproof booth, and you had the microphone, and when the time was off, you cut their mic off, and then that was the end of that, and not cut their mic on while the other guy's talking.
Bill,
that kind of solves that, doesn't it?
Well, they need some more control. I agree with you. Yeah. News Talk 1039, Bill standing by. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I watched part of it. It was hard to watch, though. Gavin is like watching a used car salesman on a you buy it, pay for it here lot, and he's convincing, but it was all made up. It was just, I'm afraid people are going to pay attention to it.
Can I ask you this, Bill, because we only had the short clips, when DeSantis holds up that horrible map of human feces, what did Gavin say in response to that, Newsom?
I didn't get to see that part, but I saw the part where he pulled the part out about the books in the library, and that was embarrassing. And he said, oh, no, we don't teach that in our schools, but it's in their libraries.
Yeah. 866 we be big.
Well, isn't that kind of the way the left has got by all these years anyway? They do one thing and then they tell everybody with a good presentation the other. And
well, you've said it, I've said it, we've all said it, we've seen clip after clip after clip. The way that the citizens live and the way the ruling class lives, two completely different things.
Yep.
Alan in Mississippi. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, well, look, let me say, Gavin Newsom is a slick talking politician, and I would never vote for him under any circumstances. But you missed his mic drop moment in his opening statement, so you need to play it.
So what do you say?
Yeah, what do you say? We'll try to find it.
Well, he was talking about the differences between the two candidates. He said, we have all these differences. Sean, you're right, and he listed all of them. He said, but Rick, he said, we got one thing in common for certain. He said, that is neither of us will be our party's presidential candidate in 2024.
Yeah, so I kind of go back to, then why is he doing this? And so I would say Bubba is telling you why he's doing it.
Yeah.
He hopes he gets begged to take the place when we have a candidate that can't do it mentally. There's just no way, or physically. And we'll see how that happens. 866.
Seriously, and I wish no will on President Biden, but at his age, at any day, he could have a physical issue that would that make him that he could not run or might not even be able to finish his term out.
Exactly. Yeah.
And by the same token, on the other side, at any point we can have some crazy judge rule that Trump can't run.
Correct.
Okay, in 2 or 3 of these cases.
Right.
So.
Yeah, no doubt. Chris in Florida. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning to y'all guys.
Hey, thank you.
This whole situation with the government and everything, man, has just gotten way, way out of hand. I mean, just listening to all the lies that spill out of the mouths of all the Democrats, it's ridiculous. I mean, and it's not just the Democrats. It's kind of on both parties on some topics.
Yeah, no doubt the central government is larger than it should be in the view of the Republican or the Democrat. And that's why this weekend's podcast, I think, is so important. Clay in Florida. Clay, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
If I can ever afford a Lamborghini and I go to buy one at the dealership, the salesman will be and look and act a lot like Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, he does give you that used car.
He really
feel,
does.
doesn't he?
He really does. What have I got to do to get you in this vehicle today? Let's go to Lee in Greenwood, South Carolina. Different topic. Lee, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, man, I just want to let you know how much I look forward to one of my annual traditions, and that's opening up a mailbox and getting the Rick and Bubba CD for the year.
Thank you.
That CD every year has meant a lot of different things. For a lot of years, it's just pure entertainment and recap. For 3 out of 4 years, we lost 3 parents, so it was comfort during grief. So I know it's still a little bit of an OG thing with a physical hard copy, but I'm going to tell you what, for this guy, it means everything. So I just appreciate you guys doing it once again and can't wait to listen to it today.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, brother.
That's very, very kind.
Very,
yeah,
very
look,
nice.
we still got some hard copy folks out there, and they look forward to it being in that mailbox or in their stocky. They like it. We continue. Let's go to John in Birmingham, ZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, man. So I watched the debate last night, and Sean Hannity did a good job
I'm sorry, man. Your cell service is so bad, I can't put the audience through that. I'm so sorry. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Jessica in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Jessica, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Did you guys see the Babylon Bee about the squirrel wearing the MAGA hat seen scampering away from the national Christmas tree?
I did. Squirrel wearing MAGA hat scampering away from the tree. I did see that. That was, I forgot.
That just sounds funny.
It does. Caleb in Georgia. Caleb, go ahead.
Hey, boys. Just wanted to, it's a different topic. I didn't watch the debate last night, but there's a new movie that's actually dropping today. It's called The Shift. I didn't know if you guys have heard about it, talked about it. It's starring Neil McDonough. He's the guy that got ran out of Hollywood because he wouldn't do sex scenes without his wife. And apparently it's like a story of Job, and he's playing Satan. I've heard it's pretty good. I don't know. I hadn't heard you guys' comments on it.
I heard his speech about it.
I'm not familiar with it.
I saw that maybe on a Reels or something, and he's a very good actor. He was on Desperate Housewives, and look, I'll tell you, he plays an evil guy really good.
Yeah.
And to find out his beliefs in real life is so opposite of the characters he usually plays.
Yeah, and we've had him on the show before. When all that was happening,
Yep.
'cause he was in the movie. What about the big offensive lineman from Arkansas? What's that called?
Hogs?
No, I forget the name of it. But anyway,
the guy with glasses.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
but anyway, that's going to drive me nuts.
Speedy's looking it up,
and
so
all my
we'll
Arkansas
get it.
people are texting me.
It was the movie Grader with number 77.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's
Had a kid.
Had a kid.
Is in 2016.
Yeah, but anyway, I have not heard of this movie. Have you heard of this one, Bubba?
Brandon Burlsworth.
Well, I saw him talking about it.
Okay.
And the fact that the Hollywood troubles he'd had.
Yeah. So I'm not familiar with The Shift. We're showing it on the YouTube here.
Can we watch the trailer?
Will
it get us in trouble, eh?
We'll come back.
Can I tell you, of all the things you have problems with online stuff, showing someone's trailer is the oddest one to me.
That is
They
very
make
odd.
the trailer for people to show so you'll go see their movie.
Yeah.
That's the strangest
Very,
one to
very
me
odd.
personally.
Very
If
odd.
I had a trailer, I'd say, everybody, please play it.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you're out crossing that desert, hiking over some of them hills, you'd probably take toilet water and tie it.
That's true.
Well, if it's just recently been flushed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's not an ideal situation.
As long as it ain't blue.
But
right. Yeah.
Drying up in the desert ain't a good situation
Right.
either.
Right. They do understand that we're trying to discourage this behavior as humanely as we can, right?
Right. I think that's what they're missing.
Kevin, go ahead, buddy. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Green Acres.
Well, thanks for the call. We're going to get over. All right, what's on your mind, man? Go.
So anyway, for a couple of weeks, I thought it was moles or groundhogs tearing up my yard, and I didn't know what to do about them. Well, this morning, I got up about 5:30 to go out to work, and I saw two huge armadillos in the areas that they're tearing my yards. I just wonder if y'all have any idea how to get rid of an armadillo tearing up your yard.
I'm going to help you here today.
I got 'em too.
I'm going to help you. The problem with armadillos is they're very difficult to trap. Try this website, thearmadillotrap.com. Thearmadillotrap.com.
Kevin, are you in an area you can shoot them with a 22? That'll get rid of them.
It will. It's the problem you have is the difficulty of being there when they come, but that will solve it.
Yeah.
But the
that shell now is hard.
This
can speak. They jump really high too.
They can.
They look just like a rototiller went through your yard. It's awful. They'll
It's
mess
terrible.
it up.
This armadillo trap, because you can't catch them in regular traps because of they're blind and
You're right. By the way,
they're not drawn to that. This is it, and this is made out of wood, and what it has in it is the musk smell of another armadillo.
Boom,
So
got him.
So they'll go into that because they smell what they think is another armadillo. And they go into it, and then it shuts down on them. And it's made of the wood they use also keeps it from them. The smell's always in there. So anyway, that's that one might be the solution for you because they're difficult to trap. TheArmadilloTrap.com
and carry leprosy.
And they do carry leprosy.
Yep.
Which how about this? we're kind of glad that that's not like it used to be. Little thumbs down on leprosy.
We seem to have control of it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that little trap. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
You like that?
The key is the scent. See, it's taking that musk smell, and see, it'll go on in.
Did you use one of those?
I have it, but I have some on order. They're coming.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. So
it's like the old guillotine closing there on the end.
Right,
Well, hell,
Do both
that
ends go down at one time? Is it open on both
hard.
ends?
I mean, that's a hard
It looked
shell.
like something was sitting up on both ends.
You know, maybe it is. Well,
see, it looks like a trap door on
no,
both sides.
You know what? You're right. It is. Both
yeah, you can
ends are
see
open.
through that one.
Yeah,
So
you can
one
see.
door initiates the other door?
Well,
He
that
hit
lever,
something in the middle.
that
both of them
lever,
go down.
the lever in the middle
Watch, both of them.
takes them both down. The lever there in the middle, and then
Go
when
ahead.
he finally
There, yeah,
I
it
love
is. It's
this.
a two-door.
That's excellent.
That's two-door garage right there.
Take
Rick.
that, hard shell.
Take that hard shell. So Lauren out of Birmingham, Alabama,
Leprosy.
listen to 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, Lauren.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to let AOC know you can get a concealed carry license, pass a background check, and still not be able to afford a gun. So you can still have, for example, my dad sent me to college, and I went to an apartment complex, and there was a lot of crime happening. So then I got my concealed carry license. He gave me one of his guns to take with me.
Oh, I see what you're
She
saying.
said she didn't have the money
I
to
see
get
what
it.
you're saying. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It does. Yeah. For a minute, when you first start talking, over the years, my hearing has gotten where I can't hear certain frequencies, and I didn't know anybody was even on the phone. It was too
a little high
pitched. It was too high of a frequency for me to hear at one point.
It's past your band pass.
But anyway, I heard you. But that's a great point. Well, let's go to Doug, who's on the road. Doug, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
You mentioned something about sports earlier, and there's an old episode on Little House on the Prairie. You may not remember it or not, but they introduced football, and they was just running the ball. At the end of the game, they were trying to win. They gave the ball to the running back and threw him over the line into the end zone for the touchdown.
You know what? I think that was part of one of the things they would do in the early days. I didn't
had
know
a name.
There's a football episode on Little House on the
I've
Prairie.
never saw that.
I never
Was
saw
half
that.
pint quarterback. What? I mean, I've never seen
Half pint.
half pint.
Let's go to Carol out of Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. Carol, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to tell you we had armadillos in the yard, and the way we took care of it, we had the pest control people come, and they sprayed the yard for grub worms.
Yeah.
It killed all the grub worms, so the armadillo left. Now, they might be in the next door neighbor's yard,
That's what they're after.
which I can't be responsible for, but they left our yard.
Yeah,
That's the neighbor's
Yeah,
problem.
it's a neighbor. We're back. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Things you need to know. Couple of things. We've moved to back order, and we don't know whether we're going to order more or not. We're trying to figure it out. But the collectible glasses that will be the 30-year series, the first one has a Christmas theme, and all of those glasses have sold out. We're talking about drinking glasses. So we're talking about, can we get another order in that you could still get them in time for Christmas? We don't know. So just be aware of that. If you've gone to the store and you're like, wow, they're showing that sold out now, it is sold out.
Them glasses are hot item.
They're hot item. Well, Greg, they're collectibles, and you must have all four. Anyway, it is. Those are sold out, but we're looking to see if we can get more in time for you to still get some for Christmas. We don't know.
Hot item.
Hot item.
None of us like the way our characters look.
Yeah.
And last night, the women's golf coach at Jacksonville State, a good friend of mine, he loves the show.
Yeah.
He got on me a little bit about my caricature last night.
Yeah, yours is funny.
I think mine looks better than I actually do.
He said, "Hey Helms, what did somebody mess up your what happened? What happened?"
I love the way yours look.
And I said, they're supposed to. I just said they're supposed to look funny.
They're caricature.
And
Yeah,
hopefully I don't look like that. And he goes, "Boy, that's a struggle."
Yeah.
He said I'd struggle if I knew that was my
Well, they're
face on it.
exaggerations, and I'd like to think that my face really isn't that long, but then I look in the mirror and it actually is.
Yeah,
So,
but you're right. They're supposed to be exaggerating.
He said, "What about that widow's peak? And what about that chin?" And I
That
said,
peak's all about it.
Yeah.
Well, you got to exaggerate the peak.
Well, it's, my forehead
Please
is big
look.
enough to,
Let me say this,
to
me
use
and
as a
Adler-
billboard.
Me and Adler look kind of.
I think I look like a deranged killer, Rick, in my eyes. On that.
Well, and
I think the artist doesn't like me.
Yeah, right. He's gone on in. By
He
the way.
doesn't like me.
Do you know that?
Oh, really? So there's no hope in changing it.
We'd have to get a new artist.
So he's not listening right now.
Yeah. No. Well, he might be. I don't know what happens in heaven.
He maybe listens to the show at the moment.
Right.
We don't know.
They may get it before it ever comes on.
Rick, that tune-in app's pretty good.
I've ignored it, really. Now I'm looking at it as bad. That's horrible.
Which one? Oh, yeah.
That's horrible.
Yours is my favorite.
That's
Oh, my
ridiculous.
God.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know why I've never noticed.
I'm going to get a haircut just because of it.
But y'all look at me and Adler. We look like brothers.
I thought y'all were the same. But it took me a minute to figure out who was who.
Y'all have no complaints. Look at my head. None.
Bubba's chiming in.
That looks like I need guy wires to hold that thing up. Yeah.
That's a pretty good nog.
Yeah. So this, we're trying to see if we can get another order in. We don't know whether we can or not. Also, in show notes, if you would like to get signed devotionals, 2 new devotionals came out this year from themanchurch.com. Brian Gill and I are going to be signing those next week because we got to be able to get them to you before Christmas. So if you want to get those, get an individual or you can get them both together and save 15%. That link is still there at rickandbubba.com. So check that out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What?
Wait a minute.
What? Gift number 2 in the 12 working days of Christmas. I've always been taught, Bubba, if you have to give bad news, give good news right after it. So here we go. Gift number 2. Yesterday, congratulations, gift number 1 went to Matt Driggers out of Crestview, Florida. Bubba, tell us what we're playing for today.
Rick, this is really cool. I have one of these too. I love it. It is the Philips Smart Light Kit. And it gives you the controller, and it starts you out with some bulbs here you can use around the house. And you can program the bulbs when to come on and off, how bright you want them to be, what color you want them to be.
Oh, color.
And it's really a pretty sharp setup, and you can control it with its own app, or it also works with Alexa, it works with Apple Home, and it also works with Google Home.
That's fancy.
And that is, where'd my list go? $119 value. And on top of that,
Oh, there's more.
we're going to throw in a $100 Amazon gift card.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that?
There we go. There it is.
Combo.
Yeah. So if you like those lights, you can buy more.
That's right.
So,
That's a
Bubba,
good point.
yesterday we did caller 30 because we're ending our 30th year, and we'll start, Lord willing, 31 in January as we celebrate our 30th anniversary. What do you think about the fact that you and I both are 58 right now, caller 58?
That's a big jump. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you
or
good
if
with
you
that?
want to make an intermediate type jump, I'm fine with that. Rick, really, I'm very agreeable today to anything you would like to do.
Okay. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That means it almost
Caller
felt like I'm
1.
having a special day. Got an issue right here. Not sure what that's about, and that's going.
They'll do some strange
Yeah,
things.
that's going to make my counting
So
harder.
you want 58,
Why?
huh?
Yeah,
Well,
what is that all
or
about?
now that I see that right there, I realize I've
Wait a
got
minute.
to count odds.
Just add
numbers.
5 and 8 and go with that.
What, you said 58 or 59?
Yeah, we're 59, aren't we?
Yeah,
How about
start
caller
saying
59? Yeah.
59 it is.
Yeah, we're both
Oh,
59.
wow.
Do you like that?
And that's my
59?
final offer.
You like that?
Sure I
Yeah.
do.
Bubba's-
You know I love that.
How you feel about March coming up? You're going to be 60.
Ooh, Bubba, big celebration.
You know, it's an exciting time. You know, I used to really enjoy celebrating my birthday, but I think I'm probably going to tail off on that a little bit.
All right, here we go. 59. We need to do that. If you don't believe we're getting older, I thought we were 58. All right, here we go. 1,
don't know.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
some real pop in there.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Why do I feel like we're dealing with
16,
technical
17,
disaster?
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
It's been years since we locked up the cell
29,
service.
30,
Yeah.
We shut her down
31,
before.
32, 33, 34, 35,
That did
36,
happen one year, by the way.
37, 38, 39,
40, 41,
Somebody's chopping
42,
wood.
43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. There's 50. 50.
I'm 50.
There's 51, 52,
I can kick. I can
53,
jump. I can
54,
run.
55,
I can pull
56,
muscles.
57. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tim Springle.
Tim, you were caller 58. You missed it by one.
Oh, Tim.
If Bubba had not corrected my memory, you would have won.
That's right.
Tim.
Got nothing.
I mean, Greg, what do you win?
Oh, good news, Tim. Let me check. You got nothing.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Chris calling from Morris.
From Morris, Alabama? Oh, no. Is exactly what you were talking about?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Chris
no.
from Morris won, Rick.
Oh,
And he dropped.
Or did he?
He dropped.
Rick, you.
Oh, my.
No. Listen.
So what do you do?
His hands full.
I mean,
What do you do, parliamentarian?
We got a bunch of people named Chris calling back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. His call dropped.
Oh, no, Chris.
And the fact that it dropped means there's nothing I can do, and I have to take the next caller.
Oh, no.
Rick, hey, turn the radio down, please. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Brian from Tom Nolan, Mississippi.
You won it!
Brian, you won it
Oh,
because
my.
Chris didn't.
Greg, tell us what Chris and Morris want.
Chris, nothing.
Here we go. Caller drop.
No.
Nothing we can do about cell
Part
service.
of the game. Rick, the referee's part of the field.
Bubba, tell him what he's won.
You have won the Philips Smart Light Kit. This is the starter kit. It gets you started with 4 bulbs in the controller. You can turn these lights on and off at any time you would like to. You can make how bright you want them to be and also change the color. And you can control it with its own app or Alexa, Apple Home, or Google Home.
And what else did he win?
Rick, he also won a $100 shopping card from Amazon.
There you go.
There it is.
And is it Brian? Did you say Brian?
Brian.
Yeah. And what part of Georgia are you from?
Mississippi.
No,
Oh, Mississippi.
Tom Nolan, Mississippi. I'm about 30 miles east of Starkville on 82 Highway.
Got it. Yeah, I know exactly where
Tom
you're
Nolan.
All right, we put you on hold. How long you been listening, buddy?
Class of 06, baby. I love you.
Thank you, Brian.
I appreciate
Thank you.
everything y'all do for us.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas to you, and sorry for Chris.
Golly,
Chris.
that's a tough one, boys.
Look, I mean, there's nothing we can do. I mean,
I got checked.
We can't control.
You got to finish the call to win.
Yeah,
huh?
we can't.
Yep.
Well,
Rick,
we can't
well,
control.
good news is Greg checked.
I checked and I've come up with something for him.
Okay,
Let
what?
me look right. Oh, nothing.
Greg, you got to stop. Send him a coffee mug or something.
The great news.
By the way, we now shift into a new theme: the Be Kind to Chris from Morris Day.
Yep.
Everybody, be good to him.
Boys, that was tough.
That was tough.
It falls under
Chris
damn
is
the
going
luck.
to run into under what?
Falls under damn the luck.
Greg, you don't say that about Christmas
That's a good point.
stuff.
That's tough one.
That is. That's awful.
Who is this, Chris?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Problem now. Man, they do damage too, and they just loud and rackety when you're trying to deer hunt. I hate all the racket they make.
Well, I'd rather be out in the woods in my yard.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's just a lot of reasons to hate an armadillo.
No, I know.
We can.
Hey, they're a pretty animal too, aren't they?
Aren't they? That's a lovely pet.
That dinosaur, man.
Opossum on the half shell.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look at old Kevin Derryberry. Every day, he just loving Jesus.
I love Jesus.
So,
I love you. I love Jesus more.
I love it. Bubba, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, ready to go. And like I say, we'll try to see if we can get Span. He talked about the Outer Banks there in North Carolina, Cape Fear and all that, that it was a possibility that you guys would come into play, and we'll get you an update on that.
Yeah, there's some voluntary evacuations going on now in North Carolina, and we have death total so far in the Bahamas at 30, but that's expected to go higher. 5 in the continental U.S. so far. So Dorian responsible for 35 deaths that we know of.
When you look at the Bahamas situation, because in some of these areas, you have a lot of poverty and no infrastructure, and I saw some of the stories where they were saying, as you said, the devastation. We still don't know everything because it's so devastating. But they were talking about, like, at one place, even people trying to get aid in there was like one policeman. And so the aid would come in, and of course bandits would come in with guns and steal it all, and all that. And you got one policeman trying to keep order. I mean, it's just chaos. So keep that whole place in your prayers, and we probably need to be concentrating more on them and the people in danger than Trump's maps and all that. We probably want to spend more time on that.
Rick, this just out. Trump said the people in Minnesota need to get ready.
Right, I know. I think batting the hatches. But that's probably. But it just seems like. But I know, in the world of politics, there's never a moment that is missed, and you can see the politics of it all suddenly become more important than, hey, we got people dead and other people in danger. Probably want to focus on that a little more. But anyway, we will try to focus on that today. Of course, certainly there'll be updates involving the other, because it appears that no one's going to let it go on the Trump maps.
Either side.
Either side. Trump's not going to let it go, and his opponents aren't going to let it go. So that's
that's the most unnecessary fight I've
never seen. I've never seen time spent on something that's so. I'm speaking to Trump and to his opponents.
Yes.
Both of y'all. This is the most ridiculous. Why are we spending time? Both sides.
Yeah.
Why do you continue to defend it, and why do you continue to make such a big deal out of it?
Yeah.
Can we please just? I mean,
so maybe we should do what we're advising them to do and drop it.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
except for the fact that it's a huge story. But anyway,
now Don Lemon, he's making wow, good. You knew he was going to weigh in.
Well, because like I say, if you open.
Well, you pretty much gave him the material.
Yeah, it's not wise on either end. Like I told Greg, we all, Rick Burgess included, the king of it all, we all have things in our personalities that can be assets, and we have things in our personality that we continue to fight that are detriment. And this is that detriment side of Trump that is always kind of a stumbling block for him. Yeah. This kind of stuff, and it opens up to unnecessary things that really. Especially when you got things you're doing good too. That's what always is unfortunate about it.
I know, and now he's got his administration trying to weigh in. Administration Peter Brown, who is Trump's counterterrorism and homeland security advisor, he said he briefed the president multiple times on Dorian and said that Trump's statements to the press about Dorian hitting Alabama on September the 1st were based on that morning's hurricane briefing, which.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Gift number 2 has been given away. It is gone. Gift number 3, Lord willing, coming your way on Monday's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. But here's a great gift idea. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. This time of year can be chaotic, but you could take care of everything you need to do and get that list solved by simply going to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. That's BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. See the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Our audience, they've fallen in love with these everyday earbuds. They're great gift ideas. There's Greg's head in case y'all have missed it.
It's been a big day.
Yeah, there it is. See, he does look like his cartoon, doesn't he? But anyway, so also don't forget they've introduced the PowerTech and Raycon Home. And this product, the Magic 180 charging cable, Bubba, this has you written all over it. Hyperspeed charging.
Love it.
Yeah, so look for that. It works with iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. You can get savings right now, too, by going to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. 15% off your entire order today. So not only are they less expensive than the other premium audio brands, you're getting an additional 15% off right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I do think there's a number of things that God will punish our society over. I told you it was when we decided to make miniature horses. That's one. When we began to tamper with that, and
what about miniature cows? That's a big thing.
Any of this shrinking animals, I think God's going to judge us. But another thing, I think that we will be judged, and I don't know how the shrapnel works with God's wrath, but it can be deadly. The Golden Bachelor is sin. And what we're doing with these older people that should be frankly be concentrating on godliness and holiness and prepare for their death, we have now stirred them up and have them acting like a bunch of drunk college kids. And I do not think this is wise, and I think it will bring God's judgment.
Gary Turner, Rick, proposed and became the first engaged Golden Bachelor last night. He's 72 years old. He dropped to one knee and asked the woman of his dreams, Theresa. Is that how you say it, or is it Theresa?
I think it's Theresa, yeah.
Theresa
No, I'm
Neese
just kidding.
to be his bride.
It's Theresa.
I don't think anybody's actually named Theresa.
But these Teresa people that throw the H in,
Yeah, well, why are you throwing the H in?
Nobody has ever.
Why?
It's
Correct.
like Thomas. It's not Thomas. It's Thomas.
No, it's a great point.
got it. But you can also, I see people spell Teresa without
It's
the H.
common knowledge.
Yeah.
It's common. Nobody's called Theresa.
But maybe they should.
I think there are some people that are.
No,
very rare.
No.
Yeah, there's one or two out there.
And I know one guy.
I know a Thomas.
I do too. I do too. Is that the same one?
Went to Glencoe with him. Graduated in '95.
Now lives in North Tennessee.
That's him.
That's
Yeah.
the one.
I have a thermal. I know that.
See there?
Just sitting. I just
Good point.
thought I would throw that.
And
in
I know
there.
that I know that right now you're sitting over there. You know, so
Yeah. Not tear.
Well, Rick, where am I?
over there.
The English language has its problems,
And you see the people in the hall, they are going to come in here.
Right. So I did not see it per se. I had it on in the background.
Well, I know who did.
Well, you don't want to be blinded.
Well, I did catch this kind of mode of this and this was from the previous show, that Gary, which by the way is spelled with an E-R-R-Y.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Really. A lot of confusion here.
Yeah, names, please.
They're really
Let's get
Jerry
it
and Theresa.
I think he was locked in to the first contestant that he spent. What do they call them honeymoon suite, overnight dates?
No,
What do they call them
it's
now?
the fantasy suite.
Fantasy suite.
They're called the fornication date.
Yeah. I think he was locked into her, and he thought he was just going to kind of go through the
He
motions.
told her she was the one. Told her.
High pitch.
How do you know?
I was watching
Expert.
that one.
I know you were.
And then
No.
the second one changed his mind.
Right.
And then he had to come back and tell the first one, who he had apparently, Greg, is that right? He told her she was the one. He loved her, and she was gone as far as to writing wedding vows.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Wow.
Adler, I know you don't watch this, Adler. Do you agree
Boy,
with
she
Bubba
was
said?
disappointed.
Help me here, Adler, because I'm reading different accounts of it, trying to put it together.
All right. Well, I kind of had a bad thing happen last night.
Oh no.
Last night it started at 7, the whole thing, and it goes from 7 to 9. It was a 2-hour thing. And I'm putting my kids to bed, and they are hard to put to bed. It's a whole process. It's a whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife, we turn it on at 7, and Aaron pauses it. Okay? Every 5 minutes, we're having to click play and click pause. Otherwise, it's going to time out. It's going to close out, and we're going to lose our spot.
Right.
I get my kids to bed. We finally sit down at 8:15. Okay? And I'm like, all right, let's start it. We got to start this thing. So Aaron hits play, and we realize that we're not able to fast forward through the commercials to catch up. And I don't watch these Bachelor shows. I don't know how it works, but he made his choice in the first hour. And then the second hour is the whole After the Rose recap thing.
Without
I don't
dogging.
know that. I don't know that.
Right.
I don't know that.
Right.
And so I asked, I didn't say do, I asked, well, why don't we just try to go watch the live
No, you didn't.
and then hit rewind?
No, you
And
didn't.
then that way we could fast forward through commercials and catch up and catch the end live. Yo, I remember the last reality show I watched was American Idol, and at 8:59, Ryan Seacrest is like, and there's your winner. Thanks, everybody.
Exactly. As the graffiti falls.
Yes, I thought that's how this was going to work. So I just asked, why don't we try to go live and back up?
Uh-oh.
Aaron pushes a button on the remote. I didn't have the remote.
Uh-oh. Can't be held accountable.
We go and what's her name? Leslie's sitting on the couch crying.
Oh.
Which one is she?
She's the one that got rejected.
I know which
right.
one. No,
on the right. On the right.
She's on the right.
Okay.
So
wow.
I didn't even. I watched this whole stupid show and I wrecked it for myself.
How about that?
Spoiled it.
So,
Spoiled it for myself.
I watched it. I watched like the first 30 minutes because Lisa was locked and loaded. And of course, then I had to go to bed because I get up really early. The girl, I guess it was the third one that didn't make the cut. She's sitting in the live audience squalling.
Faith, the
DJ.
DJ.
She ain't passed it. And then look, all this has already happened. You know, it ain't like it's fresh.
Yes.
Yeah, based on what Bubba told me, we had one
done a month ago.
We had one that was told that you are the one. I'm not even going to really pay attention to the other date. And then that date with the one that wasn't going to be picked got picked because she made that date count.
I will say this
because we're almost top of the hour.
Listen,
I thought I'd just bring that in.
Listen,
Wow,
Theresa,
She did.
Theresa made it count. When she got in the game, she made it count.
What did she ever?
trying to bring it in.
And didn't she say something about it?
She said I watched the last 45
Because
minutes.
you saw that because you saw the wrong part.
I saw the last 45
What
minutes.
did she say about it?
Well, I don't want to. I mean, she said something about boots.
I'm telling you.
Are you serious?
She said something about
knocking a door.
Yes, about Gary's or Jerry's boots. And the whole
Okay. Let me fix
Whatever she did changed Jerry's mind.
Let me
Wait a minute.
fix
His
this.
kids are there looking at Daddy
in the room.
Come on, Daddy.
This is what she said.
Theresa.
This is what she said on that second date.
Set your boots, Daddy.
She said, I knocked his boots off.
There,
That's what she said.
my gosh.
That's what she said.
Let me tell you, that'll make
That's what she said.
AARP's taking her card back.
Bubba.
I'm telling you, you can't
What are
act
you
like
doing?
this.
That explains his change of mind.
Is it the Ozempic?
No, there's other drugs we need to be mad about right now.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
it's not Ozempic.
Now, which one knocked his boots?
Left.
The left
You
one.
think you like? I think you like
I just
saying
asked the
it
question.
twice.
It's Christmas.
Big face.
It's Christmas.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
So we watched the last 45 minutes, and the big twist on this episode is that January 4th is their wedding.
They're going to stream it live.
They're actually going to show the wedding, and we're all invited.
Was that Henry the horse that just announced that?
I think that was Henry. He's going to be at the wedding.
He's gonna pull in the cart with him in.
You're so mad at
I'm
yourself.
so mad. I watched this stupid ass show.
You can't say that. It's Christmas. You can't say that.
We're cussing. We got boots.
He's so mad.
Rick and Bubba.
Included the possibility of tropical storm force winds in southeastern Alabama. So now they're trying to come to his defense.
Well, just whatever they want to do, that's fine. It looks pretty straightforward to me, but they can all try to work it out best they can. And then we'll see, because I got to see some of it. If you watch the whatever this thing was the Democrats did, the town hall thing.
Oh, gracious.
CNN, yeah.
What,
the 6.5 hour marathon on that.
Whatever that was, and I heard somebody say this.
By the way, dead last in the rating.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, Bubba. I mean,
Who thought that?
Right.
They're doing it for each other, though.
But, well, don't forget, this is the other thing, and I know both sides can be guilty of this, but I'm just going to say, no matter whether anybody calls Homer or whatever else on me, that's fine, because there are some things that are just true. The left right now on this particular thing, they are worse than anything else out there. They have put themselves in a place where they say, here there will be zero critical thinking. Zero. Right. We cannot be questioned on anything, and we're saying this stuff like it is absolutely 100% true, and critical thinking is not allowed.
Right.
And back to the point that you made, Bubba, because we know what's not allowed, you cannot disagree. and now everything else is supposed to be allowed. Everybody's supposed to be who they want to be. You can change your gender. You can declare that you're an animal. You're free to do anything you want to do except disagree.
That's it.
With them. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is a story that, like I said, Bubba said, and I agree that we thought that everybody already knew this, but Heinz ketchup is the greatest ketchup that has ever been created. All other ketchups pale in comparison to Heinz, and we've covered that many times on the program. And
we've done tests.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
We've covered it.
Well, Heinz is it. I mean, if I go to a restaurant and I look on the table and they don't have Heinz, it's a huge letdown for me.
Yep.
Huge letdown. And so there's a big difference. And then if you want Heinz, just like a lot of things, in its purest form, you buy, if you can find them, the glass bottles with the Heinz ketchup. That is the best. Now you have found ketchup perfection. If you get the glass bottle with Heinz ketchup, you've got it as good as you can get it. But undoubtedly, people do not know how to pour the ketchup and make the bottle work.
Rick, I know there is some issue with getting ketchup to come out of the glass bottle. I've noticed. I think I'm probably the top ketchup eater here on the staff.
No
doubt. So I've been into ketchup a long time.
You have.
And at a very early age, and I don't know who it was, showed me this. They showed me the trick to getting ketchup out of the bottle. You have to hold it at a 45-degree angle and karate chop it on the little numbers. At 57, it's on it.
57. That's
and it'll pour right out. I mean, I've seen people now. You need to shake it up to begin with, just from settling. But I've seen people do all kind of things, all kind of shaking. Stick a knife up in there.
Which works, by the way.
And I love to find somebody struggling to get ketchup out and me go, hey, let me help you with that. And I turn it up and hit it about 4 times, and the ketchup just flows out of it. And they look at you like you have parted water to walk in on dry land.
So they're doing a whole story, as you just said,
I
Bubba.
thought everybody knew that.
I did too, but this generation, they don't know jack. So you have to teach them some things. We just assume they picked it up, and there may be some bad parents that have not passed this along. So I mean, if your kid didn't know how to pour out of a bottle of Heinz ketchup, you've failed.
I mean, what they're doing, the story is they're dumbing it down. They're making the label. When you get the label upright position, you're at a 45-degree.
Correct.
Boy, doesn't that say a lot?
No, no.
We can't even figure it out. We can't even follow simple instructions. No. You know why you say 45-degree angle to somebody? They don't know what you're talking about.
See, look at that. Once the label, it looks like when you look at the shelf, it's like we've messed up with the label.
Guys, we've had to put training wheels on ketchup.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Y'all, please.
There it is.
As an American, this is an embarrassment.
Have you been around society lately?
Yes. I know.
You've said it before. I've never felt so smart.
There was a couple of moments yesterday I was scratching my head.
I bet you were, my friend. Yeah. You know what I mean? You realize I've spent the majority of my life, and if you've listened to the show, you know why, not feeling all that smart. But I got to tell you, right now,
I'm
like the hat story.
My confidence level is through the roof.
Yeah. I'm on top of the parabola right now.
I'm pretty dang good sharp. Look at him on the shelf.
I thought to myself, I lived my whole life not needing the label to be that way for a glass bottle of Heinz. I was actually able to follow instruction and do it.
And, this is a brilliant marketing campaign.
It is. Well, that's the greatest ketchup there is. And I didn't even know glass bottles were that readily available. I really do. It's not about saving the world, so don't misunderstand me. But this move to plastic with soft drinks, it's a dud.
Right.
With ketchup, it's a dud. Everything that you put in something plastic just seems to get kiwi so fast.
It does.
Yeah.
Rick, what you got to do is convince them they're killing the planet with the plastic.
Yes, and I guess they are.
I hate to jump on that, but maybe if I get more things in a glass bottle, I'd love it.
Look, you got to use these people's goofiness again.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I want glass bottles back, and I want to cash them in like we used to take them there, and you get money for them.
Oh, yeah.
I want everybody's grandparents collected them.
Uh-huh.
Glass is number one.
Oh, yeah.
It's just any glass container. I just love it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like what? For
I
instance,
think they ought to have videos. You know how they had all these challenges, and everybody likes a viral. It's a viral video. I'm so tired of viral videos.
I thought viral was bad. I thought we weren't supposed to get a virus.
I wish they would do one showing somebody how to do the ketchup out of the bottle and do a challenge.
Hey, I poured my ketchup. I want to challenge Greg Burgess and
The
George
boys
Gates and the boys down.
It is 7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. From the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. You can catch us live on America's boldest radio stations, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, our TuneIn app, our YouTube channel. Archives are available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. You can get those every day as well. The gang all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for allowing us to do what we do.
Gift number 2 is gone. Congratulations to Brian Graham from Eudora, Mississippi. So he gets gift number 2. Yesterday, Matt Driggers got gift number 1 out of Crestview, Florida. Who will win gift number 3?
What did Chris win?
Greg, don't. Why would you do that? How about this? I know it's been a rough week for you, by the way, Speedy. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to bring up that you don't have day number 3 on here.
It hadn't been day 3 yet.
Well, I know, but I'm talking. You
Oh
have
yeah,
all the,
yeah.
you have
Well,
all
because I changed it up. I
see.
We got
Okay.
14 or 15 gifts, so I'm
Got
trying
it.
to put them in
I got
days.
you. Okay, so
now.
I shouldn't be alarmed.
Don't look below day 2.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not Speedy's fault, Rick. I'm actually throwing him some pretty good curveballs late in the count.
Well, also somebody said your nanny said to put the number that way.
Nanny said just this day every 1,000 years.
Greg, hang on just a minute. I got a call. Yeah, he's got it. I see he's got it on right now. This is the entire cast from Gunsmoke. They want to know if you have their undershirt on.
yeah, when they come out.
That's right. you with the phone prop is there.
It's a full suit, come out.
Rick, what are you throwing haymakers here right out of the gate this hour?
That's
New York.
Rick, just do me a favor. There's some Lindor chocolates in there. Leave them the hell alone.
Greg,
I'm just saying.
It's too much language.
I did
today.
see. Hey,
I was
too
just-
much
well, I
language.
was mad about it.
Between you and Adler Day, y'all
Well,
come in
that's
here.
on him
not
because he
even a
missed the
part of it.
Bachelor.
Yeah, right.
That's true. You normally are.
I'm normally a part of it.
I'm gonna tell everybody who doesn't like language, even language that that I know that we've come up with
So much day I'm upset about it.
what we call is Dabo Swinney language.
Yes.
For those of you that get mad at Dabo and the staff, all emails today should not be forwarded to Bubba or me.
Or me.
They should go to Adler and they should go to Greg.
Thank you.
Okay.
Adler and Greg only.
Well.
They're in here acting up, forgetting it's Christmas.
That's right.
Not quite there.
Yeah, so don't send me a damn thing.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Wait.
I shouldn't have said that.
Now
I got
add
caught up in it
Speedy.
trying to make y'all happy. I'm
world?
sorry. That's on me.
That's me.
That was ridiculous.
Speedy, come on over.
The naughty list is getting long in here.
Terrible time to mention Promise Keepers. Won't do it now.
No, that's on me.
Right.
I just went for it.
Hey, Greg, I'm on the phone again. Hey, Promise Keepers, I got so much work here, I can't even come.
Can't make it in New York.
I got to disciple these guys. They're drifting. I'm so sorry. I can't come see you total strangers in the city.
I'm so sorry.
You have no time
He
to
needs
it.
to lay hands and get some oil out.
Rick, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What are you about to do?
Nothing.
All right. So, Bubba, I have to. There's a couple things, and this is concerning to me because
Right.
I've asked this before.
Right.
Bubba posted a picture about an hour ago, and it just says "Here we go," and it's me walking in the camera shot,
That's
which
a
I
great
don't
picture, by
understand
the way.
that post. But here's what: am I not ducking? Evidently not.
It's low. It's low.
No, that's from the. Is that from here?
That's from today. Yes, that's from today.
How is that possible? Like
He's got it set up for the
I
podcast.
was ducking too.
That's a good question.
I gotta adjust camera 4.
Yeah,
That's mostly on me.
That's a
I've been in
podcast
the
camera
that's on
angle
me.
there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
For
This
the
makes
podcast on Thursdays, I lowered that camera 4.
Oh.
And I just forgot.
Oh, I thought just you lowered it so you could control it.
No, that one I can't control.
Look at that haircut.
Oh, it's a height joke. Okay, friend, just keep cussing and being a bad example for kids.
I just thought, my gracious, I really try hard to come under that camera.
Yeah, somebody got me about that.
And how in the world did that happen?
It's because it's low. It's
Okay,
on
thank
me.
you. That helps me. Now, still not sure why Bubba posted
Well,
it to his social
I can
media.
clarify that because I think
hilarious.
it's funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
Yeah,
It is funny.
No other
Because-
show would take pride in the fact that their people can't get in and out of the studio without blocking the shot. Well, we do.
Bubba,
We
listen,
absolutely do.
and to make it even more weird, you said, "Here we go."
Yeah.
And that's the cadence that Dak Prescott is
Here
using.
we go.
And so I thought you heard us talking about this morning.
No,
and I thought
how
you were
funny.
being deeper with your post.
No, it wasn't that deep.
And
Golly.
so I thought,
A little more
I
shallow
thought
there.
you were going. Helms is a Cowboys fan. They're doing well.
But you can't
They
talk about
played-
them now.
They played last night,
can't
and
do
a
it
big
now.
discussion is the cadence that is "Here we go." And then you posted it. I thought, well, Bubba's really listening. He's really knowing what's going on out there.
I'll be honest, I did not hear that part of the kickoff hour. I had to go to the back room and didn't hear that.
Yeah.
How funny is that? You know what? That may be Helms on your, and I'm not. There's a lot still to go the rest of the day. That may be one of the biggest overthinks you've ever done in a while.
Listen,
you
went out.
I will overthink something
Right.
in a minute.
But
I
you know what?
just thought it was funny, and we were starting the show, and I'm
Here
like,
we
here
go.
we go.
Let me tell you what I like.
Another Friday
I'm already
underway.
Bubba, I think, and you did the right
I thought,
thing.
wow,
by-
he's getting creative.
Yeah, you did the right thing by being honest.
I'm not that creative.
You did the right thing by being honest. I would have went, well, I'm trying to brag. It's just the way. Thought I'd weave something kind of clever together there. Think of all the things that are involved. But no, that's look, this show right here, folks. Let me tell you that picture that Bubba's posted with "Here we go" underneath it says so much.
Guys, who was the intern?
Why are we even on the air?
Yeah, I remember we had a video of one of our interns at the old studio, and he thought he was out of the camera, and he was sneaking behind Rick, and he was trying to bend down.
Yes.
I can't remember who it was, but
It was
funny.
the magician.
Yeah.
Was it the magician?
Yeah.
He can make
Can't
everything
remember his name.
disappear.
River,
He can make everything disappear except himself in the camera shot.
Really? And he was really thought he was hit.
I think it was River.
Yeah.
Bubba, I thought that was a little unnecessary on your post.
Okay. That's so good. I'm glad I'm not drinking anything.
Yeah, it's terrible.
That's so good.
I wish I could leave now.
I know. Hey, you know what we need to do, Rick? We need to get to the rug. And
If
pray
it
again.
wasn't for the golden ticket seats, I would leave right now.
Oh, Adler, that's funny.
It wouldn't be near as stressful
I mean,
at the airport, and I wouldn't be part of this.
Adler is the leader today.
I know it.
He is.
I didn't say anything.
I
Bubba,
think it's
you're
that
posting
room.
it.
It's
your
that
post,
room.
Bubba.
Now let me tell you what it is.
Do we need to call Aaron and straighten this up?
Let me tell you.
I wrecked Golden Bachelor for myself.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
sorry.
You've
Hey,
already
let-
torn that up.
Listen though, the mistake was, and this is God
I'm
teaching.
teaching everything you say to your kids this weekend.
He's like, listen to this.
Listen to this, Adler. See, this is how sin operates. You should have never been watching this show,
Right.
okay? And you
Rick,
kept
they're in love.
and you kept. He was in love with one for what? 12 hours?
Almost 2
He was
days.
convinced.
Well,
If it-
knocking boots.
Yeah, hey,
Buddy, that's the fourth time you said
can
that.
I say that though? If you're the one who made that
You're leaving
statement,
me
They
with this
said
mess.
I did.
yeah, no, it can't
Bubba,
happen.
you might
quicker.
as well leave too.
Yeah, let's just go.
I'm
Bubba.
considering.
Let's just go. Listen, let me go back to this. If a woman makes that statement and that statement apparently worked, do you live the rest of your time with him thinking, well, I hope nobody else, one ups me, I'll lose him to her.
Right.
I mean, if that's all it takes.
Adler, did you notice it showed his kids? Did you see his kids?
Oh, they were.
Yes.
They were.
The
so
one daughter was
horrified.
his face on a woman. She looked like kind of like a drag, like she was. But anyway, but she looks exactly like him, but she was a woman.
Yeah, I
And
saw
it was
that.
really fun.
They were horrified.
Right.
The whole after the roast thing.
It was like he come in with a wig on.
Let
pretending to be one.
me say this. Hey, Festus, you got to take it down.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Don't make fun of my buckskin.
Festus. All you're missing, Greg, is that underarm sweat. With a little bit of dirt up here.
Yeah, that's it. Adam said he liked my shirt earlier.
Yeah. Well, look, anything he likes right now, you need to stay away from.
That's good.
Sorry. I apologize to everyone.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big's our number. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
54, and
that's so good.
I'll challenge him to do it.
Well, it's just like, and I don't even know what it's called, but I love
Boys down at 54.
I love the Boys at 54. By the way, that needs to be the name of our new band, the Boys at 54. Let me go back to this. So, like, my wife at times will bring in the various little containers of the various yogurts. Okay.
Yeah.
And I noticed when I was with her at the store one day, and I looked up and I said, "Hey, there's some yogurt up here. It's in a glass container."
Oh, really?
And she was like, and I said, "Hey, that's," and of course
that's got to be good.
Listen, but here's another brilliant move. They try to make it look like there's something more organic about theirs than the others, and they've even made it look like that they've taken like just a pen and written the flavor on the front as if it was
makes
made
it more personal,
as if it was made over at Mama's house or something.
Yeah.
And which I thought was fantastic.
And it's twice the price of the other.
Hey, so I bought tons of it. But
you got me.
You got me.
And I got to tell you, in that glass container, it's better.
Yeah.
I love.
Now, are we talking about healthy yogurt or just yogurt you're eating because you want to eat yogurt?
Well, it's the yogurt with fruit in it. It's the only yogurt I can eat. It's got to taste pretty good. Yeah.
So they got you with the packaging.
Well, marketing's everything.
Oh, I love
it. Is.
Yeah. I know exactly.
Well, but then here's the thing. I noticed that I started walking around. I said, "Sherry, what are all these tiny glass cup things you got everywhere?" "Oh, that's those yogurt things. I kept them." Well, why don't we keep them?
Yeah, we do that. We keep.
We
keep candle jars.
I'm like, why we keep
all the jars?
Why are we keeping this? Well, it's just it's glass. It's nice. We can do something with it. Well, not 1,000 of them. We can't.
Maybe a couple.
We don't need 1,000 of these. You know what I mean?
Right. As I was taking another trip to the donation center, I had empty jars. I had a big bag that Terry had. And when I got those out, I said, "Hey, whoa, yeah, these are great." You're like, "Hey, man, these will go quick." And it's like, really? Because it was at the thrift store that I was donating, and that was a big thing. You know, I was like, "Wow, I'm just glad to get rid of these empty jars. Y'all like them?"
Yeah,
okay.
well, yeah. I mean, unless I know some people like to put their sweet tea in a mason jar, and I certainly don't mind that, I guess. But to me, I don't know why a normal cup or glass wasn't good enough. But
corn liquor.
But I mean, if you're going to be canning stuff or making preserves, they're valuable. But beyond that, I mean,
we got a bunch of them we used to drink out of.
Yeah.
I
don't mind that, but can I honestly say that I like drinking out of a mason jar better than just drinking out of a glass? Not really. I mean, it's just
kind of weird on your lip.
Now we got to sit around and put stuff in.
Well, the way the lip,
the
way the lip is on it, you've got the thing where you kind of.
And look, don't fall asleep. You can have a fake mason jar that's really just made to look like a mason jar because it's got a handle on it.
Isn't that
That's
funny?
not a real mason jar.
Isn't that funny?
Now, if you get fancy, you can get the kind that have the stand on them.
Yeah, watch out. Now you're showing off.
For uppity redneck drinks.
Oh, yes. Who became so controversial that ESPN couldn't even keep her on. And it wasn't like she was talking about Jesus or anything where they had to run her off. Just she kept getting so political and talking about social issues so much. Even ESPN had enough. She now writes for The Atlantic, and she is now arguing. And again, you know how we've talked about where it seemed like we made a lot of strides in our country involving racism, bigotry, segregation. And then there's this era, and I do think that this has been fueled by the left for a while now, that almost we want to take white people and people of color and we want to divide them back to the way it used to be. We don't want. We're going to separate ourselves. And here's another example. She's now actually saying in her first article in The Atlantic, it's time. This is the title of the article. It's time for black athletes to leave white colleges. Now, she has drawn a range of responses, including that it appears that she's pro-segregation. Because what she's saying is the great African American athletes out there need to return to what is called the black colleges, I guess.
The historical black.
The historic black colleges.
HBCU.
Because the white schools' multi-billion-dollar revenues have been built on the backs of black athletes who have been uncompensated.
Really?
And she's saying that she wants to bring awareness to this because that this is not the way it should be. We should take all of our greatest athletes and they should all return to the historically black colleges.
Are we talking about Jamel George Wallace Hill? Is that who we're talking about? What a goofball.
Segregate.
Minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Let me tell you, it's one thing to sleep on a mattress that was just kind of a, boilerplate. It's laying here. Anybody can pick it. But what if you had HelixSleep.com/Bubba, like they did for Greg and Lisa Burgess, customize a mattress just for you, send it to you. They got 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. They want to know all that. How do you sleep? On your side, your back, your stomach, all that matters. They'll customize the mattress perfect for you. They'll send it to you, give 100 nights for you to sleep on it, and you save 25% right now by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Right to the door, 100 nights. If you don't love it, then you get your money back and you can return it, but you're going to love it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing good night's sleep, and also that link's at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Oh, there it is.
Here we go. The hits just keep coming, Bubba. The hits just keep coming. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat, and we get a couple of golden ticket seat guests to come spin for you, America. Call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All kinds of prizes on the wheel, including canned meat. We got Spam. We've got Bubba's Drawer of Mystery Canned Meat. Also,
not Bubba's Drawers, Bubba's Drawer.
Drawer,
Okay,
like you pull it out and you look into it where you keep
Bubba's
the.
Drawer.
I'm sorry, every way I describe it, it just sounds worse.
It does.
Go to rickandbubba.com. A lot of stuff in the store right now you can win on the wheel as well. And if you haven't shopped for the Rick and Bubba Found Your Christmas list, do so. And we also have America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City. They are ready to go, and they'll be playing for the YouTubers in the break. Jake and Pike Road, at Pike Road, will get started out of Montgomery, Alabama. Will Smith, out of the golden ticket seats, will spin on behalf of Jake. So, Jake, tell Will what you need to get him to spin that wheel for you.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Will. Here we go.
Will with a big spin.
Let's see if Will can spin one. Come on, Will. Can we win something for Jake?
Come on, Moultrie.
Wanting Moultrie. Here. Yeah. Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear it. You got Rick and Bubba sunglasses. These are the Malibu sunglasses with our logo on it. It also has a storage and cleaning pouch that's got all the famous Rick and Bubba sayings over the years to keep those glasses clean. We'll ship that right to you. So Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show, Jake, and congratulations. How about a go? How about a go?
Everybody.
Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Yeah! We go to Fort Walton Beach. Linda is standing by. Linda, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Doing fine. How about you guys?
Good. Colt Duncan will come out of the golden ticket seats, and Colt's going to spin for you. What do you say to Colt to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Colt. He's got his a reverse spin. Colt's got his Rick and Bubba hoodie on, just like he likes it.
That's a good-looking hoodie.
That's a great hoodie.
I thought I had one. I couldn't find it.
Really?
The other day, yeah.
Really? Here we go, Colt for Linda. Yeah. Hat, hat, hat. Wear it. You've got a real cool, Linda, Rick and Bubba hat. This one is a doozy. It's our Flex Fit trucker hat. It's got a sewn-on logo. You ever seen one of those sewn-on logos that, like, lift off of the material? It's really cool, and you can enjoy that. How about a go for Linda? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! 2 winners in a row. The golden ticket seats are hot today, Bubba. We go to Eddie. Eddie's out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Lydia Tanner will now spin on behalf of our friend Eddie. Eddie, what do you say to Lydia to get her spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Lydia.
Yeah. I mean, Lydia means business.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Well done, Lydia. Well, did the lights look brighter today to you, or is it just because it's kind of winter and dreary now? Is
I
that
think it was that spin.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Come on,
Pip. I'm so sorry, Eddie. You've been eaten by Jaws. It just, Lydia spins a Pippet and... Pippet! Has anybody seen Pippet? Pippet. And that's it. So, eaten by Jaws. We continue. Let's go to West Point, Mississippi, the home of Mossy Oak, where Braden is standing by, listening on 96.1. Charlene Yates will spin on behalf of you, Braden. What do you say to Charlene to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Charlene.
Charlene with a big spin.
She is letting it rip. Let's see if we can get ourselves a winner here. Charlene. Oh, Henry, the horse. That was...
I'm dreading this for some reason.
I don't know about this. Here's Henry the horse. Here comes Henry.
He's coming in from the back 40, just a trotting.
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Nothing, you know, I was a little disappointed in the Golden Bachelor last night.
Oh, no.
I kept waiting, and Sean Hannity never gave the Golden Rose to Ron DeSantis.
Henry?
What in the world?
Henry?
What in the world?
Thank you, Henry. Henry the horse. Here we go. Hey. Yeah. All right, I think we can get one more in. Looks like Will Smith to go back to the top again out of the golden ticket seat. So we go to
Please
Thomas.
don't slap anybody.
Thomas. Thomas in Crawford, Mississippi. Thomas, what do you say to Will Smith? And as Bubba said, handle him gingerly to get him to spin that wheel for you.
Wow, what a wheel. Please don't slap me.
Let's go, Will.
Boy, Will's heard all the jokes.
That son of a gun can spin a wheel, I'll tell you that. All right, let's see what happens here. Thomas is on the line out of Crawford, Mississippi. Come on, Thomas. Come on, Thomas. Blaze TV! Blaze TV! Are you a subscriber to Blaze TV, Thomas?
I am now.
Yes, you are, Thomas. Well said, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba show every day and all the other great programming that is there. So we'll put you on hold. We'll get all the information. You'll be contacted by Blaze TV for your free subscription, and they'll give you all the details, okay?
All right, awesome. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Thomas. Can we get a go in there, please, for Thomas? Go! Let's give it up for the golden ticket seats. Well done. Well done. Congratulations to all of our winners. And we try to do the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat most every Friday. I mean, there's an exception every now and then. So you keep standing by for your opportunity to win some great prizes, including delicious canned meat. And when we made the shift to canned meat, the hits didn't stop.
No, they didn't.
I mean, it was a different experience.
The world cannot stop just because of a shortage of fresh meat.
We can handle canned meat. All right, we'll come back. And plus, canned meat is the meat that keeps on giving.
Stays with you.
It does. All right, bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More stories to cover today. Coming up next hour, Bubba Ramo. I'll be headed off to New York City. Bubba will stay with the guys. He's feeling a little bit squeamish about that today with the excitement that's in this room, but he can handle it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, Greg. Get it going. Get it started. What's up with that kid being named Will Smith? He was clearly born after the time Will Smith was famous. Who names their kid Will Smith after Will Smith's already famous? All right, go Greg! welcome to Rock and Roll City, where you can name your kid Will Smith even after Will Smith is famous. That's okay. We're cool with that.
Day.
Yeah.
So you gonna start hollering that?
Yeah. Now, Bubba, as you know, as Greg just said, at one time we called it historically black colleges and universities. Now that'd be the HBCU.
Yeah, we got to hit
Right. Okay, we got to hip that up now.
Got to do that.
Yes, we got to put letters together. Now,
I think if you're good enough to play college sports, you can go anywhere.
Well, serious
if you want
business,
to play that,
guys.
go,
If y'all have not seen the 150 years of college football, the documentary that's running,
I saw a little bit of it.
They discuss this, and there are actually people in the color community that didn't want to. They had such a good thing going. They were like, no, we can't stop this. We got to keep doing this. We don't want to go to the white colleges.
Right.
There was actually people doing that, and they did have a good thing going. Stadiums were packed. The play was elite, and serious business. When George Wallace was screaming the things he was from the microphone, there were people going, wait, we don't want this to stop. This is good.
So
but then they left on their
they
own.
Did. They did leave on
Well,
their own.
that's the part that's can't be left out of this conversation.
Right.
is nobody's being made to go anywhere. Slavery is over. The civil rights movement was successful. Praise the Lord. Segregation is not demanded and not required. So really, an elite athlete of any color can go to any college they want to go to of their own free will.
Yeah, anybody now, Rick, you can segregate yourself however you want to.
Right.
You may have 35 offers and you want to go to Grambling, go to Grambling.
Yeah.
Right.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if you're 5-star, 4-star, whatever. It just doesn't happen.
But I hate to, be the person that actually has to walk into the Jamels of the world's life and say, hey, let's all get out of the mentality of a child and let's really think this through. It could be, Jamel, it could be that these elite athletes who happen to be African American actually think the college they chose is their best shot at the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Meaning that they also, just like they could at the historically black colleges, but they think that they can go into a world of, say, like Nick Saban, and Nick Saban has and the staff, which is made up of African Americans, whites, who knows? On any given, could be Asian, could be Latino. But that this university has the power to give me contacts that whether I make it to the NFL or not, I've made contacts. There was a time, Greg said it in the kitchen, that was a bad time, that really athletes, white or black, they would go to a college and they were just there to play football. They didn't care about to get them an education, and they just push them on through the system, and that'd be the end of it. That is not the case anymore. That is not. They are given access to tutors. They're getting access to everything academically that anybody could possibly ever want.
At some schools, people to take the test for you.
That's. But
the facilities
but it's nothing like it was at one time.
Rick, Jamel acts like we were talking about in the kitchen, that like on the movie Gladiator, when they're not performing, they have everybody locked up in a cage and they release them on Saturdays. You go to these major schools and look at these facilities they have for these players. They don't spend millions of dollars on those facilities for a reason. The reason is because they want people to come there, and that's why. And they got it pretty.
If you're an elite athlete, regardless of the color of your skin, you are treated like a king by the universities that want you to come play for them. Exactly. You're not treated like a slave.
Now, Jamel's telling everybody to do this, but didn't she go to Michigan State and graduate?
Yeah, okay. Don't forget that, Rick.
Yeah, okay.
But again, this is her calling for segregation. Back to Bubba's point about her nickname.
We really can't decide what we want, can we?
But she acts like athletes are banned from going back to historical black colleges. They can go if that's what they want to do.
Go anywhere you want. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us tonight. Promise Keepers this evening, Lord willing, if I get there, be part of that in New York City. If you still want to find out about getting tickets to that, they're doing the countdown right now on the Promise Keepers website. Or you can get a simulcast of that, and I'll come back with stories from that trip, Lord willing, on Monday's edition. Gift number 3 will be Monday. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Got a great podcast with Greg Jarrett from Fox News. a new resource that he's put out that is phenomenal. Catch that conversation this weekend as well. All right, so, Bubba, we don't this is not about making people in the golden ticket seats feel bad who don't bring us gifts.
Right. That is not our intent. That is not our goal.
Required.
If you didn't bring us anything, your presence is gift enough.
It is.
Your support of this show is gift enough. Now,
would it kill you to bring some brownies? Maybe not.
Right, yeah. You know, there's no obligation to show your appreciation to the show.
No.
You know, of course, the ticket was free, but I mean, there's but
It is
we
a great deal. Yeah.
But if you do bring us something, it does excite us, and we are thankful. So it looks like now who brought these?
Lydia Tanner.
All right, Lydia, where's Lydia? Right there. There you are. Just spun the wheel. So Lydia brought us these, and these are shirts
that are personalized to our personalities.
Now, how did you make these, Lydia?
Lydia, I guess just walk right here if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I look at her. She doesn't want to do it. But
no, that's fine. That's good. And try not to make the people feel self-conscious that didn't bring us anything. But go ahead.
Yeah. You don't have to brag.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, they're from my business. I live in Chelsea, and I just picked out nicknames. My brother helped me. He's a big fan of the show too.
Well, thank you.
He did good.
And,
yeah, he did.
And we just put names to fit each of y'all's personalities on each shirt.
All right, this one I know what this one is.
Okay.
This is Coach Bullethead.
Okay,
Coach Bullethead.
Come on up, Helmsy. Get your
Come
shirt.
on, bring that old Bullethead in here.
So Coach Bullethead.
There he is.
There you go. There's yours.
Yeah. It's on the front pocket.
It's got
This
your
is
name
so
on it.
nice.
I like it.
All right, now what would TRGB be?
Oh, the real Greg
The real
Burgess.
Greg Burgess.
Oh,
okay, Greg. There you
look
go.
at that.
There you go.
There you
right
go,
there.
Gunsmoke.
I got
Can
it
I have
right
that?
there.
You're going to throw it away.
Thank you, Festus. Oh my goodness.
What?
Well, I can't read this one. I think we're in enough trouble already. All right, Mr. Save a Penny. We know who that is.
Hey, that's Bubba.
Could y'all not just write cheap across here?
Hey, I'm not cheap.
Okay.
I'm not. Thank you very much. Very nice. Oh,
He's very frugal.
Tanner taxidermy. Nice.
Bubba, master of the Kang's English. There you are, sir. Well done. There you go. Mr. Hassle Me Not. There's mine.
There it is.
Thank you very much. I love that one. And then Adler.
That is cool.
I don't. You know, this one we'll say yours is SAVM. SAVM.
Yeah.
Sweet.
He's gonna read it, Rick. He's in that mood.
I know. I don't even want to get to it.
Technically, well,
I'm showing your
I'm
kids
above
the
the
video
limit
from
for the
today.
year.
So thank you. That's very kind of you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
Hope
So
y'all enjoy
thank
them.
you.
how
very
long you
much.
been listening to the show?
On and off my whole life, I listened with my parents.
Yeah,
They
but
forced it on you. Yeah.
Grown up.
We take
But,
you however we get you. We
Yeah,
don't care.
absolutely.
I've been a dedicated listener for probably the last 12 months.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You weren't dedicated before?
Come on,
No.
Lydia.
Yeah, it just felt like
Casual.
pressure from the
Casual,
family. Yeah. You had to make it your own, kind of like we
And
tell
I was
our
in
kids.
Georgia, and it was
Yeah.
hard to get y'all on the air, and I didn't know that y'all had podcast out there.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah. By the way, the numbers we're getting on people and how many hours they've listened
Yeah.
to the archives
Yeah,
is
that's
unbelievable.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Spotify numbers are incredible.
We're so thankful for that. But you know what it is, and I know this is a lofty comparison, so don't take this the wrong way. You know how you can try your best to indoctrinate your kids into the faith, but they have to make it their own faith.
Right.
And you can try to indoctrinate kids into the show, lofty example, but at some point they have to make their relationship with the show their own.
I found my way back.
There you go.
That's
So,
it.
thank you for
Man
that.
brought shirts. In the
Thank you for that. Before, Greg, she was just a cultural fan of the show.
Exactly.
Now she's devoted.
I see what you're doing.
So there you go, and we also have some drink koozies. Greg, of course, you can take all these. Right. Greg,
Look, you got to wake me up. They wake up, they're wearing that.
Adler, if you had a hat he could wear, that'd be great.
Yeah, some drink koozies there, Greg. I know you got your eyes on those. So Tanner taxidermy. So are you part of? Do you do the taxidermy too, or is it just?
It's just me.
So you do it?
Yep,
You actually do the
Well, that's a whole
the
nother
product.
Yep, I
Oh,
do
my
it.
goodness.
Well, that explains why you're looking at all
Start to
these.
finish.
That's why you look at all these coyotes the way you are today.
I actually was.
Yeah, that's all.
I was looking for a third.
Now, how did you get into that?
I moved to Georgia, and I lived in the middle of nowhere, and I found a job with the Whittons over there. If you're listening, I love y'all.
Hey, Whittons.
And
Not the
they
Whittakers.
are the best business owners in the world.
Okay. Oh.
And I did deer processing with them and found out they did taxidermy, and I annoyed them until they trained me.
Oh, how about that?
So-
Wow. What is your best animal to be able to do?
I love doing a bobcat.
Oh, really?
So,
Those are special.
yeah.
Yeah.
I might bring you one.
Yeah. Yeah. How about I had one of my son hunting with the other day tried to get me to shoot a raccoon with a 300 Weatherby, and I said, son, I'm not going to shoot a raccoon with a. He goes, I don't think you can hit it, and I thought, well, you're probably right, but I just so yeah,
that wouldn't be anything but fur.
That is interesting. Of course, now I look at the box and I go, would it have killed you to put some summer sausage in it? But I don't.
Not a processor.
Yeah, right. You said, but they do process.
But you moved
the place
on from
you
the
learned, right? The place you learned did process.
Yeah, I did the sausage for them for 2 years.
Right.
So I know how to do it.
Now we're
but I
kind of
just-
back to where I was. So no, it's great. Yeah. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
That's great.
Thank y'all for having me.
Yeah. And thanks to Tanner Taxidermy LLC.
Tanner Taxidermy.
Yeah. I like that.
If I kill a bigger one, I'm gonna take him and let him do it.
You know, and I don't have an official nickname, but I'm digging Mr. Hassle Me Not.
I like it too.
I like that.
I don't know where the save a penny came from.
Yeah, I don't either.
right.
Who would have thought that?
Never heard of that one.
No, it's
we have all kind of animals mounted in here. There's some in the control room.
Yeah.
There's
an
some in
owl,
the
which is
upholstery.
illegal.
Right.
It was in the 40s.
Yeah. How about my wife came by here the other day and wanted to see the studio. She had not seen it in a long time. She was like, "What's up with all the wolves?" and I said, "These are coyotes." And she goes, "Why do y'all want coyotes here?" And I said, "Because why?" That's
how not to do
That's
it.
how not to do it.
Yeah.
But you know what I said? Because wives like you won't let husbands keep these in their houses.
That's a great
That's how they own it up here. Yeah. Yeah, selling your wife, if it's a house she lives in with you, selling her on a coyote mount is tough.
It is.
Yeah.
You know,
It's hard to
a
put
deer
that in
mount's
living
hard
room.
enough, but a coyote mount's even more.
Especially if you have dogs inside.
That's correct. It's kind of awkward. Isn't
They're
it?
constantly squaring off with them.
Well, also, isn't it a little awkward to have one of their cousins mount in front
Well,
of them?
you really can't convince them they're not real.
I know. Yeah. And Greg, I listen to
Rick coming down the hall.
Oh yeah, right.
There it is. Still there.
I heard Helmsley talking about visiting you again. Can you not get these dogs under control?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Greg,
ain't bothering
I think
nobody.
your dogs are a menace.
They're not
Yeah.
bad. Tell him, but it ain't that bad.
Well, he's talking about tires being bit. and
Oh, he just
people-
bites tires till you get past the first ditch.
because that's so normal.
Once you get past the first ditch, he'll let you go.
Okay.
I will say this: I don't encounter dogs like that anywhere else in my life.
Well, no, these are wild. They just
And-
roam. They
and
do
they're
what they do.
Listen, and I said this earlier.
They'll live a long time. I don't know. Millie may not, way she dodges tires.
Millie is she's something else.
Hey, something going on there.
Yeah.
I feel like I can't really say this because of the route we've been on the last hour, but I think if you look up in the definition at that female dog, they had Millie in mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
they do.
really?
She's
Yes.
temperamental.
Okay.
But
so-
did you not, when I showed you the thing about sitting down,
Yeah,
something
now-
to do with their eyesight. I
And you'll
think
love
it
this,
is.
Rick. We
She ain't
Seriously.
right.
the
It's really
TV problem was resolved real quick, like 25 minutes.
So y'all mounted his new TV.
Correct.
That he didn't want to begin with.
Correct.
Yeah, but I still can't figure to get that.
Okay,
Tom
good.
Cruise tried to talk me how.
Did you
Buddy,
plug your
we-
box into
Buddy,
it?
That's another day.
That's
Don't-
another.
don't-
That's after Helmsley
Don't
buys him some
divert.
shin cards. He'll be back to take care of that.
So
Snake boots.
yeah. So we knocked that out, and then I wasn't going to bring it up because I didn't want to be that guy. And big-hearted Greg did. He said, "Hey," because you remember what I said yesterday. He said, "How about that cup of coffee on the back porch?"
And you were so happy.
And I thought, let's do it.
Do you realize how few people
I know.
get to do that?
Right up to the dog bit him.
That's
Yeah.
not true.
No.
So we got us a cup of Joe. We got on the patio out back, and we talked about life and real estate and land and kids and wives and
investments.
I mean, it was probably an hour sitting there.
What a day.
And the first 2 minutes, Millie did not like me sitting there with Papa Greg, but she warmed up to me, like
Did she
so much
growl or
so.
anything?
No,
Yeah,
no.
oh, yeah.
I mean, she did. Oh yeah. Listen,
Well,
the
got a
first,
split decision.
the
No,
first,
no.
no. The first, she tried to bite me when I first arrived.
The
She does that.
I don't think
The
it was
rivals.
that.
Hey, it got this. I mean, he actually stepped in and he said, "Helms, you're gonna get bit." Like he said that because
Well, he
I
keeps
was
trying to pet her. She
now
ain't gonna
listen.
let you pet
I
her.
was trying. I had a little. It was almost like you had some out there with some courage.
Right.
Like I was really trying
Too
to
much courage,
overdo
maybe.
it.
Forcing it.
and she didn't like it, and so much so I had to back walk to the door to get in because she would have got me.
You had
Because
to
he
walk
said,
backwards?
"This is me walking into his front door right here."
Well, she's fine. Just don't turn your back on her.
Greg, you got to do something
you
about
can't
this.
have a
Turn your
dog.
back on
You
her.
can't have a dog that you say
And
he's fine.
We're
Listen.
exaggerating. She just barks.
And
She's
and
not trying to bite.
and she was fine when we were on the back patio, but when I left, she wanted to get me, and Buddy for some reason chewed on my tires for I
He
don't
does
know
that.
12, 20 feet. Just chews on. I mean, bites them, like growls at them, and he gets a hold of them with his teeth.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's funny.
But he only does it, like I say, just so long. Then, he gets beside you
Well,
and races you.
the wheel's rolling, isn't it?
We have Adler rolling in. He is. They were going to go into that house we saw on the establishing shot, and then transform the inside to look like the set look.
I think.
Do I have that right?
I don't think they can do that, can they?
I don't know.
think they got
Or maybe
enough
they're going to
floors.
get close.
I think they were just going to redo it, right?
Maybe.
I
thought
don't
they
know,
were gonna
Bubba.
redo it.
That's what I'm trying to ask. I don't
Well,
understand
I tell you
what we've
let's
done
read
here.
the story.
Well, it's got a bunch of pictures.
Did
of Brady
we see
put it
their
together.
house when we were in California? You know, we saw several streets that were made up on the lot. This is actually
It's
a house, though,
yeah,
isn't it?
in a neighborhood.
Well, we saw a tunnel where they did the Bigfoot $6 million man.
Oh, my
We
goodness.
saw where they did
Andre
the.
Giant, by the way.
We saw where the Red Sea parted for the Ten Commandments,
Yep.
which, by the way, is only about 6 inches deep. We drove through it in a golf cart. But I mean, it was funny movie magic. We
I'd
saw.
like to see it.
The
We went to
Jaws?
Times. Yeah, we went to the little community where Jaws was.
Which was also the exact same community they used for Murder,
She Wrote at the beginning of that.
You know, when they show the little town and the little bay
the
there.
little dock thing.
Yeah,
You know.
the same bay for Jaws and Murder, She Wrote, same thing.
Now, one of the stranger ones, and this is off the topic though, is when you go around the square where they did Back to the Future. That's actually
yeah,
built
with
up. And that's
clocks and all
facades, yeah, but it's actually there. You drive through that square, and you see where the DeLorean went down through there and all that. That's pretty good.
All right, so here's what it looks like. They tried to do a little bit of both, and this is a very hard story to follow because most of it is talking about the fashion that the adult Brady kids are now wearing. I don't know why that's important to this story, but
They got a lot going on.
So they came together for a little mini reunion, and they took all the different pictures, and we've talked about that. For some reason, they tell us what all of them are wearing. But it's funny because we need the pictures because Greg still looks like Bobby Brady. He
does.
And you do, Greg. You look like Bobby Brady. You look like him. What y'all need to know is that Greg looked like Bobby Brady there on the left when he was a kid.
Nah,
But
yes, you did, Greg.
I don't think he
Same
looks
haircut.
like him as much in that picture as he does this.
Yeah, the picture of them on the red carpet is
Right.
the one that looks like Greg.
Yeah.
And it looks like y'all have the same hair issue, everything.
Yeah.
So this one right here is the one to me that looks that looks the most
When
like
I
Greg.
flipped over, I thought it was Greg.
Oh,
to begin with.
See right there, doesn't it look like Greg's walked up in that picture?
That's it. There's Greg.
And it's not bad, Greg.
Greg,
I'm
you
not
look-
making fun
you
of it.
look
It just
like Bobby
looks
Brady.
like
It's not-
I am.
Yeah.
I can take it.
So what they said they did is that they looked at every frame of every episode that had ever existed. And he said, so if there was a room that ever appeared in a single episode, we would make sure it was covered here. Do you hear that?
Yeah. What now?
Meaning they are trying to make it look like
some of the rooms. They can't do that staircase.
Yeah, they said
Which I thought was the coolest thing in the world. When I was a kid, I wanted
Oh,
that.
yeah.
look
With the
right
carpet
here.
on the steps.
We're trying to get Greg and current Bobby Brady side by side.
Greg, look right at the camera.
Yeah.
Look-
Yeah. What
look
side
at
you
that
what side
over
you want
there.
this on?
This over here.
Give me over on this side.
Yeah. It just.
I'll put it on the
This
other
will take a
side.
minute.
Hold on.
Put
I'll put it on the other
All right,
side.
we're gonna put it on that. But there we go. Now move Greg in. Okay,
You got to square your shoulders up, Greg.
My God.
turn around so we can see Bobby Brady.
Gracious. Play along.
Yeah, Greg, don't be difficult.
Keep on.
All
I'm
right.
gonna make a hand motion.
By the way, don't make a hand motion. Bobby Brady wouldn't do that. So,
Greg, keep looking at the camera.
keep staring.
I want you in a movie.
Greg, will you quit looking at what we're trying to look at? All right.
I was carjack victim.
Matter of fact, they could have got Bobby Brady for carjack victim.
Yeah.
So they look a lot alike, and they did when they were little.
Whatever.
When they were little, I'm telling you, we called Greg Bobby Brady.
Quick,
You
John
think-
Malkovich from Con Air. Pull it up. Put it by Speedy.
Right.
Quick, Chaz Bono.
You think the neighborhood bully? You think
It was coming.
That's funny.
Knew it was coming.
Did you think the neighborhood bully didn't get on little Bobby Brady?
Oh, sure.
God. We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show, our golden ticket seats today. Having a blast with them. Let's say hello. Let's say hello to Colt Duncan here today. Lydia Tanner, you just heard from her. Emmy Smith, Will Smith, Charlene Yates, Molly Gunnels, Kenneth Bargerhuff, and Chastity Bargerhuff. Did I get that right? I got it right. All right, Bubba, we got a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney and the gang to one of the Elite Eight. Give me a number between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about 5?
Number 5, Lydia Tanner. What a day for Lydia.
Lydia, congratulations.
What a day for Lydia Tanner. She now takes home the $50 gift card from American Express and
I know
Dr.
she
Dudney
did
and the
not
gang.
win because she brought us something. Okay,
I know that looks ugly. I know that looks ugly.
I know I look guilty in that, but really it is jumbled up. They're not in the right order.
Yeah,
jumble it up.
What I would say is
we probably need to go to picking that with some kind of bingo thing.
well,
or something.
Bubba, I would look at this the way I look at luck. We don't believe in luck. But we don't take any chances.
Right.
So
right.
you could say it has no impact on winning that prize by bringing them a gift, but why chance it?
Yeah.
You know, and so simplysafebubba.com. If you are looking for people who are trying to take from you and not you give it, then you need 24/7 service from simplysafebubba.com. Bubba, do you realize, again, they have been named the best security system, and also according to the FBI, break-ins and property thefts spike this time of year, does that really surprise you?
No.
Everybody knows you're going to be traveling, you're going to be gone a lot. You know you got a lot of gifts.
Dang criminals.
You got a lot of gifts you're bringing in.
I know.
So right now, if you have not gone to simplysafebubba.com, you can. Do you realize you can get a 50% discount on any new system right now? Now, they're good for break-ins, no doubt, but also good for fires, floods, any other threats. Medical emergencies, and they have that video Doorbell Pro wireless outdoor security camera, which is fantastic. And the folks they have that do the monitoring, they can actually see things going on in real time and even speak to intruders and get emergency vehicles there quick for any type of problem. Get 50% off any new system right now with Fast Protect Plan, which you want with it. Go to simplysafebubba.com for that. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I will be headed off to the airport after this segment.
Rick, have a great trip.
We will.
And whatever you do, don't worry about us.
No, it's
not like
Yeah.
this show has been out of control.
No.
and our phones are not working.
No,
so don't you worry about us a bit.
Not one bit.
Yeah, not at all.
I will not worry about y'all. I will think of y'all. Well, not long after my truck leaves the parking lot.
Right,
But you know why? I don't say that negatively. Oh, my plane's on time. I don't say that negatively.
For now.
Well, anytime, let's face it, when you're flying and you're on these apps, when they send you an update, it's rarely good.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
a good point.
you know when you look down, you go, oh wow, they want to talk to me. But Bubba, I don't say that because I don't care. I say that because I'm confident in the ability of all those left behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way.
Yeah. Now, do I worry a little bit today when I see the Good Time Gang and me leaving you unprotected? I am worried about that.
Sorry about that. Attack.
Yeah, you know, and if you think
it's a lot like being tied to a bumper.
I want to tell you this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Mhm.
Okay, I want you to look at me right now.
Let me get Adler or something.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Look right in front of you.
See these people right here?
That's good.
We have taken pictures.
Ozempic.
We have taken pictures. You see what I'm talking about? We have spun the wheel of canned meat. Okay. We have given away the $50 gift certificate from our friends at Dr. Dudney.
Yes.
We have gripped and we have grinned. If these people get to the point that you're done with them, just leave. Okay. I mean, it's so
everything is done.
Right.
No, I'm really honored that they carry it all. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
Yeah. Right.
What you saving there?
Do what?
What you got?
He got him a little chocolate.
Oh, I got some of the goodies that they brought.
Sure you did.
Did
Can I see
hear
one of those?
Did I hear?
Can I see the one that's not unwrapped?
No.
I just want.
Rick,
I just
no,
want
we
to
know
look at
how
it.
you are.
Huh?
No. Yeah, you clean up.
Correct
Too,
me if
you
I'm
clean
wrong.
up too aggressively.
But when
Boy,
we were
these are
doing-
good too.
But when we were giving away the 12 Days of Christmas, I heard a statement from you that we hadn't melted the phone down in a long time. I remember that.
Did you say that?
Yes, he did.
I did. Well, it's not.
It's been a while since.
Our phone system would crash sometimes.
Oh yes,
But
it would. You did mention that.
What's funny, we started getting calls from the wireless people, and one of the carriers in particular.
Oh yeah, this happened.
Sent us an email and said, "What were y'all doing this morning at so and so time? Because we've had a major problem in your area."
Right.
And we told them we were doing a contest, and they said that their system buckled here, and they actually had to start routing calls through Atlanta and Nashville so that they would work in the area till they could get their system back up, which is great to have the backup to do that. But they were concerned about why it happened, and I said, well, that was the 12 working days of Christmas. And they're like, the what?
What a footprint.
The what?
Do you think today it buckled because we had the 12 working days of Christmas and the wheel of canned meat?
That's a
all
lot
in the same
of,
day.
Rick,
You
that's
know,
a lot of dialing in a very short time.
Didn't let it
you're-
rest.
But it's not the sale people today that's buckled. It's our in-house system, right?
Yeah,
Is that what I
and
understand?
I didn't. I got to have readers now. I can't see close up. Everything's blurry, and so I just went to my contacts and hit Brett, Brett Glover. He runs.
When he
things
sees
here
your
for
number, he's
Summit.
like, great.
So I just hit Brett and I called and the guy went, hello. And I was like, hey, man,
wasn't
the phones
Brett.
are down. I went into what's going on. And he's just sat there. And I said, is this not Brett? He goes, he hadn't worked here in years. And I realized I called the wrong Brett.
Oh, my
so
God.
I quickly.
That makes sense. What he was doing over there.
So then I hung up on him and
We
I
were
called the
wondering.
right Brett and he said, hey, it's not just you. It is everything is down.
And you know how once he gets started, he won't stop when it's an emergency like that. So this poor person had nothing to do with anything.
Time out, I got to ask, what is that Brett doing, the one you actually called first?
I don't know who it was. It was just in my phone as Brett. I don't know even who it is, but apparently he doesn't work there anymore, so I'm gonna delete that contact. But I apologize.
You know your buddy Brett.
Hey, man,
Greg, who am I?
You got to walk around more, Rick.
Yeah, I don't know if I was doing that, but that's good. I saw you over there.
You're that guy.
You add a squint. Take your glasses off and squint.
Hey, y'all get off Speedy.
That's right.
Leave him alone.
Hang on, man. I got another call. It's your pancreas. Hey, yeah, he's got some a lot of sweet stuff. So Ozempic,
two
just
little
gonna be
bites
right
of
there.
stuff here.
You may want to double up.
Right.
Yeah.
He's had 2 days he felt good, so now we're going back in.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Really?
No,
I got
this-
Rick.
one
That's
of
on
these
me.
are not gonna hurt
I know.
I opened them up.
No, you're right, Bubba. One of those is not going to hurt.
Yeah,
I hate to
Monday,
do
Bubba
that.
called went, what the?
I hate to do this because of blood kin, but he's not good for you.
Greg.
Yeah, I
Hey,
mean,
my buddy Greg.
I just opened up the pack and said, "Wow, look at those."
Look
I
at
did.
the-
I got
They are.
look what he's done to Adler. Look what he's doing to you.
Well-
Rick, this may have been a mistake bringing you here.
Rick, I really felt like I was going to have to be on a sugar high to keep up the last hour.
I know
the
you
way
are.
the show was
Good
going.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy.
And them are really good.
Yeah.
They are.
May you have a great weekend.
Hey,
buddy.
you too.
Love y'all. See you.
See
Thank you,
ya.
Golden Ticket Seats. Thank you, everybody.
Rick and Bubba.
It's a laugh.
I know.
Can you be with the Brady Bunch? Bobby Brady. Hey, Bobby Brady. Wham!
Greg, 50-pounder.
Yeah, that's when the stick would come out.
Greg, they called him 50-pounder because Greg weighed 50.
Oh, for half my life.
Yeah.
Things have changed.
Yeah, they have changed, but that's good. And nobody wants you to be all weird looking. People can be too skinny just like they can be too fat.
Yeah.
So
you, Rick.
I didn't say you were either. You're somewhere in between.
Here it is.
Yeah.
At one time you're too skinny, now you're too fat.
No, I didn't say that.
That's fine. You want to arm
I didn't say that at all. Look, let me tell you something. If you're fat, then I
look, Rick, y'all look.
Oh,
my
wait a
gosh.
minute. Oh, my goodness.
That's young, Bubba.
The reason why we're laughing is Chaz Bono is up on the screen again. And Bubba, let me tell you this. The good news there is you never have to wonder, I wonder what I look like as a woman.
Yeah.
You know it.
Well, now wait a minute, Rick. I'm not sure. Is that a one?
Okay, look, I stick with
I know there's been people, including Planned Parenthood, they're saying that's not the indicator. I think Bubba's established, and
I believe so.
I have agreed that I think it is.
I'm with you on that.
I'm gonna go ahead and step out on a limb and say that's an indicator.
Well, we take it a step further. You can't get away from XXXY.
No.
I mean chromosomes.
There it is. It's hard to choose that.
They're different.
Everybody, if they want to, they can certainly go out there and try to jump up and down, and they can pitch fits, rolling the floor, and claim there are no genders. But there's only two.
Look, they can claim
There
their
are two.
yard bush. I don't care.
There's
You know,
not one, and there's not multiples. There are two genders.
they can claim their yard bush. You know?
Right, absolutely. Well, it goes back to you. The science. That's the thing that gets me is you can never make some of the far left emotional based worldview people happy when they say, well, it don't. I don't care about your stupid archaic belief in God. Okay, well, science says it. No, it don't. Okay, can I come up with any? Can I come up? Hey, can I come up with any?
one of my favorite
Hey, can I
voices,
come up
by
with
the way.
any source that you will acknowledge? You just told me to quit being backward about my belief in God and believe in science. Well, science says the same thing, and then you get up and walk out of the room again. I mean, so really, you're just gonna pitch your fit.
There it is.
I mean, there's got to be somewhere where you're going to discuss this, and like Bubba just said, the chromosomes seem to establish. Now, that doesn't mean that people don't have mental problems. It doesn't mean that people don't have mental, identity crisis, and these people need to be shown our compassion. But what's happened now, as we've said many times, it's turned into something that's become mod.
Yeah.
I just want to pretend that I'm confused about my gender because I think that's mod, and that takes away the help that some people really need. And all you're trying to do is just want attention.
You can fight the symptoms of gender with drugs, and that's what doctors would say, the symptoms of it. You can even have surgery and change the biological outside, but you still have a different chromosome set, and you cannot change it. So you still have male and female.
Yep.
You put on whatever window covering you want.
Bottom of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show are coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
We've been unpacking the climate town hall, and it was 6 hours. Really, honestly, we're going so far now. Even some of you that kind of found yourself somewhere kind of in the middle, and you don't even have to be a big fan of Trump or anything like that. But can I just tell you this? I think that the majority of us can come together. Please, I hope we can't let these idiots run the free world. I mean, we just can't. I don't even care what you may. You don't even have to be all in on the right. You don't have to be all into Trump. None of that. We can't let these people. I mean, you listen to the things they're saying at this ridiculous town hall, and the way they talk and the things they say, including this next one. I mean, like Greg said, going to the break, we heard Bernie answer the horrifying, evil question, from the panelists that said that, we can't sustain population, and we should not only continue to crank up the abortions here in our country, but we should send that capability out to the entire world for women everywhere. And what we've been through with the things we found out about the Planned Parenthood and the partial birth and the fully birth and all of this. And then, if you remember the movie, and Greg, you brought this up, and we'll get to this next thing about meat. Do you remember the movie? And I think was Leonardo DiCaprio in it? I forget who it was. When you knew because of overpopulation that at a certain age, your time ran out.
Yeah.
And so I want you to think about this.
The name of that.
All of that was tied to there's just too many people.
Yep.
Well, if you take the mentality of Bernie Sanders and this woman in the audience, Greg, you said it. What about all these unwanted people that just lay all over the streets?
Is that Matt Damon in Elysium?
I can't remember.
Maybe it was. I don't know.
But you've got right now Los Angeles, San Francisco. They're overrun with
Nobody wants those
disease-ridden, drug addict, homelessness situation, a sanctuary city.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see if these people meet the criteria of babies. They're unwanted.
They are unwanted.
They're going to be using resources.
They're pretty helpless.
They're nobody wants to deal with them.
Yeah.
Okay. So really, by Bernie Sanders and this woman's, if we have an overpopulation problem, which we don't, but let's say that we believe what they believe, then what are we wasting? Why are we wasting time with these people?
Yeah.
And what's going to happen is, if you have any kind of mental challenge, well, I mean, you're kind of a drag on society.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got special needs. We got to find ways to meet all your needs. You're more problematic. Do y'all remember who did this? Y'all remember the last bunch that did this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Do y'all remember this?
Yeah, Nazi Germany, 1930.
If you're not perfect, you got to go.
Yep.
And so what's going to end up is, babies, if you don't want them, they're drag.
This is where Speedy's curing me, and I won't start, and he keeps doing it.
Yeah.
You know?
A pilot in a plane could see me, but he can't.
No, I see you. I'm just not doing it.
Oh, boy.
7 minutes after the hour, you're back with the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick has left. He's headed to New York City.
New York City.
So, Rick, have a safe and hopefully very successful trip, and we will see you back Monday. In the meantime, we still have some business to take care of here, and Speedy, I've made a deal with Greg over here on the side. We won't go into the details. Right. No need for that. Greg has promised that he will be good this hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
you know, little kids, you got to promise you're going to take them to Walmart if they act right when you go somewhere.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that.
I've made a deal that Greg has accepted to act good. Now I don't know about the rest of you, but a couple of old business items here that we had on the show I wanted to cover before we move forward. And Lydia is here who does taxidermy.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the animals here in the studio. And Rick said it's because we have wives that won't let us keep them at home. And some of that is very much true. But here's a picture that kind of shows you what I was up against, okay? Let's if you zoom out on that, Adler.
That ain't mounted, is it?
No, that is actually that was Gracie, our dog at the time. And when we sold our farm, we had to move all the stuff we had mounted out.
You should have brought that bobcat.
You see the bobcat and the deer and everything. And look at Gracie's face in the front seat as all that's been loaded up. She is like,
she can't
is
believe
riding
this
with
ain't
us?
coming to my house.
Believe it.
They often don't understand the hey, it's mounted concept.
Yeah.
But
like,
you need to bring that bobcat up here.
I thought it was up here.
I like how
You
it's
did?
reaching out.
Yeah,
That's
I did.
concerning.
No, I got so many things. I don't know where they all are. What is it? A coyote in there?
Yeah, we got 3 coyotes.
Right.
For some reason.
And
the black
owl.
one's
Well,
here.
now
There's one right here that
all right,
is
mine was honest.
disturbing. I have to look at every day.
I brought mine in because Adler said he wanted it,
Yeah,
and then Aaron
right.
shut him down, so
That
it
one.
became the studio coyote.
Yeah, he was at those.
Yeah, and so that one made the move over here.
Right.
We named it. I forgot the name.
I did too.
And these others here, just because you needed somewhere to put your.
Yeah, I just didn't have a spot to set them at the
This
time.
one in the front here looks like he's struggling.
Yeah, that one I feel sorry for.
Yeah,
and of course
it's a
we
wormy
prominent location.
Yeah,
Probably should have put that one in.
Yeah,
there.
that one looks really good. The one you brought. I remember when you shot that. I was with you.
You were.
We weren't standing. We were on the same.
That was a wild little. It was a man drive. So because the deer were becoming
That was a
nocturnal
weird
on
place.
us. Yeah, well, and they all positioned us on some dirt roads, and I'll never forget this because the guys that were doing the drive, they were hollering and you could hear them.
Bizarre.
And you'd be oh my goodness, he's a big one. Get ready, boys. And you're like, oh my goodness. So we're all positioned with shotguns at different angles of the road that turn and stuff. So we're not in any, line of vision or whatever. And so I see. I'd kind of like walked up and down the road a little bit, and I saw the main trails coming out. So I knew the hot spots. So all of a sudden, I see the silhouette of something running parallel with the dirt road, and it looks big, and it's making all kinds of racket. You can hear it coming through. It's just running hard. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. So it's coming at, and here it comes down the trail I had already picked out. So I get down on one knee, and I'm like, I'm about to see the biggest buck I've ever seen in my life. And it was that coyote right there. And it was coming quartering right to me.
So you said, I'll just go ahead and shoot it.
And I was like, you not. I just reaction. I hit it. And so that's how that happened. But it was on a man drive.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Because the deer weren't moving, so that guy told us, he said, we're going to make them move. He said, if we have to build a fire. Well, I said, well, that's a little much.
Let's not do that. We're just down here having a good time.
We're good. We've eaten good.
The harvesting of deer is really not important to us.
I actually did not shoot the black one. That was Ryan McCorkle.
Oh, okay.
Oh, McCorkle.
But it was at our place.
Poor thing.
Some other old business here. We'd referred to this email a minute ago, but we didn't share it, from Chris Gullidge. Chris, whose call got dropped.
Yeah.
Man, have I been calling for years trying to win one of the 12 days of Christmas. I don't even care about the prize. I just wanted to win. Finally, I'm the correct caller, and the call drops. All I heard was one word. Then you guys answered, you can't have nothing.
Not a thing.
Worst part, my brother in Alabama listens to the show also and heard the whole thing. Now I've got to deal with a text from him about get a phone that works.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Appreciate what you do. Keep it up. Chris Gullidge, Tupelo, Mississippi.
Come on.
Let's just go ahead and
Sorry,
send him a
Chris.
can of spam. Go ahead and sign it.
Complimentary
We've had them drop, but sometimes it's before they get a name.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
This one here, it was, hi, Chris.
Kaplunk.
I'm so happy.
That was, it's
was bad.
technology. It's
Right.
part of the game. Like I said, the ref's part of the field.
It is.
If you
It
run
is.
around and run into him, it's still, too bad.
Well, and the primary rule in all of our contests are we make the rules up and we change them anytime.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's our version of what the Helms.
Yeah, and we had to have that with Dan Moultrie coming in too.
Oh,
so,
my goodness.
the match Moultrie part of it.
Yeah.
That's give us some real nightmares
yeah.
over the years.
You talking
So,
about things actually being factual?
Yeah. So what do you have on Greg to make him act nice?
Well, it's really not important. He just agreed to do it because he's a kind and gentle person.
That's me. I'm known for that.
I heard the front end of it. I won't go into what I think it might be, but I heard you
listen
say,
here.
I'll tell you what, if you'll be nice, so he's like a parent.
Like I said.
Yeah.
Well, I promised
We'll
him a
go
trip.
get ice cream.
I promised him a trip to Walmart later.
Yeah.
And he gets
pick
to
out
spend
one thing.
And he gets to spend $3 Greg dollars.
That's so good.
What can you do?
I know. Well, you do whatever Daddy says.
Did y'all's
so you be
parents-
nice.
Did y'all's parents have like a reward system like that? Like, I had to fill up a sticker chart with like 10
really?
good decisions. If I got 10 stickers, I could go get a prize.
No, our parents wasn't in on that.
No. Speaking of parents,
Do what I say.
Mine kind of had it was almost the reverse of that.
Yeah.
That if you did certain things, you didn't get tore up.
Yeah. Adds one.
Right.
One more.
No,
and you're
I
getting
used to. If we went on a shopping trip with my mom and aunt, they'd usually get me a toy or something, some kind. But I only got one. You had
Right.
and then that was that tough decision. Oh, I get the tank.
Oh, I know.
I get the tank or the police car.
Right.
And then they get mad because you won't make your mind up quick
I know.
enough.
I mean, you're carrying both to the register. You just cannot make make a
it's
choice.
tough. It's like My Little Pony or Barbie.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Your mic's on,
Maybe
buddy.
that was just me.
Maybe
I
so.
think that one was you.
Been reminiscing a lot with my parents. I don't know why, but we have been in the car a lot.
Yeah,
and,
y'all
and
have.
so we just been riding down the road, and so things will come up from their past childhood and stuff, and they're in their 80s. So I asked, hey, what was big then, whatever, and I asked them when y'all were young, what was the big gift? Like, now we've got technology. We can go online. You can check social media. You can check websites
Gaming.
and like what's out there. But then it's like, how did you make the request, know what was out there? And he said, I would sit down with Mom on the couch. This is Dad talking. Sears and Roebuck catalog.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd sit there and we'd see all the little pictures of all the toys.
Yeah.
And we'd sit there and we'd mark the ones that we were just so excited about. And then we would actually get to go to brick and mortar Sears and try to pick it out. But the excitement was sitting on the couch and looking at the catalog and making the list.
What was the one we got? Wish book? Is that
Yeah.
JCPenney?
Yeah, Sears Wish Book.
Yeah.
See, one of them. And at Christmas, you flip to the back, the toy section. I would do that more because I
And our
was getting
local
it.
Sears had it used to be in the back of the store, then they put it in the middle of the store. And it was like the North Pole where all the toys were.
Yeah.
And the big centerpiece was always the electric football set
That's
with
right.
the two teams that were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. But everything's so immediate now. I think that some of the joy is taken away because when you look through a catalog like that and you pick something out and then you get to, go pick it out or whatever. and they said that I had picked out a some type of toy I could ride or whatever, and they put it on layaway. Of course, that's what everybody did then. And they forgot to go pick it up, and so it got to be Christmas Eve.
You must have been really important to them.
Well, just the hustle and bustle of everything.
thought we had a kid.
And hosting Christmas and stuff. And so they realized after the place had closed, oh my gosh, it was paid off. We didn't go pick it up. But they knew the manager. The manager went to church with us, and so they called her and said, "Hey, could you please open the store?"
Granted, it's
got
after New Year's, but
they said, "You wouldn't have had Christmas that year."
Poor
it's just
little
the
cow.
memories. But it just seems like that was kind of fun because you anticipated stuff and you
when
had
that
to
wish book
wait
would show
on
up.
it. You know.
Oh yeah.
Now it's look at here.
You click, and it's on your porch the next day.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nice, too.
Another
kind of way.
That's nice, too. You're right.
We'll be right back. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
These homeless people, they're not contributing. They're a drag. There's old people. Gosh, what a drag.
Yeah.
I mean, these old people, so at a certain age, you got to go. And then, like I said, if you look at all the issues you got, you'd be better off dead. And then we take these people out. And then what do we say? Don't think we're mean. We're doing this for the good of mankind because only so many people can live here. Mm-hmm. We're overpopulated. So we're almost going to have a rank system. And guys, I know that sounds outlandish, but
that's exactly what Bernie said.
Exactly
what he said.
And then why stop with babies?
Right. I mean, if it's all about overpopulation, see, if they ever can play the overpopulation card and get it played, well, now then, if the whole goal is we got to do something about overpopulation, you better not be old, you better not be sick, you better not be homeless, and you better not have special needs.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, and keep in mind, they want the government to mandate this stuff. That's what you can't miss. Not people making choices. They always talk about choice. Let me tell you, the pro-choice people are the most anti-choice of anybody I've ever been around.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. They want the government to mandate everything you do. So here comes another one. Here's Kamala Harris. What's next? The government will mandate your diet. Mm-hmm. And of course, meat is not faring well.
No, it's not. Here's the question, courtesy of CNN.
Certain countries have changed their dietary guidelines to reduce the consumption of red meat in light of the impact of the climate change. Yeah. If elected, will you be supporting change in dietary guidelines? And then how will you plan on implementing the changes so that people effectively change their diets?
I know that's not a German accent, but it's close.
And thank you, Carol, for your work on the question. I think of the point that you're raising in a broader context, which is that as a nation, we actually have to have a real priority at the highest level of government around what we eat and in terms of healthy eating, because we have a problem in America. And we can talk about all that we are now, the subject of this conversation, we can talk about the amount of sugar in everything. We could talk about soda. We could go on and on. So the answer is yes. But I'll also say this. The balance that we have to strike here, frankly, is about what government can and should do around creating incentives and then banning certain behaviors. I mean, just to be very honest with you, I love cheeseburgers from time to time, right? I mean, I just do. And I think that, but there has to be also what we do in terms of creating incentives that we will eat in a healthy way, that we will encourage moderation, and that we will be educated about the effect of our eating habits on our environment. And we have to do a much better job of that, and the government has to do a much better job of that.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, you love cheeseburgers. I mean, we all do. I don't know.
I mean, from time to
try
time,
the Beyond Burger, the Impossible Burger, right? They try, but it's not quite the same. That's my personal opinion. But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
The food pyramid. What people
yes.
To reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would.
All right, I want y'all to just hang on here just a minute. I hope that some of you, and this is the part that bothers me the most, how stupid they think you are. You're just incapable. You can't figure these things out on your own. I mean, some of you don't know why you're fat.
And don't miss
I
this.
know. I know why I struggle with weight. I fully know it. When I don't eat certain things and I exercise, I'm not as fat as when I eat high-calorie foods and don't exercise. Believe it or not, I'm fully aware of that. Now, whether I act on it, then that's a whole different game. But I'm certainly not in the dark about it. And they think we are. Hey, we just got to, we're going to have to decide as a government, to give you some moderation. Look, I like a cheeseburger every now and then. I mean, we're going to have to decide, in moderation when you can have them, when you can't.
The ruling class will be eating cheeseburgers every day.
And don't forget,
while they're rationing it.
Look, and don't forget, it's just like the overpopulation play. This is classic big government people. They've done it since the dawn of big government. Since the dawn of big government, it's been the same play. We convince you that there is some catastrophic thing that is coming, and we must make these drastic changes. And the only way to make these drastic changes is for it to be government-driven.
And
we must
elect us
to do it. We'll be the ones that do it. So the thing about people, that's for overpopulation. Now, what's the meat consumption? Climate change. We have to do something about
we're all gonna die.
The impact of our diet on climate. I'll go.
"22 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us, and a Merry Christmas to you. We still got several things we need to get to here this hour, and I saw this interesting clip the other day. I thought this was kind of cool, and I wanted to hear the Elon sounder, to be honest with you. So.
That's all
Here
this
we
is
go.
about right here.
Comes the money.
Dollar.
So the Cybertruck has been rolled out. You're going to see more and more of those.
Greg wants
coming.
one.
That's
ugly.
He thinks it looks sharp.
Greg.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Easy.
How does that Cybertruck look, Rick?
That's
Greg?
fantastic.
Okay.
Best truck I ever seen.
So the Cybertruck raced a Porsche 911 to show you their takeoff
let's
speed.
see.
But there's a catch.
Uh-oh.
The Cybertruck is pulling a trailer with a Porsche 911 on it.
No way.
So, and then they're going to race and see how this goes right here.
Coming up to the line.
Oh, I thought that was. I thought that was it.
That was me, sorry.
No, but that was good.
Thank
Well,
you.
it needs a little narration.
Oh, you do it, Bubba.
Porsche versus Tesla.
I like Adler doing it.
And the tree is lit, and they're going.
Oh, wow.
One of Dip and Dan did it. Bubba.
Wow.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, that's Elon.
It revealed that it was towing the 911 like Bubba talked about. A quarter mile in under 11 seconds, 11 seconds, and 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds.
That's a pretty quick take.
That's awesome and all, but isn't truck supposed to haul stuff?
Yeah.
We're not worried about
torque,
speed.
not speed.
Yeah,
Torque.
like throw stuff in the back.
Well, funny you mentioned that.
It actually has a 911 in the back.
Yeah, but I mean, like not in the back of the truck.
Well, it's towing it though. That's what
Well,
trucks
I know.
do.
Well, I mean, I can tow stuff with a small SUV.
Mm-hmm. Here is the
How'd I get my
specs.
mulch and pine straw homes? What I want to know.
It's got a 6x10 bed. It's got a 6x10 bed.
It can handle that.
Yeah, but look at it.
So the rear-wheel drive, the cheapest one, that's going to ship in 2025. It's $60,000. 0 to 60 in 6.5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Then the $80,000 vehicle is going to be shipping next year. That's got much better specs. And then the Cyber Beast is $100,000.
Bubba, that's what you're going
There's
for.
your top of the
Is
line
that what?
specs right
Which
there.
specs just pulled did we see?
I bet it was the Cyber Beast.
Yeah,
I would probably
so.
guess.
Yeah.
You want a Cyber
And
Beast,
we can
just
all
so you
afford
can
that.
say it, Adler.
Right.
Well, I don't know if you've priced vehicles lately, and they're all going to be in that category for
Absolutely.
long.
Well, that's 100,000 though, Bubba.
It's crazy.
Have you priced a big truck lately?
Yeah.
Have you tried the big Wagoneer?
Ooh. Hello.
They're
Money.
proud of them.
You know what? Hello.
Inflation.
Here we go.
That's Bidenomics.
That's normal, folks. We got to have that lower level one.
I thought that was a pretty good demonstration, though. Interesting.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Interesting.
That's not bad. I want Greg. I want you to one so bad. I just can't
what has he
stand it.
got
It'll
on
grow
you?
on me.
What has he got on you that you will not talk about
now,
this
wait
the
a
way you
minute.
normally do?
Adler, you said there's more though, right?
Yes, yeah. Here they are. So the doors on this thing are ultra. They're calling it ultra hard stainless steel. Cold rolled stainless steel. So evidently that's important.
Okay.
And they tested it
This
with a lot
way
of
he's shooting
things.
at it.
This is the hammer test here. That's a regular door.
Oh, wow. So you can go to Chicago.
That's a regular door. That's good.
Yeah, they can't get you.
That's good. I got to tell you, that's pretty impressive.
That is.
No, that's denting the regular car door. This is the
Well,
Tesla
we can't
door.
see it.
Well, it dented it, Greg.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought
Trust
it wasn't
me.
dead.
Trust me, it dented it.
How would you like to be the guy that had to hit that though?
That'd be fun.
So here he is going to hit it with a hammer. Nothing.
Looks just like the other one.
No,
He didn't
no
hit it
dent.
as hard either.
You're right.
You
Yeah,
see
he
him
backed
slow
off.
up.
No,
As
you're
a
right.
What a
trick.
joke.
You're right. You're right.
He wasn't sure.
Do you guys remember when they did that demonstration years ago when they unveiled this whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
they
he
threw
shot
the
it.
window. They threw that stainless
Oh, that's
steel
what it was.
ball at the window, and it was supposed to just bounce right off, but
And
it
it
broke the window.
Yeah.
Tesla is actually now selling decals to make it look like your window is broken. They're kind of making fun of themselves. So
I like that.
He'll do that, which I love that
Yeah.
self-deprecating
I like that.
Making
stuff.
fun of
Yeah.
yourself
It's
a
good.
little bit.
Yeah.
Let me find the bullet one. Greg, just
Yeah,
like
now the shooting of it's pretty cool.
cuss a little bit. Greg, fill some time while I find the
Okay,
bullet
you
one.
mean- What level?
Yeah.
PG-13.
Let's see here. Let's see. I'll go with this one.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got toes here to pull this off.
Okay.
That was in there.
And go.
That's enough.
They shot it with a.
Oh, you need another one? Okay.
They're going to have to get in there with some tweezers.
I just had it. Here it is.
All right. Here we go.
Good job.
How about we're my friends?
They shot it with a 9mm Tommy gun.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's something.
That's a weird looking dude.
And these are all Tesla people, and that's why they're all freaking out and
I
they're
don't
just
think
loving it. Boom, there you go. Tommy gun. Oh, that's a 45. Right off that cold rolled stainless steel.
I hope I'm never in that situation.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Right.
Trying to
And
avoid that.
There's a Glock, an MP5. So they tested quite a few different
Guys,
rounds on it.
You got to think ahead.
Military.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's
Elon is thinking government contracts.
Well, you
He
think
likes
if
those.
you look back, and I didn't know this, you watch some of these things, these Built America shows on History Channel, and Ford and Chrysler,
Carnegie.
and building tanks for at mass production for wars. So
Right.
yeah, you're right. They use this military.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. The shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact you won't just go flying through the door.
But I mean,
Keep
I've
playing Greg
I've always thought though when you see these demonstrations of armored vehicles or
Right.
whatever, you just shoot the tires, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they got some kind of special tire.
I think they make
Well,
them
you would
solid, right? They make
I
them
think they have
solid.
dogs like Mr. Buddy goes out and chews.
Yeah, they get caught up in that. wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
They're my friends. Okay.
Thank you so
Oh, that's,
Yeah,
the,
it's
that's
just
the
for you.
military version.
Okay.
And that's just
I like the
somebody
dress
made
of
that.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not real.
But I mean, they could do that. They
Yeah,
could.
yeah.
Do you like the
That's not
the
real.
teeth on the front of it?
I do.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
they do at
So it
airplanes.
looks like the A-10
Oh, you
tank
did?
killer.
Yeah.
the old warthog.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
There we go.
what did that have to do with anything?
Greg challenged me to play it. I'm sorry, Bubba. Let me
So-
I'll follow that up.
So
I'm sorry.
if Tesla gets some contracts, some military contracts for the Cybertruck, does that mean in like 10, 12 years we're going to see the Taliban just driving around in Cybertrucks?
yes,
Probably.
Okay.
China
Yeah,
driving
you're all
around.
over that.
Yep.
Good.
Golly.
But it has been a long time.
I don't know if that's going to break whatever agreement he had, but he
I
he-
didn't
he
do.
challenged
Did
me
I
to do
punch the
that.
button? I didn't.
29 minutes after the hour. We will be back shortly. You are listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
So disgusting.
I know.
Sort of.
I know. Yeah, sort of, Bubba. You're right. He's just right in the middle of us, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll go further. I've been on this earth for 55 years as of October. I believe that Americans eat healthier now than they ever have in my lifetime.
You're right.
It's
You're
not
right.
even close.
You're right.
It's not even close. Now, it doesn't mean that everybody's participating in that, but I remember when nobody was.
Exactly.
I mean, you think about how much more healthier you see people eat now than
I
like
agree.
we were. It's not even close.
It's not.
So, but Bubba, if we can't sell you on the problem, then we can't sell you on the solution.
Well,
Listen to what we're talking
just
about.
the
This is literally being talked about.
Just these group of people who are running for president of the United States, these are the things that are a problem that must be fixed. Okay, and I've run the list of what I've heard them say in the last 2 to 3 days.
Their own words.
Hamburgers, meat, babies, cars, planes, cows, Christians, and traditional families. That is what is ruining life on planet Earth.
That's a strange list, isn't it?
Wow.
You would have never thought that would be the list.
I hope y'all heard what Bubba just said. Read it again.
This out of their own mouth.
There's a group of people that say these are the problems that need to be fixed.
And these are not just psychos out there on the street corner. These are not professors in universities. These are people who are running for president of the United States, that we will have an election in the year 2020. They are blaming the problems of the world on hamburgers, meat, babies, cars, planes, cows, chickens, and traditional families. Not to mention the NRA, which is now a terrorist group if you're in San Francisco.
Yeah, right. I want y'all to think.
Now that's people. That's not nut job. Well, they are nut jobs, but they're running for president of the United States.
Well, what you're saying
some
is,
of them are already in Congress, or a senator in her case.
What you're saying, there might have been a time you saw this person that looked kind of dirty wandering around an alley babbling this kind of stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Some
You're like,
word.
wow,
Right.
God love him. It's finally got to his mind.
Or some independent that's running,
or some
spewing all this off.
These are
mainstream candidates now.
Don't miss what. Looking at this whole debate they were having. Look at how they've set it up. They got climate crisis in huge letters.
Oh yeah.
6.5 hours.
Yeah. You know, all that.
There they are calling right
now.
now.
They're mad.
It's propaganda.
And they're saying,
classic propaganda.
We must fix this or we're all going to die and you must elect us to get it done. That's all this is. And it's just, like I say, look at it. We got crisis in red.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
and think about the things that Bubba just mentioned. So you demonize these things. This is classic.
Yep.
Classic of all the big tyrannical takeovers the world has ever known. Now the NRA, the way you could protect yourself against such tyranny, that's a terrorist group.
We must get that.
Hey, that's a terrorist group. That's not something that your founders should have given you. That's been a problem. We tell you what we're going to do to make this place safe. We're going to take guns. Tell you what we're going to do to save the planet. We're going to do away with the things on Bubba's list. Tell you what we're going to do about overpopulation. We got to take some people out, including babies. Overpopulation, safety, climate change. Terror, and we are the answer. It's an old playbook.
And don't forget they're trying to.
Hey, don't fall for it again.
Bernie Sanders said China has done more to alleviate poverty on the planet than any country in the history of the world.
Now I want you to think about that.
The Chicons.
Yeah, right. They'll alleviate it.
You're talking about the guy who went to Russia on his honeymoon, remember?
Right.
Yeah.
He's a communist, guys.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we've been wanting, every week people ask that we do this when college football starts. And this is the warning to college football fans. We're going to let you know, for those of you out there, which of you will actually have Beth Mowens. I hate to do this to dog fans everywhere. Murray State at Georgia, that is going to be Beth Mowens.
Hunker down, you hairy dog.
Hunker down. Hey, it's Beth Mowens. Hunker down, hairy dog. There's Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart's got the dogs ready for another run here against Murray State. Come see a dog. Hunker, there's Uncle Five.
Work in Jake Fromm.
I'll tell you, this kid, Jake Fromm. And then Fromm goes to die. He got a touch. Kirby Smart's get a timeout.
So good. I bumped into a guy that had a little too much to drink.
No, you talking about an alky.
Day before yesterday, and he quickly
Somebody
told
had
me.
"35 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for joining us as we are wrapping up this hour. We've still got a few stories we got to cover. Rick has left us. He's headed to New York City. What? And we'll get a full report on that trip when he gets back. Beautiful weather to travel in today, by the way, in our area. So hopefully he'll get above all that shortly. We do have a few Biden clips we have not got to today. And,
really?
We had the big lighting of the national Christmas tree.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the one that blew over earlier in the week? We saw the pictures of that. Again, I have to ask the question, if you're in charge of that, how does that happen?
I know. You should think
you have to secure that thing so that if the White House blows away, it's still there.
I think the first thing you gauge is, okay, what's the wind going to do?
Right. The most. What is the worst? If a hurricane comes through, how big of straps do we need to hold?
This is the first year we've put this thing up.
Yeah, we've been doing it a while. It seemed like they would be on top of that. So Biden takes the stage. And apparently he was not in on the program because he starts counting too early.
Oh no!
I mean, and you can hear Jill Biden start laughing because it's so obvious he was not supposed to do that.
Oh no!
He walks straight to the podium and just starts counting down.
You got the button.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey!
Wow!
Yes. Listen.
They worked it out.
You got the button.
Oh yeah, he did say it. You're right. 5. Yeah, you're right.
Is that the button?
Was she supposed to sing before that?
There was a lot was supposed to happen, I think. From what the
so he's went ahead and counted her on.
5,
4, hairy legs,
corn pop.
What am I thinking? 5, 4,
so good. Look at
3, 2, 1.
Well, I guess she thinks he's the president. He can light it if he wants to. It's his Christmas tree.
That's
right?
right.
Yeah.
That is his technically.
Now, what is this with Biden's giant teleprompter?
Usually they don't show the teleprompter.
Right.
You can see it. It's right here. It's on a transparent piece of glass or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just
Bill and I are honored
it's
to welcome
amazingly
you to the
large.
National Christmas tree lighting.
Good gracious.
Thanks to the Interior Secretary Deb Haaland and the National Park Service Foundation.
Underline.
They're the ones doing this. And a special thanks to tonight's host, Mickey, and to all those incredible performers we have here. Bill and I.
It's just
that thing is giant.
Wow.
Is it?
Good thing it didn't fall in.
Well, he ought to be able to read that one.
Yeah. It's amazing how much he struggles to read it.
Now, every time the president is on stage, we all hold our breath. Because one, he's going to tell somebody not to jump.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And two, he is going to look like he is completely lost when it's time to leave. Do we have that again?
Which way to exit?
Are you kidding me?
I'm so mad at this.
Once again, he exits the stage like a Roomba.
And Jill's right beside him.
Look,
Jill,
she's trying to grab him.
I think she said, "Let's go this way. Come on.
Come on this way.
Come on, Daddy.
Come on."
And then the music died for some
Look,
reason.
she thinks
There he goes.
Oh, what am I
Joe.
doing? Where am I going?
And then they started the music back up. So that's good.
I'll tell you what, that was a smooth presentation all the way around, wasn't it?
I tell you what, that went just flawless.
Whoever wasted time putting the script together for that presentation.
And he's going to, again,
can't get that time back.
be weird.
No. Look,
It's
here he
gonna
goes,
be
messing
weird
with
again.
people.
Yes.
Don't
It's just all
jump.
so weird.
Thank you for that weird moment, buddy.
You're welcome, buddy. What's that called? Munchausen? What is it, Helms?
Not much.
Munchausen.
No, the secondhand embarrassment. What's the official?
Fontrum.
Fontrum.
Yeah.
Fontrum.
Y'all thought I forgot.
Does anybody suffer from that in here? Are y'all having that about us right now? No.
Probably.
Good. Y'all are okay?
Fontrum.
Yeah, Fontrum.
Fontrum.
And
Fontrum.
what you got here, buddy?
Bubba was asking about a weird moment. Speaking of Fontrum, that happened at the just at the White House. What's her name?
Press briefing.
Yes,
Jean-Pierre.
Karine Jean-Pierre, press secretary, and evidently there's a African journalist.
Yes.
That's upset because they're not being called on.
Yeah, pretty interesting follow on X. He does a pretty good job, but she refuses to call on him. I mean, absolutely refuses to. And then they get into this off mic shouting match where he claims, "Hey, you're leaving me out on purpose, whatever." Apparently,
now, we're not talking about racism here.
He made her mad a long time ago, and so now she won't call on him. And
He
so
act like he asked a
and so I
question
think
she didn't want to answer.
I think she storms out. I think.
Okay.
John Kirby not sure what to do.
It's so surprising that you don't take if you are receiving an African leader, you can't take a question from an African journalist.
We can end this briefing right now. Sorry, I have one question. John Senator Marco Rubio.
It's not about ending the briefing. I want to ask an African question because I'm receiving an African
question. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
All right, we can end this briefing if it's not going to be respectful here. Chris.
That's what I'm saying. You are receiving an African leader and you don't take questions.
Thanks, everybody.
I have a question about gas prices.
Thanks, everybody.
I would.
She just will not take a question from this guy.
If I was this bunch, I wouldn't come back. The hell with you.
Hey.
Would not come back. Sorry, I thought I'd get in on the game today.
Well,
Felt like it was the easy thing to do.
That's true. It was your turn.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're in on
Who
it.
thought it would be me undefeated?
Bubba, you got 20 minutes to get yours in.
I'm gonna try to save
goodness
y'all.
gracious.
I'm gonna go with the averages here.
Yeah, he is constantly posting stuff on X.
So
that,
he is an African journalist. He is a black man.
African.
And he is mad because she will not call on him, and is accusing the White House of racism.
Right.
I mean,
What did he say
His
that
name
was
is,
so offensive to her?
Is it?
Or he actually asked questions which
this is who it is.
normal media will not ask.
Is that Simone?
It's
Nakembe
Mutombo.
I would say
that is not his name.
I believe he's the chief White House correspondent. I'm trying to get through it here. Chief White House correspondent at Today News Africa in Washington, and they are in a war. I mean, as far as just she will not call on him.
Oh, here he is. Yeah. I've seen this guy before.
Yeah.
So what did he do that set her off so bad? What was the deal?
I forget.
That'd be Simon.
That'd be Simon, guys. It's not hard.
I know he's African, and it should be something
right.
Okay, all right. It's probably Simon. You're
It
damn
is
right,
Simon.
Greg. Okay, gee.
You can't do that again, Adler.
Don't do it again.
I'm sorry.
Goodness gracious.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that must be Simone. No, it's Simon.
Bubba, can I go with you?
Oh, that's Simeon.
Yeah.
Somebody, that's Simeon.
Yeah.
Well, Could be Simone.
Or Tiba.
You don't know the way everybody pronounces
That's
it.
Eight-ba.
Who knows?
I hope
But
it
what
really
did
is
what did
pronounced
he
differently.
do? Do we know what he did to
No,
get on her
it's-
bad side? Because she ain't gonna have anything to do with
I
it.
got just flickers of memory here. I can't remember. There was some back and forth.
I felt sorry
What's
for
wrong
John.
with flickers?
No,
I
I'm just
felt
the fact that
sorry.
you're saying you got flickers of memory.
You know what I mean?
I felt
It's
sorry
just like little
for.
sparks.
Yeah, that little is.
I felt sorry for the other guy. What's his name? John.
Yeah, he looked
Kirby.
lost, didn't he?
Kirby. John Kirby. The
standing there with that stupid look.
he's
on his
usually
face.
the
They
Pentagon.
actually call him Joan.
He's
Yeah,
the,
Joan A.
He's usually the Pentagon spokesperson, and he's like an admiral or something, wasn't he?
Yeah,
In the
yeah, he
Navy?
was something.
I mean, he's been in combat. Now, he looked like he was more shocked right there
Yeah,
than
it's
when he was in
weird.
the Navy.
He had him pinned down.
It's weird when whenever he comes in because
what
she
does he
is
do?
the one that directs the questions,
Right.
and
What's
I
his
don't know.
job?
India spokesperson for the Pentagon, I believe. or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that.
He's usually at the Pentagon commenting on military issues, and but he's. I mean,
She
you know,
don't
bless
like
his heart. Either one of those, I kind of feel sorry for him because they have to go out there and try to clean up that mess we've got. It's kind of embarrassing. I wouldn't want the job.
Don't you
would
know
y'all?
when that clock goes off in the morning, they're like,
I bet when 5
Here
o'clock
we
hits,
go.
they are glad.
oh yeah,
Huh? I bet they wander right on down the street there to Georgetown and
right to the
get
old
them
happy hour.
Yeah, get them a cool one somewhere and try to
Right.
unwind. Go, can you
Right.
believe what I had to do today?
Got to polish.
And that African journalist will not leave me alone.
yeah, the one with the funny accent.
Right.
It says here, I'm looking back now at the beef between the two, and it kind of goes back to something he contends he's being discriminated against because there's some newly adopted rule that no longer he can't have proper press credentials and stuff like that. I don't know. I think that's how it started.
Well, sue for it like the guy at CNN did when Trump was there. They'll let you back in.
Yeah,
It's anyway. He contends that there's a little bit of discrimination going on here, and for some reason it rubs Jean Pierre the wrong way, and she will
Hit a
not.
nerve, didn't it?
She will not call on him. I
It,
don't
it,
know.
it might, It might be. I'm sorry. It might be because he posted this video of Karine Jean-Pierre, and she's got a lie detector hat on. She's got a lie detector hat on.
Hey, no, that straight up. He calls them out. I'm talking
Many
about.
times before, we do not politicize the
It's a lie
Department of
detector.
Justice. That is something that the president said during the campaign. That is something
That's funny.
So he's yeah.
They've
gone back and forth.
You got to admit, though, in this day and time, when it's such a charged environment with everything and everybody sitting on the edge, to have a black man who is an African journalist accusing her of racism
That is funny.
and this administration, there's something funny about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There just is. I may be a bad person, but it just is.
Bubba, when we come back, can I take us to a fun zone? I got some questions
About
Christmas party.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Because we've all forgot that that's tomorrow.
I got it.
We got a Rick and Bubba Christmas party.
Yep.
And I do have another term I need to ask y'all about if we have time. So we'll be back in just a minute. 45 minutes after the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Stay with us. Christmas party talk dead ahead.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. He liked too many. Natty liked too many.
He quickly told me he was an Ole Miss fan, and
the
I
Rebels.
think they play Arkansas. So we'll see how that one goes.
Razorbacks taking on the Rebels.
And you got Mississippi State and USM.
Did you name the Black Bear Rebel? Is that how we still get Rebels? I don't know. There's a bear down here. Rebels.
Is anybody going to be taking any tests for anybody this weekend during the game?
I think that one's. I think that.
The
that
Bulldogs
tutor's gone. I
hey,
believe.
Hey, Bulldogs got busted.
Did I hear that's when it was
D
happening?
line's getting busted too.
Was it? It was happening during the
Hell
games,
State.
and that's how they tied it back to the person. Because the time didn't match up. That's what I'm saying. Like taking tests for the people, and it was happening during like times where it couldn't have been happening. That's what I was told.
They
Serious
got
business.
tests on. Well, I guess they had tough tests on Saturday. I guess. I don't
What'd you
know.
say? Tough what?
I guess if they were taking tests during
I
games,
think it was
I didn't know they-
online kind of stuff, and it
Maybe
was
so.
It didn't happen during a ball game.
It was
and
time
it doesn't look
I
good.
don't know. I
It's
know it's
difficult
I know
for
it's
a
a
player.
mess. So.
Difficult for a player to take a test while he's on a gridiron.
Okay.
Can't be done. Bulldogs busted.
Bulldogs busted.
Let me tell you who's going to be there tomorrow. Rick Burgess from Rick and Bubba. Maybe you heard of him. He's going to be over at the Junction.
Gonna be tailgating.
Gonna be tailgating. As soon as everybody goes in the stadium, he's gonna get the hell out of there. There goes that Ram 1500. He's out. That thing's pointed back to getting bed at a decent time on a Saturday night.
Oh, that's so good.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
51 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome back. And Mr. Helms, you said you had a concern about
questions.
Rick and Bubba Christmas party.
Yeah, all fun here. No
and
concerns.
thank y'all for hosting, Bussies.
Yep.
Thank y'all. We're glad to do it.
So I know we're doing the Dirty Santa thing. If you want to play,
Yankee Swap.
bring a gift, all that, and I know you. What's the times? Like what was it, 6? And you said come early if we want to watch a game.
Yeah, if you want to. See, this is one of the problems we've had historically with our Christmas party, because most people they get into a lot of family stuff after the first weekend and Sunday schools and all that kind of stuff. So we try to get ours in early. But it's always been on the Saturday of the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
And
that's not going to be a good game at all.
Yeah, I know. And one of the problems is if we start at 6, the SEC championship game starts at 3.
Yeah.
So it's kind of ending about the time we start. And you get into this thing, do I try to get, and Rick has it every other year and we have it.
Yeah.
Do we try to race over to the house to see it? Do we go at halftime? If the game's close, I can't leave till it's over. Then I'm late getting to the party. So how do you?
I think I'm gonna try to do the halftime thing.
Yeah, just come on over. We'll have the big TV fired up and be watching it. And
so you don't need us other than gift. We don't need to bring anything and all that. And I do want to address one rumor I continue to hear pop up from occasion. We may see one Greg Burgess there this year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he always tells us he's coming, and then he doesn't. Disappoints us all. The first year,
I'm sure
the first year,
shut it down.
Well,
15, or I guess it's probably 10 years
Pictures?
ago. 10 years ago, I don't think it's been 15, but whenever we started doing this again, he didn't get invited to the first one, which made a best of, and it was funny. God, it was funny. I play it every year.
Yeah,
we're exaggerating the whole thing, but
you were a little frustrated.
No,
but he has got that invite for years and has never came, and I get why. I do this same drive you do now, and it'd be hard for me knowing if I got up at 2:30 in the morning and drove over here every day and had to go back home. The last thing I'd want to do on the weekend is
on a Saturday
back.
drive with an hour and a half.
I've had I can't
that's
remember
3
which
hours
one
round
I've had.
trip.
It is.
I've had sickness, I think, one. And
that's
then
really
that's
stood in the way.
Going out of town, another, and plus I know Bubba didn't mean to leave me off the first one because he sent Adler an invite, and I know he likes me better than he does Adler.
When you claimed that Theo from the cleaning crew got an invite,
that's so good.
I think what actually happened is Greg had already told us he wasn't coming, so that's why.
No, that's not true, but that's a good
well,
one.
and what made it better is all the Lenores showed up.
Oh, there was people
James Spann was
there.
there.
Was people he had met like once.
All right, so here's the thing. I just want you to stop telling us you're coming because you're getting my hopes up.
Yeah,
and I just don't know if I can handle
that. And
I
got to be honest too. What happens?
I'm gonna be there at 11.
We normally take a big group picture. Adler's in charge of that. He sets up the timer. He runs over. He stands there. And what's the first thing where's Greg? Y'all didn't invite him again?
Yeah,
and everybody
on.
hammers on us until that Monday when we go, well, no, he just couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all big fun.
Yeah.
What we need is a Greg cutout. We can just put the picture.
You're right.
Now,
and then every year we got it.
The other
put him in a Christmas shirt. And
right.
Here we go.
Last question, and I'll leave it alone.
No, it's good.
I overheard this morning you talk, and you've asked me a couple times about, is Brady and Caroline coming? And Maddie, Brady and Caroline, I think, have other things going on. Maddie said my 11-year-old said she would come if she didn't have anything better to do.
Oh, well, at least she's on it.
I think she's actually coming. But I heard you make a
Glad
comment
we made the cut.
this morning that you wished a certain person was coming because you cleaned the carpet downstairs. And I thought, well, were you not going to clean the carpet for us?
You don't like us to have clean carpet?
I didn't understand that comment.
I like playing foosball.
Well, I don't. I guess I need to know what it was for the whole context.
What did he say? It was to you. It was about.
Well, no, I think I can explain some of that. I see all of you guys every day. I don't see your families, and that's always part of the fun is to see your wives and the kids and all that. And Rick picks at the kids.
Yes, he does.
And I'm not. I usually don't, but it's funny to watch. And so he's always messing with them. But we have a ping pong table and all that, and it's always fun to play. But it's the kids always get real into it and play, and you have teams and matchups and all that. So that's always fun. And we did clean the carpet just because it needed cleaning, but I would
Maybe
have done it either way. But I was
it just sounded funny. I was like, man, I really wish he was coming because I cleaned the carpet. And I'm like,
we had a great ping pong game. If the carpet had just been cleaner, it'd been better.
So we made a little more of a mess than we thought we would.
When you hosted in 2021,
was that the last time?
The big year before last was the big virtual goggles. That was out.
Right,
That was the big thing, and it was it was at the 2 that came out. I think now the 3 were given away as part of gifts.
Yeah,
and you had a pair,
right?
And we went over, and you had us boxing.
Right.
And I think Reese and JC were able to make that year.
Yeah.
Maybe just Reese.
Well,
and
I said all the kids.
I had posted that year, and it just looks like somebody's just hitting air. Is all again? They're just sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in the
funny,
fight of their
it's
life.
Funny.
And we all got around and wore those and fought and got in boxing matches, which is cool.
Anytime
but
you
the
can box.
video of video when you do it,
Yeah.
and you're just in there just
because
wearing
they
air
don't
out.
see what you see.
No, right.
Yeah.
So I know this is probably not the right question to ask on air, but
Oh boy.
No.
well, ask it anyway. What's ever stopped us
Yeah,
before?
you can take that with you.
should we take that pair down there and play with it?
Yeah, we'll box it back up.
Yeah. Slightly used.
How about this? Does that make it more valuable to the winner if it's the one we all took out and played with it?
An autographed pair.
The one that Greg Burgess finally wore to Christmas party.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice.
See?
What if we break it?
Piling on.
Yeah, it's
Sell
not
that in a
bad.
minute.
It's not
What
bad.
if we break it accidentally? Though? Then we're
Well,
in
no,
trouble.
that's
Well,
not
then we're
good.
out buying
Well,
another one. What
Then
about
it's the
a signed?
11
what about
working days.
No,
So
what
he
about
gets mad, throws it.
a signed broken pair?
It's almost as good as a signed can of Spam.
Right.
It's right there with it.
But you got good.
Are you guys like bring a good gift for Dirty Santa? Or are you guys gonna
real
bring a
good.
joke
Like a
gift?
big old pair of
Well,
panties.
I would
A
like
real
to.
good one, Adam.
I would like to discuss this.
Well, you know how people do that gag.
Well, yeah, Greg, but I don't think you have to
$100
say it.
minimum.
It's always been like a $25 minimum or whatever.
That's a little high for
And
me.
Speedy doesn't like it at all.
And
That's a little high.
I'm always called the cheap one, but we go up to the 25. We actually try to find some good ones.
know,
And some
you
of you
do.
half A's come in there with nothing hardly.
I think
Let me
found
throw
mine.
that in there.
I think I found mine.
And,
Look,
and
Adler found his.
yeah, that's so funny.
Twerking Santa.
That's a good one.
And like we'll get in the car and we'll drive off, and Terry and I will go, we probably spent a little too much and took it a little too serious, trying to find a decent gift.
Yeah.
And so we're just gonna, I guess, bring whatever. We'll join the club of just not caring.
Speedy, I want you.
Bring some silly
That's a
socks.
good attitude to have.
Well,
Speedy, I don't want you to settle.
the one y'all had for years.
I want you to be a leader in this game.
Okay.
And continue to show
Yeah.
people how to do it the right way.
Wait, somebody's got to eventually
I'm trying,
follow
Hunter.
excellence.
I'm trying.
What's the best gift we've ever had in the history? I brought
Something I brought.
I brought that bear mace that one
Buddy,
time.
you
That was
found
bear
that-
mace.
that-
You talking about show up late
I
on
think
the
it-
way, buy something at Walmart? That's him right
I
there.
believe it was good. Hey, that rant
hey.
you just went on was for him.
That was good.
No, well, actually, the
You
one
may buy
year,
something at the convenience store.
yeah,
You know,
One
their
year-
selection's great.
you actually, I think last year said you found something in the basement and just threw it in the bag.
He did, by the way.
That's a good gift.
What was funny is Adler's excited seeing people open it because he don't know what it is.
Yeah, what is that?
What did I bring?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and